This is the moment Chun Hajin is forced to embrace a forbidden demonic power, his body overflowing with uncontrollable rage. He becomes a monster whose very presence makes the heavens tremble and his enemies weep in terror. But to understand the tragedy that led him down this dark path, we have to go back to when he was nothing more than a cocky, third-rate assassin. In a desolate wasteland, a lone figure stands against an army. This is Chun Hajin, the greatest assassin of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. But today, he is their target. Surrounded and outnumbered, he simply tells them he's busy and to bring it on all at once. His former comrades mock his confidence, thinking he's arrogant for taking down just a few of their men. Hajin knows the real number is far higher. With a roar, the Alliance warriors charge forward, determined to grant his death wish. But they've made a fatal mistake. Hajin moves like a phantom through their ranks, his blade a blur of silver and red. He is a whirlwind of death, cutting down warrior after warrior before they can even react. He's lost count of how many he's killed. For what feels like an eternity, he's done nothing but cut down the pursuers sent after him, one after another, his sword growing heavier with each life taken. The remaining warriors try to rally, screaming that he's only one man and that his time has come. They press their attack, shouting for Chun Hajin to finally die. But Hajin has no intention of dying, not now. He questions them. How could he possibly die when the freedom he's craved for 30 long years is finally within his grasp? He roars back that they'll be the ones to die, vowing to kill every last one of them if it's what it takes to be free. The battle erupts with renewed ferocity. Hajin pushes forward, a force of nature against a tide of steel. The Alliance members can only watch in shock, unable to comprehend how one man can be so powerful. Then, the horrifying realization dawns on them. This isn't just some rogue assassin. He is one of the 10 strongest martial masters in the world. He is the legendary assassin king, Chun Hajin. With his identity known, Hajin unleashes a devastating final attack, a massive explosion of energy that obliterates the remaining forces. When the dust settles, he is the only one left standing on a cratered battlefield littered with the bodies of his former allies. Victory is his, but the cost is immense. Leaning on his sword, gasping for breath, the Assassin King is utterly exhausted. He has won his battle, but the war for his freedom has only just begun. But the fight is far from over. More pursuers from the righteous Heavenly Alliance swarm in, shouting that the Assassin King is at his limit. Hajin grits his teeth, realizing there's no end to them. He's fought until his sword has gone dull, yet they just keep coming. He questions why they despise the thought of his freedom so much. The remaining soldiers stare in terror at the monster before them. With a final, desperate roar, Hajin warns them not to block his path and unleashes one last, cataclysmic attack, vowing to kill them all. As he staggers away from the carnage, the voice of his former commander, Jung Ilryong, echoes in his mind. The first elder taunts him, calling him a soulless hunting dog, a murderer whose life is defined by death and cursed for eternity. Hajin's body is giving out. He reflects on how he lived his whole life as a dog for the Alliance, only to finally break free. He refuses to die now that freedom is within his grasp, forcing himself to get a grip. Fueled by sheer willpower, our hero makes a desperate run for it. He knows of a secret place nearby, one with elixirs and herbs that can heal his wounds and restore his energy. It's his only path to becoming a truly free person. He pushes himself through a dark forest, telling himself he's almost there. But his body finally betrays him and he collapses to the ground. After 7 days with barely any food, he realizes the crippling hunger might kill him before his wounds ever get the chance. But just as our hero is about to collapse from hunger, fantasizing about dumplings, a monstrous presence erupts from the shadows. Without warning, a figure lunges from the darkness, unleashing an attack that shatters the very landscape around him. Chun Hajin is completely stunned. The stealth technique was so perfect that even he, the world's greatest assassin, didn't notice a thing until it was too late. Before him stands a mysterious warrior in a conical hat, radiating a deadly blue aura. As the two clash, Hajin immediately recognizes the technique. The sheer martial prowess is enough to slice through the entire forest with just sword aura alone. He knows exactly who this is, the strongest assassin in the southern Central Plains, the Death Lord. Even on his last legs, Hajin's spirit is unbreakable. He scoffs at his attacker, questioning if the Death Lord really thinks he'll be acknowledged as a top master for jumping a man who just fought off hundreds of warriors. He promises that even in this state, he's more than enough to cut the Death Lord to pieces. With that, the battle explodes. The two master assassins move in a blur of red and blue energy, their blades clashing with blinding speed. It's a desperate, brutal exchange where a single mistake means death. As the dust settles, a battered and exhausted Chun Hajin looks into the twisted woods. He calls out, telling the hidden spectator that the show is over. From the shadows, he summons the one who's been watching all along, the secret demon queen. The secret demon queen emerges from the shadows, her body wreathed in an ominous pink energy. With a smug grin, she greets Chun Hajin, remarking that it's been a long 6 years since they last saw each other. Meanwhile, at the scene of Hajin's earlier battle, the righteous Heavenly Alliance's first elder Jung Il-ryong surveys the carnage. His subordinate reports that every corpse belongs to a master from the Steel Blood Fortress. Jung Il-ryong can only grit his teeth in frustration, acknowledging that Chun Hajin truly lives up to his title of Assassin King for single-handedly causing such devastation. But this is far from over. Jung Il-ryong rallies his troops, ordering them to follow the unique death energy of the secret demon queen, knowing with absolute certainty that it will lead them straight to their target. Back with our hero, Hajin recognizes the woman instantly. It's the secret demon queen, Kwak Sakyo, and her arrival means his situation has just gone from bad to worse. Hajin knows exactly who he's dealing with. Despite her youthful appearance thanks to a rejuvenation technique, Kwak Sakyo is over 60 years old, a devilish murderer who can't sleep unless she's killed someone. He realizes the Alliance is so desperate to capture him that they've unleashed this monster. Knowing he's cornered, Hajin grips his sword, ready to use the last trick up his sleeve. The queen feigns disappointment, mocking him for drawing his blade when they have such a special relationship. Hajin immediately shuts her down, telling the demon to stop spouting nonsense. She taunts him about his weakened state, suggesting he won't last more than a few strikes. But Hajin flips the script, challenging her to find out exactly how many strikes he can withstand and asking why he'd be afraid of a 60-year-old grandma who only knows how to talk. The insult lands perfectly. Kwak Sakyo's face darkens as she threatens to rip out his spine if he calls her a grandma again. Without missing a beat, Hajin looks her dead in the eye and says it one more time, sending her into a rage. But just as she's about to attack, she stops. She senses the pure, righteous energy in his core, the unmistakable signature of someone raised by the Alliance. She wonders how he managed to kill so many masters when he was supposed to be captured alive, realizing he must have learned the hidden martial prowess of the 9 great sects. Suddenly, it all clicks into place. The queen realizes his taunts and trash talk weren't just for show. He was deliberately stalling for time, trying to bait her into revealing confidential information about the righteous Heavenly Alliance and their hidden techniques. The hunter was being hunted for secrets all along. Secret Demon Queen laughs, mockingly praising Chun Hajin for actually using his brain. Hajin, still weakened, correctly deduces that she has no intention of relaying information to the Steel Blood Fortress. She openly admits it, revealing she doesn't care about them or the secrets of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. All she wants is one thing, the 9 sects' martial prowess. She offers him a deal, his life in exchange for that forbidden knowledge. But our hero just scoffs at her proposition. He calls her scum and says the trade isn't fair because he's already a dead man walking. The queen's expression sharpens. She immediately guesses the cause, asking if it's because of the infamous blood parasite. The blood parasite, a terrifying curse implanted in all who serve the righteous Heavenly Alliance. It's a monstrous, centipede-like creature that ensures absolute loyalty. Betrayal means death, a judgment delivered personally by the Alliance leader, a constant, horrifying reminder that Chun Hajin's life is not his own. He can never truly be free. Seeing her opening, the Demon Queen presses her advantage. She boasts of her knowledge in the demonic arts, claiming she is an expert in all poisons and can easily remove the parasite from his body. She promises him the one thing he craves, freedom. The price remains the same: teach her the martial prowess of the 9 sects. Her shock, Hajin just laughs in her face. He then flips the script entirely. He reveals that he isn't just some runaway. As one of the top 10 strongest masters, he figured out how to expel the blood parasite 5 years ago. The only reason he didn't was because he needed to reach a higher level of power to break through the Alliance's inescapable net formation, a grueling process that took him years. He's done being a pawn. Exploding with pure rage, Hajin screams at her to stop the bullshit, roaring that he knows her detestable nature all too well. After having 30 years of his life stolen by the Alliance, he will never be fooled by anyone again. He gives her one final, chilling warning: get out of his sight now, and she might just get to keep her disgusting life. The secret Demon Queen is furious. She scoffs at Hajin, questioning how he dares to speak to her like that when he's on the brink of death. She warns him that she is no pitiful fool and has never let anyone who insulted her walk away alive. But Hajin just laughs in her face, completely unfazed by her psychological games and illusions. He roars back at the ancient queen, telling her that she's the one who's going to die today. With that, Hajin lunges forward, unleashing his full power. Their auras collide in a cataclysmic explosion that tears the very landscape apart, leaving them standing in a desolate, cratered wasteland. Their blades clash in a furious exchange. Hajin finds an opening, piercing the Demon Queen's arm and drawing a scream of pain. He immediately presses his advantage, moving in for the final blow. But at that exact moment, a blade bursts through his chest from behind. To his absolute horror, the attacker is none other than Jung Ilryong, the first elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, the very man who crippled him in his past life. Before Hajin can even process the impossible reunion, the elder unleashes a devastating attack, blasting him away. What follows isn't a fight, it's a slaughter. With Hajin already gravely injured, Jung Ilryong brutally dismantles him, leaving him a broken, screaming wreck on the ground. Just as the elder stands victorious, the demon queen's voice cuts through the air, mocking his state after losing his limbs in the fight. Then, in a horrifying twist, she reveals her true colors, grabbing Ilryong's head and ripping it from his body. It was all a setup. Laughing maniacally, she tells his corpse to crawl in hell like a parasite. As the demon queen stands over the two fallen warriors, new figures appear in the distance. A slow, satisfied smile spreads across her face as she whispers that her true goal has finally been achieved. As his life fades, Hajin's only regret is the one thing he always wanted, an ordinary life free from the blood and chaos. He wonders if such a simple dream was always impossible for someone like him, wishing for just one more chance. And then, as if in a dream, he feels movement. He's not in the desolate wasteland anymore. He's lying in a bed inside the main sanctuary of the heavenly demon divine cult. With the force of his last wish echoing in his mind, Hajin's eyes snap open, glowing with a crimson light. He's alive. But while our hero awakens, his enemies are on the move. Deep in the cult's inner sanctuary, an elder bows respectfully, greeting the fourth young lord, Hong Yuimun. The elder delivers his report with a sinister grin. He's just checked the pulse of the third young lord, and he declares with absolute certainty that Seoryong will die tonight. Hong Yuimun takes a long drag from his pipe, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Things are going even better than he expected. The brush with death sends Hajin's mind spiraling into the past, back to his life as an assassin. He and a comrade are resting after a brutal mission, surrounded by bodies. His friend asks to show him something, a small wooden bird he carved. The friend asks Hajin if he's tired of living this way, then reveals his own dream: to escape this life by any means necessary and live freely, like that bird, in a peaceful rural region where he can smell fresh greenery instead of blood. To his friend's surprise, Hajin enthusiastically says he wants to go too, but his comrade immediately and forcefully shuts him down, telling him not to even think about it. His mind is a storm of fractured memories from his final moments. He sees the face of his old master, Jung Ilryong of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, standing over a dying comrade. The man's words echo in his mind: "This is the price of betrayal." The cause of death is revealed: a grotesque blood parasite, the Alliance's cruel tool for enforcing loyalty. More images flash through his mind: the secret demon queen's enraged face screaming at him, the feeling of being choked, the sheer terror of his final moments. It's a chaotic vortex of pain and violence as he gasps for air, finally jolting back to consciousness. But he's not dead. He finds himself in an impossibly luxurious room, a place of immense wealth and power. As he tries to make sense of his new surroundings, his assassin's instincts kick in. He senses someone approaching. A young girl enters, bowing and introducing herself as his servant, Anghwa, but Hajin isn't buying it. In a flash, he grabs her, pressing a pair of chopsticks to her throat like a dagger. He demands to know who she is, suspecting she's an enemy from the Steel Blood Fortress sent to finish him off. The terrified girl insists she's just his servant. He demands to know who brought him here, but she explains he's been in this very room for a long time. She reveals he's been unconscious for 6 whole months due to a severe chi blockage and only woke up 2 nights ago. Hajin explodes with anger. He shouts that it wasn't some chi blockage, he died. He accuses her of lying and fooling around, but Anghwa, trembling, swears it's the truth and that she was only bringing him his first meal. His frantic eyes then catch a reflection in an ornate mirror, and his world shatters once more. Staring back at him isn't his own face, but that of a stranger. In that horrifying moment, he realizes the face in the mirror is his. His mind struggles to connect the dots. His death at the hands of the Demon Queen felt brutally real, so what is this? Reincarnation? A past life? As he spirals in confusion, he looks to the terrified servant girl and asks the most important question: where in the world is he? She doesn't have to answer. He looks outside and is greeted by an impossible sight: a grand, sprawling palace of immense scale and grandeur, a fortress of power unlike anything he's ever seen in Murim. The Assassin King had no idea a place like this could even exist. Before Chun Hajin can process his new reality, 2 imposing figures barge into the room. He has no idea who they are, but their powerful presence is unmistakable. Suddenly, one of the men drops to his knees with a thud, shouting praises and congratulating the third young lord on his recovery. Hajin is stunned. The man mentioned a divine cult, and in the world of Murim, there's only one organization that fits that description: the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. He's been reincarnated into the very heart of his old enemy's territory. Meanwhile, deep within the opulent and intimidating halls of the cult's headquarters, a figure makes his way to the throne room. It's Mudam, the first royal guard of the divine cult, and he's come to deliver a report directly to the supreme leader, the demon lord himself. The demon lord Li Qinsang asks what brings him here. Mudam gets straight to the point, announcing that the third young lord Xiaoyang has finally awakened. But there's a catch. Mudam reveals that due to overextending his power, Xiaoyang has lost all of his martial prowess. He is now, for all intents and purposes, a cripple. The guard then asks the demon lord what he wishes to do with the now useless young lord. The demon lord's judgment is swift and cold. He commands Mudam not to provide any further reports on Xiaoyang until the closing ceremony in 3 months. The third young lord has been utterly abandoned. Before the demon lord, a man bows low, receiving his final command. The demon lord's voice echoes with absolute authority, telling him to accomplish the great deed he has been tasked with. Hajin's mind reels as he processes his new reality. He is now part of the heavenly demon divine cult, the oldest and most evil demonic power in existence. They are the symbol of chaos, a force so powerful that their very existence keeps the entire Miram world on edge. While outnumbered by the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Steel Blood Fortress in terms of pure martial power, the cult is unmatched, a threat treated as worse than war itself. Of all the places in the world, this is where he's ended up. The assassin king of the righteous alliance, reborn into the heart of the most evil demonic group. He forces himself to stay calm, realizing he needs to get a grip on the situation and figure out a plan for the future. He recalls his actions from the night before, attempting a stealth technique that his new body could barely handle. While hidden, he overheard other cult members gossiping about his return, warning each other that a bloody battle for power was about to begin again. They spoke of the third young lord's miraculous awakening after 6 months, but also whispered that he'd lost all his martial prowess. Still, the fear in their voices was palpable. They warned each other to stay far away, terrified of the one they called the monstrous demon. A monstrous demon? Hajin can only wonder what kind of life Xiaoyang led to earn such a fearsome reputation. But one thing is certain, he's trapped deep within enemy territory, and he needs a flawless plan if he ever wants to escape. His attempt at stealth confirmed his worst fears. His new body is unbelievably weak, equivalent to an 80-year-old man. Just being alive after that brief excursion is a miracle. With no other choice, Hajin sits down to meditate, deciding it's time to properly examine the broken vessel he now inhabits. Focusing inward, Hajin begins to assess the damage. He confirms his worst fears. This body's energy meridians are a complete wreck, and its Danjian, the core of its power, is small and rotten. There's only one thing for it. He decides to remove the corrupted core entirely. As he begins, the very air in the room grows thick and hot. He's channeling the boundless technique, a skill from his past life, to forcibly expel all the clouded energy from Xiaoyang's system in a volatile burst. This was no ordinary martial art. The boundless technique was something Hajin himself had perfected by combining the strengths of the 9 sects. For a man with no status or backing in his past life, this unique power had been his one and only lifeline. With the purification complete, Hajin takes a deep breath. He knows this is just the first small step on a long road to recovery. But as he sits in the silence, a new thought occurs to him. It's been eerily quiet. Besides the doctor, not a single person has come to visit the third young lord. He recalls the doctor's brief visit and the sheer terror in his servant Ang Hua's eyes. It confirms his suspicions. The original Xiaoyang, the monstrous demon, must have been a complete tyrant. Hajin steels himself, knowing he must tread carefully until he fully understands the viper's nest he's landed in. 3 months fly by. Elsewhere, the fourth young lord, Hong Yumun, receives a troubling report. The poison he's been lacing Xiaoyang's medicine with has had no effect. In fact, his subordinate confirms that Xiaoyang is recovering at an unbelievable speed. Hong Yumun simply muses that his younger brother always finds a way to exceed his expectations. His subordinate asks for new orders, but Hong Yumun is already onto his next scheme. He asks when his sister Rin is due to arrive, learning she'll be at the main temple by noon after a 6-month absence. With a smirk, he declares that things are about to get interesting. Meanwhile, back in his quarters, Hajin is proving Hong Yumun right. He isn't just recovering, he's training, pushing his newly cleansed body and reclaiming his lost power, one powerful strike at a time. Hajin unleashes his fully restored power, obliterating his training room. After 3 long months of grueling work using the boundless technique, he's finally purged the last of the demonic energy and cloudy qi from Xiaoyang's body. For the first time, he feels his strength returning. Just then, his loyal servant Ang Hwa arrives with his daily dose of herbal medicine. He downs it without a second thought, but something is terribly wrong. As the bowl shatters in his hand, he realizes the medicine contains something horrific: blood parasites. Parasites trigger a violent hallucination, throwing him back to his final moments as Chun Hajin. He's confronted by his former master from the righteous Heavenly Alliance, Jung Il-ryong, who screams that Hajin betrayed him and would never escape. The memory is agonizing. Jung Il-ryong had used these very blood parasites to cripple him in his past life. He's violently snapped back to reality by Ang Hwa's panicked voice. Shaken, Hajin quickly dismisses her concerns, claiming it was just a hallucination as he sends her away, his mind reeling from the psychic assault. Alone, Hajin questions if he can ever truly be free. This new life was supposed to be a dream, a chance to escape his past, but it seems the ghosts of the righteous Heavenly Alliance will never let him go. Later, as he's getting dressed, a commotion erupts outside his chambers. Ang Hwa tries to stop an unannounced visitor, but the intruder is furious, demanding to see the young lord and insulting her for being part of the cult. The visitor slaps Ang Hwa hard across the face, shoving her aside. It's Hongyo Rin, the younger sister of his rival, the fourth young lord Hong Yuimun. She announces her arrival with a cold smirk, leaving Ang Hwa in tears as Hajin looks up, completely caught off guard. As Hongyo Rin stands before him, Hajin is caught completely off guard. She looks him over and remarks that he looks better than she thought, leaving our hero utterly confused. Suddenly, she grabs him by the collar, forcing Hajin's mind to race for an escape plan. But just as quickly, she lets go, telling him not to just keep her standing and that she'd like some tea. It's clear she has no intention of leaving. Hajin's first instinct is to run. He tries to excuse himself, claiming he has an urgent matter to attend to, but Hongyo Rin isn't buying it. With a simple snap of her fingers, her personal guards appear, blocking his path. She commands them to stop anyone from approaching, announcing that she plans to have a very deep conversation with the third young lord. Trapped, she sits down and invites him to talk. Thinking on his feet, Hajin uses his post-training sweat as an excuse, telling her he needs to change his clothes first. She allows it, but with a sharp warning not to try anything funny. Hajin knows this woman is far from ordinary and that he's completely in the dark. He needs information and fast. He calls for his loyal servant, Ang Hwa, telling her to follow him. Once they're alone, Hajin asks Ang Hwa who their guest is. The question shocks her. To cover his tracks, Hajin claims that his memories are hazy ever since he woke up from his chi blockage. This sends Ang Hwa into a panic, worried that he might be dying, but he quickly reassures her he's fine. Ang Hwa then explains everything. The woman is Hongyo Rin, a prodigy from the cult's internal enlightenment facility and daughter of the powerful Jiaxa family, a true heroine acknowledged by the demon lord himself. And then comes the biggest bombshell. She is the younger sister of the fourth young lord, Hong Yuimun, Suoryang's primary rival. Hajin presses her, asking what their relationship was. Ang Hwa admits she doesn't know the details, but reveals that Suoryang and Hongyo Rin had met numerous times in the past month alone. Hajin immediately understands whatever their connection was, it was anything but average. Hajin dismisses his servant Ang Hwa, telling him to go rest. The kindness is so out of character that Ang Hwa is left stunned, remembering how the old Suoryang was nothing but cruel and abusive. This new third young lord is a complete mystery. Turning his attention to Hongyo Rin, Hajin apologizes for being rude. When he asks what brings her here, it confirms her suspicions completely. His memory is gone, and with it, his legendary martial prowess. Seeing her chance, Hongyo Rin gets straight to the point. She pulls out a contract bearing both of their seals and reminds him of a critical clause. If the contract is broken, the penalty is triple the initial investment. She claims she invested nearly 3,000 yang in him, including funds for a wonder drug. The total she demands is a staggering 6,000 yang, and she wants it immediately. Hajin instantly sees through her scheme. She's using his supposed weakness from the chi blockage to nullify their deal, play the victim, and cash out with a massive profit, completely ignoring that he was bedridden. To him, she's just a child playing with fire. But to her shock, Hajin agrees without a fight, calmly stating he can afford it and calling Ang Hwa to prepare ink and paper. His internal plan is simple: give her what she wants, because he's planning on leaving this place soon anyway. His easy compliance makes Hongyo Rin think he's become a complete fool. Pushing her luck, she adds one final, humiliating condition. If he can't pay, he'll have to come whenever she calls. Like a loyal dog, that's the last straw. She's trying to put a leash on the former assassin king, and his patience is wearing thin. Hajin coldly asks if that's all, reminding her that until the debt is paid, they are contractors who should treat each other with respect. Hongyo Rin just scoffs, finding the idea of respecting him in this situation laughable. And with that, Hajin flips the script. He suddenly orders Ang Hwa to summon the commander of the royal guards. Hongyo Rin panics, having no idea why he's escalating things. A moment later, his guard, Ma Dongpul, arrives and bows. Ignoring the girl completely, Hajin gives a simple command: prepare a carriage, because he has somewhere to be. Despite his servant Anghwa's concerns about his health, Hajin doubles down on his threat. He commands her to prepare a carriage immediately and send word to the demon lord's palace that the third young lord, his disciple, demands an audience. The move sends Hongyo-rin into a complete panic. She asks if he's trying to get them both killed by taking this to the demon lord. She desperately tries to threaten him back, warning him that he won't be safe either if their private contract is discovered. But Hajin is 10 steps ahead. He calmly agrees that he'll likely be punished, maybe even exiled now that he's lost his martial arts. Then he flips the script, laying out the far more devastating consequences for her: imprisonment and the complete ruin of her family for failing to control their daughter. The color drains from her face. As he turns to leave, she makes one last desperate appeal, asking if he's really willing to throw away his ambition to become the supreme leader. Hajin just scoffs, calling the idea ridiculous for a cripple. He reveals her whole plan, asking if she didn't target him precisely because she thought he had no chance, making him an easy mark. Checkmate. Utterly defeated, Hongyo-rin breaks, begging to know what she has to do to stop him from going to the demon lord. Hajin turns back with an unreadable expression and gives his one simple command: she must rip the contract to shreds with her own 2 hands. As this power play unfolds, we get a glimpse into Hajin's mind. A memory of his bloody past as an assassin flashes by, with his old master Jung Il-ryong watching over a field of bodies. All Hajin truly wants is to escape the scent of blood and find a peaceful life. He never cared for the power everyone thinks he's chasing. The memory floods back, years ago on a mission for the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Jung Il-ryong, the first elder, stands over the bodies of their targets, demanding his men find any survivors. He declares them traitors who committed treason and orders a search of the nearby population, convinced someone escaped. But as Hajin stands amidst the carnage, a horrifying realization dawns. He finds a small, bloodied wooden bird clutched in a dead hand, the very carving he remembered. The weight of what they've done hits him, and a single tear traces a path down his face. The chaos of the battle replays in his mind, a flurry of steel and desperate cries. He fought alongside his comrades, cutting down their enemies. But in the blur of violence, one of his own is struck down, a fatal blow landing as Hajin watches, helpless. He rushes to his friend's side, cradling him as his life fades. With his dying breath, his comrade reveals the gut-wrenching truth. He begs Hajin to listen, explaining they were lied to. The Alliance told them this was a mission to eliminate traitors, but he swears he never knew the real story. The betrayal is too much to bear, and a raw, agonized scream tears from Hajin's throat. His friend's final words echo in his mind, a haunting question. He asks if killing people is just a job to Hajin, if taking a life means anything to an assassin. He promises to curse Hajin from the afterlife, a curse that will bind him forever. The curse is specific and terrible. Hajin's life will become the death of everyone he has murdered. As the memory fades, the image of the heavenly demon divine cult's grand palace returns to his vision, pulling him back to the present. The path to the demon god's palace is as grand and imposing as the man who rules it, but inside, the atmosphere is far from formal. In his private chambers, the demon lord is being congratulated by his consorts for accomplishing his great deed of the night. This is the man who holds the fate of the cult in his hands. Later, while being attended to, the demon lord, Li Qinsang, is informed that the third young lord has requested an audience. His aide confirms that a carriage has already been dispatched to bring Xiaoyang to the palace. But the demon lord has other plans. He summons his first royal guard and gives a chilling order: escort Xiaoyang not to the throne room but to the demonic judgment pavilion. The guard freezes in shock. This isn't an audience, it's an execution. Despite his horror, the guard has no choice but to accept the command. He bows and departs, leaving the enigmatic demon lord to calmly pour himself another drink. The order is absolute. Meanwhile, Chun Hajin is completely oblivious to the death sentence just placed on his head. As a doctor checks his pulse, he's astounded by Hajin's incredible regenerative ability. His damaged veins have recovered at a superhuman rate. But Hajin just finds the doctors gawking annoying, bluntly asking him what he's staring at, unaware he's being led into a lethal trap. The physician is completely stunned by Hajin's recovery speed. He apologizes for staring and announces that acupuncture is no longer necessary. From now on, his treatment will consist only of nutritious meals and the supreme healing potion. Hajin, who has never heard of this potion before, asks what it is. The physician explains that it's a special decoction made from the finest herbs, a tonic so exclusive it's reserved only for the highest-ranking members of the demon cult's main sanctuary. But Hajin isn't buying it. He scoffs internally, thinking that if the potion had any real medicinal power, he would have healed up much faster. As the physician takes his leave, promising to return in 2 days, Hajin just chalks it up to his own senses being off. Later, as he prepares for his summons, Hajin looks out towards the palace. It's finally time to meet the demon lord. He can't help but wonder what kind of man he is, a living legend rumored to be the strongest person under the sky. This is a monumental risk. The demon lord's true strength is a complete mystery, yet everyone agrees he's one of the most powerful people alive. For Hajin, who knows almost nothing about the inner workings of the cult, this meeting could easily be a death trap. He briefly regrets his own recklessness, but then the anger at his situation boils over. He remembers Hong Yo-rin trying to trap him with that contract, and his resolve hardens. He'd rather die than be reborn as someone's lapdog. Just then, his servant Anghwa arrives with news. The carriage from the demon god's palace is ready. With no turning back, Hajin decides to face the challenge head-on, pushing open the doors to meet his fate. Outside, a lavish carriage awaits. A cult official formally announces that the demon lord has summoned him to the demonic judgment pavilion and that a guide will lead the way. The path ahead is anything but easy. The journey to the pavilion is a treacherous, winding staircase carved into the side of a sheer, misty mountain. The trial has already begun. As they finally arrive, Hajin is stunned by the sight. The demonic judgment pavilion is not just some building, but a formidable structure perched precariously on the edge of a snowy, treacherous cliff. Meanwhile, somewhere inside, a powerful figure reclines in luxury, taking a sip from a cup and noting that the alcohol seems to taste particularly sweet today, an ominous calm before the storm. Making the final ascent, Hajin feels an overwhelming pressure. He realizes the entire area is surrounded by high-level masters, their killing intent leaking from the shadows. He's walked into a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, one wrong move and he's a dead man. They stop before a massive, ornate door carved with a demonic face set right into the mountain. The guard announces they've arrived, but Hajin is confused, wondering why this cave-like entrance is called a pavilion. He quickly schools his expression, reminding himself not to show any surprise. In the demon cult, every single action could determine his survival. As the guard invites him in, Hajin focuses his mind, steeling himself to finally face the demon lord. But the moment he steps through the doorway, his resolve is shattered. The harsh, snowy peak vanishes, replaced by a beautiful, warm spring landscape filled with blooming flowers and wildlife. He's completely shocked it's supposed to be the middle of winter. Struggling to comprehend the impossible sight, his assassin's instincts kick in. There's only one explanation. He's trapped inside an incredibly realistic and powerful illusory formation. As he walks through the beautiful scenery, a place he once dreamed of retiring to, he knows that beneath this peaceful facade lies a deadly test. But the peaceful dream is shattered when a voice beckons him forward. Startled, Hajin looks up to see a magnificent pavilion that has materialized out of thin air in the middle of the field. His assassin's senses are screaming, someone is inside. Peering through the swirling petals, he can make out the imposing figure of a man standing within the structure. Against his will, Hajin finds his body moving forward on its own. He looks down in shock as the vibrant grass and flowers beneath his feet instantly wither and die, turning his path into a trail of decay. He realizes the full extent of the power he's facing. He's not just in an illusion, he's been utterly bewitched, drawn into a mental trap set by a master. From within the pavilion, the mysterious figure watches this unfold, noting with intrigue that where Hajin steps, life gives way to death. The man wonders if this beautiful yet deadly landscape is the version of the demonic judgment pavilion that the third young lord had imagined in his own mind. The entire test is tailored specifically to him. Hajin suddenly forces himself to a halt. The serene scenery means nothing, every honed instinct from his past life as the Assassin King is blaring a single warning: this place is a death trap. But turning back is not an option. He clenches his fist, steeling his resolve. If he ever wants to escape the cult and live a new life, he must face the demon lord himself. With his heart pounding, he cautiously approaches the pavilion. He's finally about to meet the legendary demon lord, realizing he is only the 9th person in the cult's entire history to be personally summoned like this. Hajin's heart hammers in his chest. Before him, radiating an aura that could crush mountains, sits the supreme ruler of the cult. This is the 9th heavenly demon, the man whose name strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear it, the demon lord Li Qinsang. Meanwhile, outside the pavilion, 2 guards stand watch. One confirms that the third young lord has indeed entered. The other can't hide his concern, wondering aloud if something is wrong before quickly apologizing for speaking out of turn. The first guard reveals a chilling piece of history. In the demon lord's entire reign, only 2 outsiders have ever been summoned to this place. The first was 25 years ago when the lord took in his first disciple. But this wasn't the current first young lord, he came 5 years later. There was another, a secret disciple who came before everyone else. And the fate of that unknown disciple, he died right here in the demonic judgment pavilion. His body was found ripped to shreds as if mauled by a pack of beasts. A truly gruesome end for the Lord's first student. Younger guard immediately fears the demon lord killed him, but his senior shakes his head, explaining that if the Lord wanted Seoryang dead, he wouldn't have bothered with this place. He then reveals the second person to ever enter, the general strategist Ho Yoseong, the one man in the entire cult who clawed his way to the top with pure intellect, not power. And unlike the first disciple, Ho Yoseong walked out completely unharmed. Now, for only the third time in history, the gates of the demonic judgment pavilion have opened. The guards can only wonder if the third young lord will be the one who dies or the one who walks out alive. Inside, Hajin feels the crushing weight of that very question as he finally meets the gaze of the demon lord himself. Inside the pavilion, Hajin formally greets the source of the immense pressure. A single, powerful voice commands him to rise. And for the first time, Hajin lays eyes on the man himself, the demon lord Lee Chinsang. Hajin's assassin senses go into overdrive. The man emits no chi at all, yet his sheer dignity feels like a mountain. This isn't just one of the 10 strongest martial artists, this is a true martial god, a being on a completely different plane of existence. The aura alone is terrifying, and Hajin has to mentally slap himself to get a grip, reminding himself of his own pride as the former assassin king. But the demon lord simply offers him a drink. Surprised, Hajin accepts, savoring the fragrant, high-quality booze. After downing it, he gets straight to the point and asks why he was summoned. Lee Chinsang's reply is cold and direct. Hajin realizes there's no point beating around the bush with a man like this and decides to be just as direct with his own agenda. He declares that he has a request, but facing the demon lord's overwhelming presence, his nerve fails him. Instead of saying he wanted to go out for some fresh air as planned, Hajin blurts out the worst possible thing, a request to leave the cult entirely. He immediately realizes his catastrophic slip of the tongue. But instead of exploding with rage, the demon lord is completely calm, simply asking him to confirm his request. Hajin is stunned, wondering if his accidental honesty somehow worked. But Lee Chinsang's face is an unreadable mask as he asks for another drink, leaving Hajin in a state of pure, unadulterated panic. The demon lord's face is an unreadable mask as he calmly pours a drink. He cuts straight through Hajin's ambiguity, asking if he wants to leave for a while or sever ties with the cult completely. He then presses further, questioning if Hajin is unhappy being his disciple. Hajin immediately panics, trying to deny it, but Lee Chinsang keeps the pressure on, asking if he's given up because his body is exhausted, if this is the true extent of his abilities. He calls Hajin a disappointment, and our hero realizes he's completely screwed up the conversation. Thinking fast, Hajin tries to walk back his bold request. He explains that he's not trying to leave for good, but since he's lost his martial prowess, he just needs some fresh air to get his head straight. He tries to frame it as a simple request to go outside for a while. But this was the worst possible thing he could have said. The demon lord asks with chilling calm if Hajin truly requested an audience with the supreme ruler of the entire cult, just to ask for a day pass. The absurdity of it hits Hajin like a truck. He's shown immense disrespect, and now he's scrambling for an answer. Hajin switches tactics, trying to appeal to sentiment. He claims he also just wanted to see his master since it's been a while. He even brings up his duties as a disciple, hoping to sound loyal and dedicated despite his current condition. It's a desperate gamble to salvage the situation. That word duties triggers something in the demon lord. With a terrifyingly casual motion, he clenches his fist, and the solid drinking bowl disintegrates into a cloud of dust. With a knowing smirk, he repeats Hajin's words back to him, and our hero's blood runs cold. Demon lord rises to his full, imposing height, dwarfing Hajin. He tells him that if he truly understood his duties, he never would have dared to show his face in such a pathetic, weakened state. He questions if he has misjudged him all this time, and Hajin realizes the demon lord isn't just talking about his recent illness, he's hinting at something much deeper. Hajin's blood runs cold. The demon lord's words cut straight to his deepest fear, that his true identity is known. He feels the supreme leader's gaze piercing through Seoryang's body, staring directly into his soul as the assassin king. His mind races, desperately trying to conjure an excuse for this catastrophic slip-up. But then, nothing happens. The crushing pressure lifts, and Hajin realizes he hasn't been caught after all. The relief is immediately replaced by utter confusion and a flash of anger. He dragged his newly recovered body here to pay his respects, and in return he gets accused of not knowing his duties. He can't make any sense of it. Without another word, the demon lord turns his back, gazing out over the landscape. He coldly dismisses Hajin, stating that he will send someone within 3 days. Hajin is left reeling, trying to ask about his request to go outside, but the demon lord offers no clarification, leaving our hero completely stressed and in the dark. As Hajin departs, the demonic judgment pavilion is shown in a new light. The demon lord reflects that it's been a long time since he's seen this sight, clear skies and green pastures surrounding the ominous structure. Something about Hajin's visit has fundamentally changed the very atmosphere of this place. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the cult, a different meeting is underway. The fourth young lord, Hong Yuimun, pours a drink for Jai Younghyun of the Demon's Sword family, offering it as a reward for his hard work. Jai Younghyun accepts the gesture, clearly honored to be in his master's favor. Hong Yuimun questions his subordinate about Seoryang's recent activities. From within a cage, Jai Younghyun reports that the third young lord has simply been recovering at home and nothing more. But Hong Yuimun's sharp gaze suggests he doesn't fully believe that's the whole story. Holding a small, venomous snake, Hong Yuimun shares a chilling metaphor. He recalls finding the creature 10 years ago, disappointed it wasn't a powerful amugi. But now he sees it has developed a magic pearl. He muses that as it moves away from its evil nature, it's also beginning to understand death, a clear and threatening reference to the changes he's observing in Seoryang. True nature of the demonic judgment pavilion is finally revealed. It is a place that embodies the heart of those who enter, reflecting their subconscious state for the demon lord to judge. The peaceful landscape the demon lord witnessed was a direct reflection of Hajin's soul. The pavilion judges all who enter, and the unspoken penalty for failing that judgment is absolute. The demonic judgment pavilion, it turns out, is a formation of the highest order, cast by the demon lord himself. It reads the true intentions of anyone who enters, and if it senses even a hint of killing intent, it attacks them with a personalized hellscape, destroying them in the most wretched way imaginable. Elsewhere, the demon lord discusses a place known as the Solitary Bamboo Grove with a subordinate. The place is so dangerous that its maintenance staff suffers an average of 5 casualties a month. Hearing this, the demon lord simply smiles and decides it's the perfect place to send the third young lord, Seoryang, for some fresh air. The subordinate is stunned by the order. The Solitary Bamboo Grove is anything but a relaxing retreat. It's a nightmarish forest teeming with vicious demonic beasts. The demon lord's idea of a vacation is a literal death trap. And just like that, Hajin is unceremoniously dumped into the heart of this ominous grove. He is absolutely livid. He had asked to go outside, and this was the demon lord's perverse answer. Alone in the darkness, he screams curses at his master for sending him to such a hellish place. Hajin continues his tirade, letting all his pent-up frustration out. He calls the demon lord an asshole, a bastard, and every other name he can think of, enraged that this is what passes for getting fresh air in the demon cult. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his rant. It's Ma Dongpul, his loyal guard. He calmly warns Hajin that his remarks are incredibly dangerous. Any foul language directed at the demon lord is considered a capital offense, punishable by immediate death, with no exceptions even for the young lords. Hajin freezes, realizing the massive trouble he's in. Thinking fast, he immediately denies everything, telling Ma Dongpul he must have misheard. To our hero's utter astonishment, the fiercely loyal guard instantly believes him and apologizes profusely for the misunderstanding, leaving Hajin completely dumbfounded. Hajin internally seethes, realizing he can't even badmouth the demon lord without his new guard freaking out. It dawns on him that to these fanatical cultists, Li Qinsang isn't just a ruler, he's a literal god. He asks the man if he's from the Court of Elders, and Ma Dongpul booms with pride, confirming he is the third leader and that it's his greatest honor to be assigned as Seoryang's personal guard. This is the last thing Hajin wants. As he internally begs the guy to leave him alone, Ma Dongpul is overcome with zealous loyalty, swearing a holy oath to protect the third young lord with his very life. Hajin tries to stop him, but it's no use, the man is completely devoted. As time passes in the beautiful but lonely bamboo grove, the crushing reality sets in. Hajin is trapped with no way out. His composure finally breaks and he lets out a scream of pure frustration, cursing the demon cult for throwing him into yet another cage. After his outburst, he forces himself to calm down. He recalls the deep unease he felt the moment he woke up in this body. Leaving is impossible right now, so he makes a choice. He will live as Seoryang, and to survive, he needs one thing above all else: power. The demon cult is a brutal world where only the strong thrive. He decides he's done with petty tricks and schemes. From now on, he will walk the true path of a martial artist and use his own strength to earn his freedom and walk out with his head held high. But just as his resolve solidifies, Ma Dongpul appears silently behind him, announcing that his meal is ready. The sudden interruption shatters the intense moment, and Hajin jumps out of his skin, yelling at his guard for scaring him. Ma Dongpul calmly explains that 2 full days have passed, and he was simply concerned because Hajin hadn't eaten or even had a sip of water. The news shocks Hajin, who had no idea so much time had gone by. He warns the guard to be more careful, leaving him to wonder if everyone in this cult is so infuriatingly inflexible. 3 days into his exile, Hajin begins his training, using the boundless technique to realign his body and soul. But as he circulates his chi, something feels different. He's stunned to realize that this body, Seoryang's body, is already at the 3rd stage of power. The boundless technique has 5 stages, and in his past life as the Assassin King, Hajin himself only reached the peak of the 4th. For this weakened body with its chi still blocked to be on the verge of advancing is unheard of. There's only one explanation: the original Seoryang was an absolute martial arts genius. On top of that, a purification technique activates automatically. It absorbs the grove's turbid energy and converts it into his own internal power, massively accelerating his cultivation. At this rate, regaining his former glory will be faster than he ever dreamed. With this incredible advantage, Hajin wastes no time. He decides to push his limits right then and there, aiming to break through to the 4th stage of power. 5 days later, he's done it. Not only has he reached his goal, but his body is completely healed. His tattered blood pathways and organs are now stronger than ever, making his life in the supposedly dangerous grove almost comfortable. The proof is in the details. His hair has returned to its dark color, a clear sign his chi blockage is gone. And with his guard Ma Dompel handling the cooking and chores, Hajin has been eating and sleeping better than he has in ages. But the biggest gain is the return of his old assassin abilities. He can once again use hypersensation, a skill born from his countless brushes with death. It heightens his 5 senses to a superhuman level, allowing him to perceive every creature and movement in the forest around him without even looking. Standing amidst the hidden beasts of the grove, Hajin feels a familiar confidence return. The Assassin King is back and he's ready for whatever comes next. As time passes, Hajin grows annoyed at how well he's adapting to his new prison. His training is suddenly interrupted by Ma Dompel, who appears from nowhere to announce dinner, nearly giving him a heart attack. Hajin accuses the guard of hiding and pranking him, but Dompel just bows formally, leaving our hero utterly frustrated by his deadpan loyalty. Dompel warns him that with the sun going down, the demonic monsters of the grove will become active. Taking the hint, the two quickly retreat to the safety of their shelter for the night. Hajin feels he has finally established the foundation he needs. He's confident that by pouring his experience as the Assassin King into this new, talented body, he can become strong again in no time. His movements through the grove are so fast and unnatural that a nearby disciple mistakes the blur for a ghost. With his body recovered thanks to the boundless technique, Hajin decides to test his limits. Pushing his chi, he takes flight, soaring through the bamboo with a triumphant smile. His 2 core martial abilities are officially back online. He mentally lists his legendary arsenal, the boundless technique for his body and the heavenly net 6-power technique for his senses. All that's left is the third and most crucial art, the dark shadow chi, a technique created by combining the hidden skills of the 10 great sects and the very thing that made him the Assassin King. But just as he's about to celebrate, a critical thought stops him cold. He's not Chun Hajin anymore, he's Seoryang of the heavenly demon divine cult. He questions if he's even allowed to learn his old ultimate skill, which belongs to his sworn enemies. He realizes the original Seoryang must have had his own demonic art, and now he has no idea what it is. Lost in this worrying revelation, he stumbles midair and goes tumbling through the forest. He yells out for his guard, and in a flash, Ma Dompel is right there, asking if he was called. Hajin nearly has a heart attack. This guy's stealth skills are just on another level. Hajin immediately puts his guard on the spot, asking a question that seems completely alien to the cultist. He asks Ma Dompel if any of the demon lord's children have ever survived without learning demonic arts. Dompel is so baffled he can't even comprehend the question. Hajin has to spell it out for him. What happens if he, the third young lord, simply refuses to learn the cult's techniques? Dompel considers it for a moment before giving a grim warning. Such a thing is basically impossible, and if any of the young lords or ladies were to refuse, the demon lord himself would be considerably displeased. In the heavenly demon divine cult, defiance is not an option. Realizing he's backed into a corner, Hajin makes a snap decision. With a cold, determined look, he flips the script entirely. He commands Dompel to go to the library immediately and, using the authority of the third young lord, bring back every secret manual on demonic arts he can get his hands on. If he can't avoid it, he'll master it. Dompel reports this bizarre request to his superior, the head of the Guardian Court. The master is just as perplexed, questioning why the infamous monstrous demon Seoryang, who should already know these arts, would suddenly need to study them. He muses that perhaps Seoryang is looking for a new source of inspiration or stimulation. Seeing his chance, Dompel voices the suspicion that's been growing in his mind. He explains that a guardian must understand his ward, and so he boldly asks if it's possible the third young lord lost his memories after his chi deviation incident. His superior looks at him intently, asking if that's what Dompel truly believes happened. The master reveals that the original Seoryang was a talented but utterly cruel tyrant. However, since recovering, he's like a completely different person. He seems confused by his surroundings, and even his own servant, Hwa, has reported a profound change in his personality. He adds that Seoryang also miraculously survived the demon lord's demonic judgment pavilion. The pieces are starting to fit. The master tells Dompel not to worry about whether it's an act or genuine amnesia. His only job is to protect one of the 7 candidates for the throne, a difficult task for which Dompel was specifically chosen. To help him complete the young lord's order, the master hands Dompel a golden key to the library's archives. He instructs him to borrow 3 or 4 of the secret texts, reminding him the loan period is a strict 3 days. But just before Dompel leaves, his superior asks one final, ominous question. He asks if Dompel has warned the young lord about the solitary bamboo grove lord yet. Dompel admits he hasn't, and his master reminds him just how deadly their new home truly is. Dompel's superior stresses the gravity of his duty, reminding him that the grove is a place of immense danger. As Dompel departs, the superior is left to wonder just what the demon lord truly saw in the 3rd young lord to send him to such a perilous place. The solitary bamboo grove isn't just any forest, it's an ancient, demonic land that predates the cult itself. For 1,000 years, it has been a place of judgment. It offers the greatest gifts to those it deems worthy and drags the unfortunate straight to their graves. This is the demon lord's 2nd major test for Hajin. He already passed the trial at the demonic judgment pavilion, but the question remains, what will happen to him here in the heart of the grove? Back with our hero, Dompel returns with the requested texts, a staggering 17 of them. Hajin is floored, asking why on earth he brought so many. Dompel, however, thinks it's a small amount, explaining he only selected the very best techniques available. For a moment, Hajin's old self rebels at the thought of mastering demonic arts, but the Assassin King quickly catches himself. If he looks down on these techniques, he'll never see their true nature. To survive, he must abandon his old biases and analyze them with an open mind. Just then, Dompel interrupts his thoughts with a crucial piece of information. Out of the 17 texts, 3 of them are special and must be returned within just 3 days. Hajin immediately asks for the reason. And the reason is a bombshell. Dompel reveals those 3 books are secret texts for the 10 great demonic arts, the absolute pinnacle of the cult's power. They are masterpieces so potent that learning even one allows a warrior to look down upon the entire world, and they are only accessible to the top 3 young lords. Dompel watches Hajin's reaction closely. This is a subtle test. Everyone in the cult knows of these legendary arts. When Hajin remains silent, Dompel's gaze sharpens and he asks directly if the young lord truly doesn't remember any of these foundational techniques. Realizing he's cornered, Hajin flips the script with a masterful performance. He slams his hand on the table, launching into a desperate plea. He explains that the chi blockage didn't just wipe his martial arts, it wiped his mind and heart clean. He frames their exile as a life-or-death situation, begging Dompel to help him relearn everything from scratch, telling the loyal guard that he is his only hope. The act works a little too well. As Hajin asks for some weapons to warm up, Dompel is completely overwhelmed by this display of vulnerability and determination. The giant guard breaks down in tears, swearing on his life to support his young lord. Hajin can only watch, completely bewildered by the man's sudden, burdensome emotional breakdown. With his loyalty now absolute, Dompel takes his post outside. He knows the demonic beasts of the grove will become active in about 10 days, but for now, he believes the barricades will hold, certain that the young lord is safe within the most secure area. Glancing inside, he sees Hajin completely absorbed in the demonic texts. The sight reinforces his conviction. He will not let his guard down for a second, ready to protect his master's concentration with his own life. As Dompel begins his patrol, a shadowy demonic beast emerges from the darkness, its eyes glowing with hunger. But inside, the person he's guarding so fiercely has already passed out from exhaustion, face down on the books while cursing the demon lord in his sleep. Waking up, Hajin pores over the texts, reflecting on his past life's power. His dark shadow chi was one of the greatest techniques in all of Murim, renowned not for its strength but for its profoundness and purity. But demonic arts are a completely different animal. They abandon purity for destruction, stability for raw output, and defense for overwhelming attack. It is a philosophy of true power over all else, a mindset eerily similar to that of an assassin. Hajin knows that mastering all 10 great demonic arts is impossible in his current state. The real challenge is figuring out how to use their principles to enhance his own dark shadow chi. His eyes then land on a specific text, the true demonic art. It's a foundational technique apparent to some of the 10 greats with unparalleled adaptability. This could be the key, but feeling overwhelmed, Hajin decides to focus on his immediate goal first, reawakening his hypersensory abilities. To clear his mind, he begins practicing the boundless technique. As he meditates under the night sky, the dense, turbid chi of the grove begins to swirl and gather around him. Suddenly, his senses flare, someone is nearby. He wonders if it's Dompel, but his assassin's instincts tell him to be cautious. He knows that despite the guard's apparent devotion, he hasn't earned his complete trust yet. Playing it safe, Hajin ends his training for the day. But the presence he felt wasn't his loyal guard. Perched in the shadows is a monstrous demonic beast. As Hajin calls out, casually asking if Dumpel is back, the creature's glowing eyes lock onto its prey, ready to strike. Just as Hajin sharpens his senses on the observer, his training is shattered by a deafening crash. Something explodes through the grove wall in a chaotic blur of motion and destructive energy. The hidden onlookers are stunned, wondering what could have smashed through the barrier with such force. As the dust settles, they see the source of the chaos, and it's a chicken. But this is no ordinary bird. It's a monstrous beast with 6 legs, wings as large as a man, and 3 heads, a true mutant straight out of a nightmare, and it's looking for a fight. The creature lunges at the observers with blinding speed, its screeching cries acting as a form of sound arts that stagger them. One of the warriors barely manages to defend himself, enraged by the bizarre assault. Meanwhile, Ma Dumpel is on his way back, carrying a collection of swords. He hopes that giving Hajin a familiar weapon might restore his memories, but he's immediately terrified by the thought, remembering the cruel monster the old Seoryang used to be. He resolves to simply do his duty as a guard and not get emotionally involved. His thoughts are cut short when the strong scent of blood hits him. Realizing the young lord is in grave danger, Dumpel screams his name as he sprints towards the clearing. Back in the fight, Hajin has had enough of the commotion. Annoyed by the creature's incessant noise, he clenches his fist and delivers a devastating blow, roaring for it to be quiet. In the chaos, a massive reptilian hand suddenly snatches one of the combatants. The creature unleashes a deafening sonic scream, and the sheer force of the sound wave blasts Hajin backward, leaving him reeling. He can't believe what he's seeing, a chicken that uses sound-based martial arts. This is no ordinary beast. With Dumpel still on his way with the real weapons, Hajin is forced to improvise. Desperate, he scrambles for anything he can use, his eyes landing on a sturdy branch on the ground. It's not much, but it'll have to do. As the monster lunges with another sonic blast, Hajin is ready this time. He dodges the attack and brings the wooden staff down hard, smashing it squarely against the creature's head. The beast collapses in a heap of feathers, seemingly dead. Hajin catches his breath, clutching the makeshift weapon and wondering if the fight is finally over. But in the solitary bamboo grove, nothing is ever that easy. The monster's eye snaps open, glowing with renewed fury. Before Hajin can react, it unleashes an even more powerful attack, slamming him to the ground and leaving him coughing up blood. Wincing in pain, our hero finally understands the problem. The creature's feathers are like armor, simple physical force is useless against them. He needs a new strategy, and fast. As the monstrous chicken charges for the killing blow, Hajin steels himself. He admits he never thought he'd have to use this technique on an animal, but he's out of options. It's time to see if his new, merged martial art is ready for a real fight. But just as he's about to be torn apart, Hajin gets a crucial opening when the monstrous chickens suddenly turn on each other. Seizing the moment, he unleashes a new power, the second form of the Heavenly Net 6-power technique, hypervision. The technique exponentially accelerates his thought process, causing the entire world around him to slow to a crawl. With his perception now boosted to superhuman levels, the chaotic flurry of claws and beaks becomes a simple, predictable dance. He effortlessly dodges their attacks, scanning for a vulnerability, and in a shower of feathers he finally spots it, a glowing organ, the monster's hidden core. Once he knows where to strike, the fight is already over. Hajin grabs the staff Dumpel had brought him and lunges forward, plunging the weapon deep into the creature's weak point. One clean, decisive strike is all it takes to end the battle. A short while later, Ma Dumpel returns to the grove, screaming for the young lord in a panic as he discovers the entire area has been destroyed. He fears the absolute worst, only to finally find Hajin sitting calmly amidst the wreckage, drenched head to toe in blood. Dumpel rushes to his side, frantically asking if he's alright, but Hajin just waves off his concern with annoyance. And that's when Dumpel sees it, the massive, 3-headed beast impaled on a bamboo stalk. He recognizes the monster instantly, calling it an azure lotus. Hajin calmly explains that the blood isn't his own, he's barely even scratched. Dumpel is left in absolute disbelief. A single azure lotus is known to be as dangerous as a wild leopard, yet the monstrous demon somehow managed to defeat it all by himself. But our hero has more pressing concerns than celebrating his victory. He casually asks Dumpel for a big pot, announcing his plans to cook the monster for dinner with some bamboo shoots, leaving his loyal guard completely bewildered. Suddenly, the lighthearted mood vanishes. Hajin's face turns deadly serious as he aggressively confronts Dumpel, demanding answers. He wants to know exactly how Dumpel knew about this creature and what the real purpose of the solitary bamboo grove is. The time for secrets is over. As they prepare their monstrous meal, Dumpel explains the history of their new home. The solitary bamboo grove is an ancient, natural demonic forest with spiritual chi so dense it's trapped within the grove itself. This hyperconcentrates the energy, making the bamboo incredibly potent. Some trees even develop strange powers, becoming either deadly poisons or priceless elixirs, and Dompel reveals a shocking secret. Over half of the entire cult's demonic elixirs are crafted from materials harvested right here. Hajin wonders why they don't just mass-produce them, but there's a catch. The most valuable bamboo grows deep within the forest, a territory crawling with powerful spiritual beasts. Pointing to their dinner, Hajin gets a chilling confirmation. The azure lotus monster they just fought is the absolute weakest creature in the entire forest. The mid-level beasts are as strong as peak masters, and even the cult's top executives only dare to enter twice a year, avoiding the deepest parts at all costs. The revelation leaves Dompel shaken, and he apologizes for his arrogance, admitting he never imagined a beast would appear in the supposedly safe city bamboo garden. But Hajin simply reassures him, telling him the walls and formations he built were more than enough. He'd already done his duty. To change the subject, Hajin offers his guard a bowl of the monster stew. Dompel is horrified, questioning if it's even edible. Hajin just laughs, teasing him for having a weak stomach before explaining that the creature's meat is an elixir in its own right. Dompel reluctantly takes a sip, and his eyes go wide. He immediately asks for a second bowl. As his guard eats, Hajin's mind races. He finally understands. The demon lord Li Qinsang didn't send him here for a vacation, he sent him to a death trap. This realization only hardens his resolve. He has to master the demonic arts, and he has to do it now. Later, Hajin casually compliments the octagonal wall formation Dompel constructed, noting its high functionality. Dompel is stunned. Formation arts are a highly specialized field, not something one just picks up by reading. He asks if the young lord has studied them before, but Hajin just deflects the question, leaving his guard more confused than ever. This leaves Dompel completely bewildered. Who exactly is the third young lord? The man read over 10 demonic arts manuals in 3 days, casually defeated a monster while still injured, and now he understands complex formations. He acts like a carefree fool one moment and a seasoned master the next. The more Dompel learns, the less he understands. As Dompel watches over his master, he reflects on the enigma that is the third young lord. Suryang can be disarmingly lighthearted one moment, but when serious, he projects an aura of immense pressure. Even when his martial arts were sealed by a chi blockage, he showed no frustration. Dompel realizes there is a profound depth to his young lord that he cannot yet comprehend. Alone in his quarters, Hajin formulates a revolutionary plan. He can't simply abandon his dark shadow chi, the unique martial art he personally crafted as the Assassin King from the secrets of the 10 great sects. Instead, he decides to use the true demonic arts, the very foundation of the demonic cult's power, as a base to perfect and evolve his own creation. He knows that demonic arts are like a drop of ink that taints everything it touches, but he sees this not as corruption but as an opportunity. The true demonic arts, being the parent of all demonic studies, is the perfect catalyst to mature his own fledgling technique. To Hajin, coming to the heavenly demon divine cult with his unique skill set feels less like a coincidence and more like fate. With his mind made up, Hajin begins his secluded meditation, undertaking the unprecedented task of fusing the core techniques of the Righteous Alliance with the very foundation of the demonic cult. 12 days pass. Dompel waits anxiously outside under strict orders not to disturb his master for any reason. He can only stand guard and wonder what monumental transformation is taking place inside. Inside, the fusion is a resounding success. The compatibility between the two opposing arts is nothing short of divine. A brand new martial art is born, one more destructive than his dark shadow chi, yet more stable than the true demonic arts. For the first time, Hajin feels demonic energy surging through his body, a completely new tier of power he's never possessed before. The explosive release of demonic energy is so powerful that Dompel feels it from the courtyard. Back in the room, Hajin opens his glowing eyes and gives his new power a name, the Dark Shadow Demonic Art. Meanwhile, deeper in the bamboo grove, Ma Dompel is locked in a desperate battle of his own. He faces another of the grove's mutated beasts, a monstrous ape-like creature with terrifying power that pushes the guard to his absolute limits. Though he emerges victorious, Dompel is left completely drained and exhausted. Surrounded by the bodies of slain monsters, he realizes it's far too dangerous for him to venture any deeper. He has hit his wall. Standing over the slain beasts, a bloodied and exhausted Ma Dompel decides it's too dangerous to press on. He knows the ape-like monsters called Xingxing travel in herds, but since he only fought 3, he figures the danger has passed. A fatal miscalculation. Just then, a terrifying roar echoes through the bamboo grove. Dompel's blood runs cold as an entire horde of Xingxing emerges from the shadows, their eyes glowing with ravenous hunger. It wasn't just a small group, it was a full-blown swarm. Dompel screams for the young lord to retreat, warning him that they are hopelessly outnumbered. But Hajin simply gives him a calm, determined look. He admits to himself that his internal chi is at its absolute limit, but this isn't a crisis, it's the perfect opportunity to push himself to the brink and master his new martial art. He declares that by pushing himself to his breaking point, he will truly become strong. With a surge of energy, Hajin unleashes his newly forged dark shadow demonic art, and the two warriors charge headfirst into the chaotic fray. Meanwhile, back at the heart of the cult, news of this little excursion reaches the throne of the demon lord, Li Qinsang. A subordinate reports that the third young lord is hunting entire herds of powerful beasts in the solitary bamboo grove. The demon lord listens, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, finding this development utterly fascinating. He muses aloud about the three demonic arts he'd given Xiaoyang: Blood Flame, Capturing Heavens, and Red Phoenix, concluding that none of them were suitable for his current state. He then turns to his subordinate, the general strategist Ho Yosiang, and asks a pointed question. Did he give the young lord any texts from the secret library? Ho Yosiang immediately prostrates himself, confessing that he accessed the library without permission and begs to be executed. But the demon lord is unfazed, simply telling him to rise. He reminds the strategist that he has the authority to enter the library, though Yosiang remains consumed with guilt for not reporting it. The demon lord cuts to the heart of the matter, asking if Yosiang regrets his choice. The strategist firmly says no. He then asks if he is prepared to take full responsibility for the consequences. When Yosiang confirms without hesitation, the demon lord accepts his judgment, declaring he will respect the decision. Back in the blood-soaked grove, the fight rages on. The horde of Xingxing continues its relentless assault, and Hajin stands his ground, sword at the ready for the next brutal wave. The demon lord Li Qinsang explains his philosophy to his subordinate. He asks if he knows why a child's fight is scarier than an adult's. It's because children don't know when to stop. They fight for honor without understanding the price. He declares that the moment a child learns the appropriate line in a battle, that is when they truly become a man. Meanwhile, back in the solitary bamboo grove, the battle rages on. Ma Dongpo, bloodied but resolute, faces down the snarling Xingxing, warning them to back off as he prepares for another brutal clash. But suddenly, Hajin's voice cuts through the chaos. He casually tells his bodyguard to stop letting his guard down, revealing that the Xingxing horde was nothing more than a numbers game for him. He feels his new dark shadow demonic art flowing smoothly, confident that he can now attempt to conquer the very heart of the grove. That confidence is shattered in an instant. A new beast bursts onto the scene, moving with blinding speed. Hajin screams a warning, but it's too late. Dongpo is struck down in a single devastating blow. Stunned, Hajin can only stare at the creature that just appeared. It looks like a horse. This is no ordinary animal. It's a monstrous, tiger-striped steed, radiating an aura of pure murder. Hajin knows he can't treat this like the chicken monster. Dongpo had been growing exponentially stronger, yet this creature knocked him out in one hit. This foe is on a completely different level. Realizing the danger, Hajin decides to go all out from the start, gathering his demonic chi for a serious fight. But just as he prepares to unleash his full power, he's shocked by an unforeseen event. A massive force intercepts the beast, stopping the monstrous horse in its tracks with a deafening crash. The tiger-striped beast charges, its speed overwhelming. Pinned to the ground, Hajin realizes he's made a grave error. He won't even get a single strike in. Just when things were looking up, he let his guard down in this cursed forest, and now he's about to pay the price. But as the monster's jaws snap shut, a figure intercepts it. It's Ma Dongpo. Battered and bleeding, he forces himself to his feet, roaring at the beast, telling it that he is its opponent. Hajin screams for him to stop, knowing full well that Dongpo is no match for this creature. But the loyal guard is resolute, declaring he will see this battle to the very end. The ensuing struggle is a chaotic blur. Dongpo fights with everything he has, but the beast is simply on another level, eventually bucking him off and sending him crashing into the dense undergrowth. Seeing his chance, Hajin takes the lead, luring the enraged monster through the bamboo grove. It's a trap. With a final leap, he brings his sword down, triggering a landslide of sharpened bamboo spears that impale the creature from all sides. Catching his breath, Hajin cautiously approaches, wondering if it's finally over. But a flash of light from the beast's eye says otherwise. It's not dead, not even close. It lunges forward for one last desperate attack. Dongpo, however, is furious. He can't believe this tenacious bastard dared to harm the young lord's precious body. He taunts the beast, vowing to behead it later, and uses the opening to grab Hajin. He offers to carry our hero, but Hajin refuses, stating that it's just a broken arm, not a broken leg, as they make their escape. 8 months pass in the blink of an eye. We're now at the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's Court of Elders. Inside, the first leader of the court, Li Gunsung, finishes his shift. Another guard offers to take over, but Gunsung insists on staying, explaining that changing guards might make the person they're protecting feel uneasy. The conversation turns to a more pressing matter, the unexpected visit from Jai Wunwei, the patriarch of the esteemed Demon Sword family. The guards exchange rumors, and a shocking one comes to light. It's said that Jai Wunwei is here to petition the Demon Lord to accept his eldest son as a personal disciple. Inside the heavenly demon divine cult, the elders continue to gossip about the demon sword family. They agree the rumor is plausible, noting that the family's loyalty is unmatched and they command some of the strongest forces in the entire cult. Still, they wonder if the demon lord would actually take on an eighth disciple since he already has 7. One of them simply shrugs, saying that's a decision only the lord himself can make. But another elder offers a darker possibility. Perhaps the number will remain at 7. He points out that the third young lord, Seoryang, is essentially out of the running. After his chi blockage and exile to the solitary bamboo grove, he's considered completely finished. While one calls this a dangerous statement, the other doubles down, reminding them that the grove is a perilous place. Without the demon lord's express permission to return, Seoryang could very well be trapped there for the rest of his life. This treasonous talk is immediately shut down by a senior elder. He reminds them that Ma Dongpul was sent to guard Seoryang for a reason, on the direct orders of the master of the court of elders, who greatly values the third leader. And at that very moment, a subordinate bursts in, announcing that Dongpul himself has arrived. Shocked, the leader immediately orders him to be brought inside. But the man who enters is not the same person they remember. An overwhelming, suffocating, murderous intent radiates from Dongpul, stunning the elders. They can't comprehend what horrors he must have faced in the solitary bamboo grove for the past 8 months to have changed so drastically. Dongpul, however, is simply there on an errand. He collects a pouch of cave pine tea leaves from the first leader, explaining that he's just following the young lord's orders. He smiles, saying the harder he works, the more comfortable Hajin will be. The leader apologizes for not being able to share a drink and catch up, but Dongpul understands. After wishing each other well, Dongpul departs to return to the grove. Once he's gone, the elders confer in hushed tones. They both sensed it. The murderous intent from Dongpul was unnatural. They conclude that he must be living in constant, extreme danger, but are relieved that he at least appears healthy, though they're left deeply concerned. Meanwhile, Dongpul's former comrades at the Court of Elders aren't worried. They express their faith that the third leader they know and respect will only return from this ordeal stronger than ever before. Back in the solitary grove, Hajin sprints through the bamboo forest, feeling lighter than ever. 8 months of constant, grueling survival have pushed his martial arts to an entirely new level. Suddenly, he skids to a halt, sensing movement. The steps are heavy and uniform, definitely not a Xingxing. Whatever it is, it's getting closer, and Hajin prepares to cut it down the second it appears. He lunges forward, ready to strike, only to stop short. It's Dongpul who has just returned from his report, but Dongpul is the one who's truly shocked, finding Hajin standing over the fresh corpse of another tiger-striped lushu, the very beast that almost killed them. Hajin just casually greets him, asking why he's back so soon. Dongpul immediately starts scolding him, reminding him he was supposed to stay in the safe zone and not fight such a monster alone. But our hero just shrugs, explaining he got bored and the sight of the creature annoyed him after their last encounter. He then declares they're having horse meat for dinner and tells a stunned Dongpul to get the pots ready. At this, Dongpul's tone shifts from worry to pure exasperation. He begs Hajin to finally take off the cast on his arm since he's clearly healed. It turns out Hajin has been milking the broken arm for months, making his loyal guard wait on him hand and foot. Hajin sheepishly realizes he might have been taking advantage of him, but life has just been too comfortable. Later, while Dongpul handles chores, he watches Hajin meditate. He marvels at the young lord's power, thinking no one would ever believe this is the same boy who once suffered from total chi blockage. But he knows this place is crawling with monsters that can kill even peak masters. Dongpul resolves that he can't just be a guard, he has to become strong enough to truly protect him. Just then, Hajin appears behind him, startling him out of his thoughts. Dongpul immediately gets serious, reminding his young lord of his promise not to enter the truly dangerous zones alone. Hajin looks grave, explaining that he's running out of time. When a confused Dongpul asks what he means, Hajin drops a bombshell. Their already deadly home is about to become far, far more dangerous. Hajin explains to a confused Dongpul that the solitary bamboo grove is far more mysterious than he knows. The immense spiritual chi here not only creates powerful beasts and plants, but it fundamentally changes the bodies of those who stay too long. He states that their incredible growth over the past 8 months isn't natural, warning that too much of a good thing can be just as lethal as too little. To prove his point, Hajin asks Dongpul how long a dislocated, broken arm should take to heal. Dongpul guesses 2 months, but Hajin reveals it took him only 1 week. Even the wounds from fighting the lushu vanished in under 2 hours. He looks at his guard seriously and asks if any of this sounds normal. He then lays out the terrifying consequences. The body is designed to heal wounds, but what happens when that healing is accelerated to an extreme? What happens when the body keeps trying to heal a wound that's already closed? The answer is simple and brutal: it will explode. Dongpul swallows hard, the realization dawning on him. The environment of the grove is becoming more potent by the day. Hajin predicts that in 2 to 3 months, the spiritual qi will become so powerful that a human body simply can't withstand it. They have a deadline: escape the grove or die. Dumpel panics, reminding Hajin they can't leave without the demon lord's permission, but Hajin just smirks, revealing a critical loophole. The demon lord told him to go to the grove, but he never gave a date for his return. Dumpel is floored, realizing Hajin wasn't just sitting in exile because he was ordered to. In fact, Hajin reveals the demon lord was simply granting his request. This exile was the perfect place for him to get some fresh air and train in secret. It was never a punishment, it was a calculated move from the very beginning. With the clock ticking, Hajin lays out his real plan. If they can defeat 2 more beasts, they can finally reach the heart of the grove, a place they haven't been able to access. That's where the most valuable spiritual bamboo grows, the kind harvested by the cult's top leaders, and Hajin declares that within the next 3 months he will obtain it. His target is clear: the legendary glowing purple bamboo that pulses with an almost unimaginable amount of power, hidden deep within the cult's most dangerous territory. Meanwhile, back in the opulent halls of the heavenly demon divine cult, another figure is restless. It's the 4th young lord, Hong Yuimun. He can't sleep, stewing over one single infuriating fact: Seoryang, the monstrous demon, is still alive. While our hero plots his next move, his greatest rival is already watching from the shadows. Elsewhere, the 4th young lord, Hong Yuimun, is summoned before the demon lord. He can't understand his master's intentions. The demon lord had just informed him that Seoryang was still alive in the solitary bamboo grove, a place so deadly that not even a master of demonic arts could survive there for 3 months. Yuimun racks his brain, trying to decipher the meaning behind this sudden summons. The demon lord cuts straight to the point, asking if Yuimun still plans to challenge the youngest disciple. Yuimun confirms his intentions, and his master simply acknowledges it, his face an unreadable mask. This is the way of the heavenly demon, an incomprehensible being who allows his disciples to tear each other apart. He believes that only by overcoming such trials can one prove worthy of being his successor. The thought terrifies Yuimun, who cannot begin to fathom the world his master sees. Then, the demon lord casually mentions that the 3rd young lord, Seoryang, is doing well. Hong Yuimun is floored. He remembers Seoryang on the brink of death from qi blockage, with the medicine having no effect. The idea that he's now strong enough to survive in the solitary bamboo grove seems utterly impossible. To make matters worse, the demon lord announces his plan to summon Seoryang back soon. The news sends Yuimun into a rage. All his schemes to eliminate his rival have been for nothing. He silently vows that when Seoryang returns, he will make sure he leaves as a corpse. Back in the grove, Ma Dongpul delivers supplies to ANNIHILATES. She's thrilled he managed to acquire 5 pouches of turbid elimination herbs and a special cave pine tea. She explains the tea's aroma wards off dangerous beasts, which will be useful for their upcoming expedition. Dongpul asks why she needs the herbs, and when Hajin asks for more, ANNIHILATES explains it will be difficult. The demon god's palace pharmacy is using the herb as the main ingredient to research a new supreme healing potion, making it extremely scarce for at least 2 more months. But Hajin overhears this, and the name freezes him in his tracks. The supreme healing potion. He realizes with a jolt that this is the same elixir he was forced to drink for 3 straight months after he first awakened in Seoryang's body. The herb's primary purpose is to purge any and all impurities from the body. And for Hajin, a crucial piece of the puzzle about his recovery has just clicked into place. As Hajin considers the herbs, a chilling realization dawns on him. The supreme healing potion he was forced to drink for 3 months after awakening contained turbid elimination herbs. He now understands that this herb is far too aggressive, attacking not just impurities but demonic energy itself. For a body already weakened by qi blockage, such a potion wouldn't heal, it would be fatal. This wasn't medical malpractice, it was a carefully planned assassination attempt. He turns to Dongpul and asks if he's ever heard of the silken clarifying needle. Dongpul confirms he has, explaining it's a type of acupuncture used to tense up muscles that have become too loose, a technique he's even used himself before certain missions. Final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. They fed his weakened body a potion designed to destroy it from the inside, then used an acupuncture technique to make his already rigid body even more tense. The sheer cruelty of the method is staggering. Hajin knows the physician wouldn't have dared to do this alone. The order had to have come from a high-level executive or one of the other disciples. His mind flashes back to the first person who visited him after he awoke in Seoryang's body, Hongyo Rin, the daughter of the powerful Gyeoksa family. More importantly, she is the younger sister of the 4th young lord, Hong Yuimun. A cold fury washes over him. To think his own brother would resort to such a cowardly and painful method to eliminate him from the succession race. The war for the throne was far more vicious than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the 4th young lord, Hong Yuimun, sits calmly drinking tea with his subordinate. He poses a question: what is the most difficult place within the entire cult to infiltrate? He clarifies that he isn't talking about physical entry but about planting spies and gathering intelligence. His subordinate suggests the military office, but Hong Yuimun immediately shuts him down. He explains that the general strategist Ho Yoseong is a once-in-a-century genius who actually welcomes spies. He uses them to turn the tables, feeding them false information and exposing his enemy's intentions. Trying to infiltrate the military office is a fool's errand. True answer, Hong Yuimun reveals, is the Court of Elders. Because their sole purpose is to protect the Demon Lord, they are completely removed from the cult's power struggles. Challenging them is the same as challenging the Demon Lord himself, so no one dares to touch them. They are an untouchable and therefore overlooked blind spot, a mistake he now admits he made. He then drops the bomb. That bastard Seoryong is still alive. His subordinate is stunned, unable to believe it, sputtering that Seoryong was exiled to the deadly solitary bamboo grove over 8 months ago. Hong Yuimun laments that a talented guard was sent with him. If he'd only been able to contact the guard first, he could have guaranteed Seoryong's death. Now his subordinate insists it's impossible. Even masters of the cult must be on constant alert inside the grove. He can't fathom how Seoryong, who had the body of a civilian with no martial arts mastery, could have possibly survived for 8 months. To them, it's nothing short of sorcery. Meanwhile, the fourth young lord, Hong Yuimun, is absolutely livid. He fumes that not even chi blockage, poison, or the demonic forest itself could finish Seoryong. He declares that he's done waiting for things to happen on their own. His subordinate asks if he plans to get involved directly, but Yuimun scoffs at the idea. He has no intention of getting his own hands dirty. Instead, he reveals there are others who will gladly dance for him. Yuimun's master plan is simple and devious. He has gathered men who already harbor deep grudges against Seoryong from before his chi blockage. All Yuimun has to do is put swords in their hands. He claims it's not his problem if they then decide to seek out Seoryong for revenge, comparing his methods to the Demon Lord himself, throwing people into hell and letting them sort it out. Back in the grove, Dompel is panicking. Hajin has just announced he's heading into the heart of the forest right now. Dompel begs him to calm down, arguing that he doesn't even know what beasts are lurking there. But Hajin is resolute, stating they're out of time and he has no intention of giving up the spiritual bamboo, especially with the fourth lord waiting for him to fail. Dompel offers to ask the Demon Lord for intel, but Hajin cuts him off. He explains that preparation is pointless. The only reason the Demon Lord sends his high-level executives is because no one else is strong enough to survive, regardless of what they know. This only horrifies Dompel more, who shouts that it's even more reason for Hajin not to go. He desperately tells Hajin that while he's become incredibly strong, he's still nowhere near the level of the demonic elders. To his surprise, Hajin calmly agrees. But our hero reveals he has a talent the elders do not possess, the stealth techniques of the assassin king, Chun Hajin. He confidently states that in his past life he was the greatest assassin in the world and his stealth was second to none. For the past 8 months he was in a training ground and had no need for such skills, but the heart of the grove is different. It's a war zone, a struggle between life and death where he must use any means necessary to achieve his goal. This is why he needed the turbid elimination herbs. Since his old arts were transformed into demonic arts, he needs the herbs to temporarily suppress his demonic energy. This will give him just half an hour to activate his ultimate stealth technique, the Dark God Phantom, more than enough time to reach the center. He tells a stunned Dompel to wait, promising he'll be right back. But his loyal guard isn't having it. Dompel plants his feet, absolutely refusing to let his young lord go. As they arrive at the entrance to the solitary bamboo grove, Hajin orders Dompel to wait. But the fiercely loyal guard refuses, declaring Hajin will have to cut him down first before he abandons his post. Seeing his determination, Hajin compromises. Dompel can escort him to the edge of the grove's heart, but is forbidden from entering it. Dompel immediately and happily accepts. Moving swiftly through the grove, they make short work of any beasts in their path. Hajin suddenly stops, recognizing the area from his last hunt. He realizes they've finally arrived at the entrance to the grove's core. The moment they step inside, the air grows heavy, glowing with an eerie blue light. Dompel immediately recoils, pointing out a horrific stench filling the air, like dozens of things are rotting nearby. He shouts for Hajin to look, and they stumble upon a scene of absolute carnage. The ground is littered with the corpses of powerful spiritual beasts, all of them dead after vomiting blood. It's a massacre. Hajin's assassin instincts flare. His mind analyzes the scene with cold, surgical precision. Something is deeply, deeply wrong here. At that same moment, Hong Yuimun's hunting party arrives to find the same gruesome sight. They are stunned, recognizing one of the dead beasts as a mengi, the second strongest creature in the entire grove, an apex predator that should never have left the heart. To see it dead is unthinkable. When asked what the strongest beast is, the leader of the group simply points to a nearby bamboo stalk. Curled up and just as dead as the others is the legendary sundered serpent, the undisputed king of the solitary bamboo grove. One of the hunters scoffs, noting how small and non-threatening the dead serpent looks. but as another warrior kneels to inspect the bodies, he makes a chilling discovery. Despite the mass death, not a single one of the beasts has an external wound. They were all killed by something unseen. Hajin confirms his suspicions. It's not just the beasts, the entire area is withered and dead. He realizes that everything in the vicinity has had its life force completely sucked out, and he wonders what kind of monster could be capable of such a feat. Suddenly, our hero senses a cool breeze, but it's not normal wind. While Dongpul dismisses it, Hajin focuses, feeling a strange, powerful energy. Dongpul finally feels the bizarre sensation too, and Hajin confirms it's coming from the very heart of the solitary bamboo grove. This is where they part ways. Hajin tells Dongpul that he will proceed alone, strictly ordering his guard not to follow him no matter what happens. With a look of grim determination, Hajin pushes forward into the depths, finally spotting his objective. But the immense energy pulse from the grove didn't go unnoticed. Elsewhere, the supreme demon lord, Li Qinsang, is jolted by a strange vision of a shadowy wolf named Jackal and an unconscious woman in white. Shaken, he immediately orders his subordinates to summon the first guardian. The first guardian of the cult appears before the demon lord's throne, ready to receive his command. The demon lord gets straight to the point, asking if any of the other guardians had entered the heart of the solitary bamboo grove while he was in solitary training. The guardian reports that no such thing occurred, an event that significant would have been reported immediately. The demon lord then shifts his focus, inquiring about the third young lord and his guard, Ma Dongpul. The guardian praises Dongpul as a talented and blunt master, perfectly suited to serve Xiaoyang. The demon lord listens, but his mind is already working. He muses to himself that even if the third leader, Dongpul, had found some great opportunity in the grove over the past 8 months, there would have been a limit to his growth. The power he just sensed was something far beyond that. The demon lord Li Qinsang asks his attendants what day it is. They inform him it's 1 day before the full moon, confirming his suspicions. He muses that this must be why the legendary jackal has finally shown itself. He wonders about his third young lord, Xiaoyang. Is the boy so blinded by greed that he's walking straight into his own grave, or does he possess such incredible luck that he might actually pull this off? Meanwhile, Hajin pushes deeper into the grove, immediately hit by a terrifying wave of qi carried on the wind. The closer he gets to the heart, the stronger it becomes, until it's so powerful he can barely even walk straight. But amidst the pressure, a shocking realization dawns on him. He's felt an aura like this before. It's the same overwhelming presence of death he sensed when he first met the demon lord himself. Hajin understands the stakes. The presence here is as dangerous as Li Qinsang, which means the reward for overcoming it must be just as great. But the raw power is too much. Even with his demonic energy forming a shield, he's suffering severe internal injuries. He knows he can't last much longer trying to brute force it, so he decides it's time to flip the script. Pulling out a turbid elimination herb, he plans to suppress his demonic energy entirely and rely on his true ace in the hole, his unparalleled stealth. After consuming the herb, his protective demonic aura dissipates completely. He feels lighter, as if the wind is now blowing right through his body, making him one with the environment. This is the Dark God Phantom, the ultimate stealth technique that the world's best assassin, Chun Hajin, used at the absolute peak of his power. At that exact moment, Ma Dongpul, who was waiting behind, feels the oppressive energy suddenly weaken. He looks around in confusion, only to realize with dawning horror that the third young lord has completely vanished. Hajin is now a ghost. The Assassin King has been unleashed, moving through the deadly grove completely unseen. With the Dark God Phantom active, the crushing pressure of the grove vanishes completely. Hajin pushes forward, confident he can reach the heart of the forest before the herb's effects fade, challenging whatever beast lies in wait to finally reveal itself. But then the unthinkable happens. The master assassin trips clean over a rock and eats dirt. He's furious and completely baffled. Such a clumsy mistake should be physically impossible while using his ultimate stealth technique. This demonic forest is truly messing with him. As he looks up, he sees what he tripped over. Curled up and fast asleep is a small, golden, fox-like creature. Hajin stares in disbelief, wondering what this clever-looking little thing is doing in the most dangerous part of the grove. He immediately recalls Dongpul's warning. The deeper he goes, the stronger the beasts become. Could this tiny, sleeping fox actually be the most powerful creature in the entire solitary bamboo grove? In a place like this, he knows better than to judge by appearances and resolves to stay on his guard. But for a moment, the Assassin King is completely disarmed by how cute it is, almost giving in to the urge to pet it. He snaps himself out of it, realizing its charm is a dangerous distraction, like a mythical nine-tailed fox's enchantment. He decides to press onward, promising to check on it on his way back. After just a few more steps, he suddenly reaches a dead end. The heart of the grove is far smaller than he anticipated, and he feels a bit disappointed, wondering if the legendary place was overhyped. But as he reaches out and touches one of the bamboo stalks, he's hit by a wave of tremendous spiritual chi. He was right. This is the place, and the immense, concentrated energy confirms he's found the strongest spiritual bamboo he's been searching for. He imagines that purifying just 3 of them could make him unrivaled in terms of internal energy, but he immediately brings himself back to reality. Suoryang's body isn't strong enough to handle that much power. Acknowledging his limits, he decides to stick to the plan, take one, and not let greed get the better of him. Hajin decides against his initial greed, knowing his body can't handle the chi from multiple spiritual bamboos. He'll just take one. As he reaches for a shoot, he notices the small, sleeping fox nearby and reflects that the chi is so pure he won't even need to use a purification technique to absorb it. In a moment of impulse, he decides to take the strange creature too, but as his hand closes around the sleeping fox, its eyes snap open with a flash. Ignoring the now-awake fox, Hajin takes a bite of the bamboo shoot. It's soft and fragrant, going down easily, but he feels nothing. He was expecting an overwhelming surge of spiritual chi, but apart from a faint warmth in his chest, there's no change at all. Confused, our hero turns his attention to the source, the massive, glowing bamboo stalk itself. He draws his sword and strikes it, but the blade simply bounces off without leaving a scratch. He's left wondering if his swing was just too weak. He tries again, striking with more force, but the result is the same. Hajin realizes this spiritual bamboo is on a completely different level. He can't believe he's getting so worked up over a mere plant, but its impossible durability is starting to seriously piss him off. Done playing games, Hajin vows to cut it down no matter what. He focuses his will, letting his sword aura move as an extension of his mind, and unleashes one of his ultimate techniques, the moon slash. A massive wave of crimson energy erupts from his blade and smashes into the stalk. As the dust settles, the giant spiritual bamboo finally falls. Hajin laughs in triumph, picking up a piece of the fallen stalk. He's amazed at its density, noting that the material is so hard it could easily be used as a weapon. As Hajin examines the spiritual bamboo, marveling at how its absorbed energy has made it as hard as steel, he's suddenly aware of a presence. The small fennec fox is awake and sitting right beside him, staring up with its large, dark eyes. The assassin king jumps back, completely startled. For a creature to sneak up on him even when he was distracted is almost unthinkable. He demands to know when it woke up, his mind racing. He should have sensed it, no matter what. The fox just stares unfazed. Hajin tries to shoo it away, reminding himself that despite its adorable appearance, it's a beast from this dangerous grove. But he senses no bloodlust, and it's so small he figures it can't be a threat. He decides to just pet it a little. But cute doesn't mean harmless. The moment his hand gets close, the fox lashes out with a vicious bite. A short while later, Ma Dongpo finally arrives, finding Hajin with the massive, severed spiritual bamboo. He's amazed Hajin actually managed to cut it. Hajin boasts that it was nothing for him, though he admits he had to use his sword aura because of how impossibly hard it was. Dongpo inspects the cut and is left speechless. It's perfectly, frighteningly smooth, a feat of swordsmanship so incredible he doubts he could replicate it even with the best sword in existence. This was no ordinary sword aura. Just as he's about to ask more, Dongpo spots the little fox which has followed Hajin out. Our hero explains that he found the strange creature sleeping in the grove. Hajin mentions that when he tried to pet it, the fox nearly bit his finger off. He holds up his hand to show the wound, but stops dead. The bite mark is completely gone, healed without a trace, likely by the ambient spiritual chi. Hearing that the creature harmed his young lord, Dongpo flies into a protective rage, screaming at the fox for daring to put its teeth on Suoryang. Hajin quickly calls him off, telling his overzealous guard to stop chasing the poor animal. With the situation calmed, Hajin decides the bamboo is too big to transport and that they should purify its energy right there. Dongpo agrees to provide support as Hajin prepares to unleash his boundless technique. Dongpo watches in awe as Hajin's power washes over the area. In an instant, all the impurities in the air vanish, leaving a feeling of absolute purity behind. The technique is as amazing as ever. But as he observes, Dongpo realizes this isn't just a unique martial art. It displays a profound understanding of chi that is simply impossible for a man in his 20s. The more he sees, the more he's convinced. The third young lord is no youth, but an experienced grand master who has lived for decades. With a surge of pure energy, Hajin begins the purification. The massive spiritual bamboo stalk groans under the pressure, its hardened exterior cracking and crumbling away as he masterfully extracts every last impurity. The process is draining, but in moments it's done. Hajin holds up the result, a glowing pillar of pure, concentrated life force. He turns to the stunned Dongpul and explains that the sap inside is now one of the most powerful elixirs in existence. Dongpul is ecstatic, but when Hajin offers him the first drink, the loyal guard humbly refuses, insisting that the young lord earned it alone. But Hajin pushes back, telling him to drop the formality. He reminds Dongpul of the bond they've built and the times he saved his life, feeling that giving him only half is barely enough to repay him. This act of kindness and recognition completely overwhelms the stoic guard. Moved to tears, Dongpul launches into a dramatic vow, swearing on his life to protect Hajin. He declares that no enemy will ever reach the young lord unless they step over his cold, dead body first. Hajin is just baffled by this sudden melodrama. As Dongpul continues his tearful oath, our hero loses all patience, shoves the elixir into his guard's face, and yells at the crazy bastard to just drink it. But before Dongpul can even process the taste, a sinister sound cuts through the grove. Hajin's instincts scream they're not alone. It quickly becomes clear what's happened. The incredible aroma of the purified elixir has just rung the dinner bell for every single demonic beast in the forest, and they are all converging on their exact location. But their moment is shattered. With the spiritual bamboos suppressing energy gone, the beasts of the solitary bamboo grove descend into a mad frenzy, tearing each other apart. Amidst the chaos, Hajin tells Dongpul to finish the elixir and fast. Hajin needs a way out. He asks Dongpul if he has the grove's layout memorized, and his loyal guard confirms without hesitation. With an escape route secured, Hajin gives the order. They're getting out of here. Just as they turn to run, Hajin freezes. The little fennec fox, the creature he'd named Goldie, is still there, sleeping soundly through the carnage. He can't just leave it. He scoops up the sleeping fox and tosses it to Dongpul, ordering him to protect it with his life and run. Hajin himself will stay behind and buy them time. As monstrous spiritual beasts surround them, Dongpul desperately pleads with his young lord to escape first, offering to be the one to hold them off. Hajin has no patience for this. He roars at Dongpul to just listen to his damn orders and unleashes a massive punch, not to harm but to send his guard flying to safety. Dongpul can only scream for his master as he's blasted away. Even while hurtling through the air, Dongpul is in awe of the sheer power behind that punch. But his awe turns to horror as he spots a new demonic creature materializing right behind Hajin, and he screams out a warning. Now alone, Hajin faces down the new threat. Without hesitation, he unleashes a technique he has kept hidden since his reincarnation, the heaven-splitting triple slash. This is no demonic art. This is the ultimate technique of the Assassin King. Hajin realizes that in a life-or-death situation, there's no room to limit himself for the sake of training. It's time to get serious. The immense power radiating from the grove doesn't go unnoticed. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure senses that the jackal, the ancient guardian beast of the grove, has abandoned its territory. They can't comprehend what could possibly force such a creature to leave its home. The grove itself seems to groan under the pressure, its spiritual balance completely shattered. Meanwhile, others within the cult are still reeling from their encounters with the new Suryang. Yui Hongryun, the fiery leader of the Berserk Demon Squad, finally understands. She recalls his trial in the Demonic Judgment Pavilion, realizing that after surviving his chi blockage, he became a completely different person. The aura he projected wasn't just power, it was the pure, chilling essence of death. She even wonders if the third young lord has somehow returned from the underworld itself. But this was no random encounter. The entire ordeal was a test orchestrated by the demon lord himself. From his throne, Li Qinsang speaks to the spectral leopard, calling it Jackal and asking it what it saw in the third young lord. This beast isn't just a monster, it's a servant of the heavenly demon. Back in the forest, Hajin sizes up the massive beast, casually asking if it's the leader of the grove. But the leopard doesn't bother with pleasantries, lunging at him with incredible speed. Caught off guard, Hajin barely dodges, cursing the endless dangers of this forest. Beast is relentless, giving him no room to breathe. Deciding to meet it head-on, Hajin channels his demonic arts into a simple footwork technique, transforming it into a powerful attack called Grasshopper Ascension. The attack connects in a massive explosion, but as the dust settles, Hajin seems disappointed. It seems this test will be far more difficult than he anticipated. Despite his injuries, Hajin is unimpressed. He taunts the beast, telling it to stop hiding among its phantoms and come out because he doesn't have all day. As if on cue, the real spectral leopard emerges from the dust and a wild, confident grin spreads across Hajin's face. This is exactly what he wanted. But the creature's speed is on another level. It slams into Hajin with devastating force, sending him flying helplessly through the bamboo grove. His sword is knocked from his grasp, and he finds himself on the ground, completely surrounded by the snarling spectral beasts. But this is far from over. Pushing himself up, his eyes glow with a furious red light as he glares at the oversized cats and asks them if they're ready to die. He knows he can't afford to take another hit like that last one. It was so powerful it could have sent him straight to the underworld. Tearing off the remnants of his shirt, he stands his ground, declaring that he's faced every other beast in this grove and this leopard will be no different. However, he feels something is wrong with his power. He realizes the spiritual chi from the bamboo elixir he just drank hasn't fully converted into demonic energy yet, and the pure energy is actually weakening his demonic arts. To make matters worse, the clones just keep coming, and he's completely out of the herbs he needs to use his stealth techniques to escape. He's ambushed from behind, taking more damage. He recognizes that each clone, despite fighting on instinct, has the power of a peak master. They aren't even giving him time to think, and he knows if this drags on, he's dead for sure. He manages to fight back, sending one of the beasts flying, but it's a pointless effort. He can't just punch his way out of this. Fighting them one by one will take forever. Just then, even more leopards appear, cutting off any hope of a simple escape. Completely cornered and with his power suppressed, Hajin realizes he has no choice but to try something drastic. Hajin knows fighting the clones one-on-one is suicide. He has to take them all out at once. If the grove's spiritual energy is weakening his demonic arts, the answer is simple: just overwhelm it with even more power. Gathering every last scrap of his energy, he roars and unleashes a devastating technique, the explosive mountain blast. The entire forest erupts in a cataclysmic inferno of red demonic energy. The spectral leopard lunges through the flames, but the blast is absolute, vaporizing the beast and all its clones in an instant. As the blinding light fades, Hajin is left standing, panting from the immense exertion. Elsewhere, Ma Dongpo clutches the small fox, having escaped the chaos. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the entire forest, a shockwave from Hajin's attack. Dongpo freezes, overcome with dread as he realizes the sheer scale of the power his young lord just unleashed, wondering what could possibly be happening back there. Back in the grove, Hajin stumbles through the bamboo, completely drained. The aftereffects of the technique are severe, making his legs feel like they weigh thousands of tons. He knows he's a sitting duck in this state and must escape before another beast finds him. As he moves, he touches a stalk of bamboo and makes a disturbing discovery. It's bone dry, completely devoid of moisture. In fact, all the bamboo around him is withered. He recognizes the scene. It's identical to the entrance of the grove's depths, and he fears he's been walking in circles. But it's not disorientation, it's a trap. Out of the shadows lunges the massive sundered serpent he'd encountered earlier. Before Hajin can even draw his sword, the beast coils around him, its immense strength threatening to crush his arms and snap his bones. As he struggles, he's horrified to see his sword instantly rusting from the serpent's touch. It all clicks. The sundered serpent is a legendary beast known to cause droughts, explaining the withered bamboo. This creature is far stronger than the leopard. Trapped, weakened, and being crushed, Hajin realizes he's about to be swallowed whole. As the sundered serpent's fangs close in, Hajin struggles uselessly against its grip. With both arms pinned, he can do nothing but watch as the monstrous creature opens its jaws to deliver the final, crushing bite. But just as all hope seems lost, a sword slices through the air, embedding itself in the serpent's head. It's Ma Dongpo who returned against orders. He screams, asking if his young lord is okay, having saved him in the absolute nick of time. Hajin, though safe, scolds Dongpo for disobeying his command to escape, but Dongpo is unwavering. He declares that a guard cannot abandon his lord and swears he will ensure Hajin makes it out of this alive. In that moment, their bond as master and subordinate is solidified beyond any doubt. Their reunion is cut short by a familiar, terrifying sound. The spectral leopards have caught up to them, and this time they've brought the entire pack. Hajin quickly assesses the situation, asking Dongpo for the distance to the grove's exit. The answer is grim: 2 kilometers. It's far too great a distance to outrun the beasts. There would be no escape. He realizes they have to end things right here. Dongpo bravely offers to stay behind and stall for time, but Hajin shuts him down immediately. He knows that sacrificing one of them is pointless. The horde is too large. He lays out their only 2 options: kill every last beast or die trying. As Hajin launches himself into the fray, his mind flashes back to a conversation with the secret demon queen. She had once asked him if he knew what it meant to truly live, and he had confessed that he didn't. He remembers his vow from that day. After a lifetime spent as a tool for the righteous Heavenly Alliance, he desperately wants to live for himself. He swore he would become so powerful that no one could ever touch him again, so that he could finally live a life of freedom. That burning desire fuels him now, but the enemy is overwhelming. One of the spectral leopards lands a devastating blow, sending Hajin flying through the air, wounded and battered by the sheer force of the attack. But even as he's being beaten, Hajin's spirit is unbreakable. He glares at the beast, mocking it for its lack of originality in striking the same wound twice. He taunts the creature, saying it clearly needs another lesson in manners as he prepares to counterattack, his fist glowing with immense demonic energy. But Hajin screams that he refuses to die in a place like this. With a final, desperate roar, he pours all his remaining energy into one last explosive mountain blast, slamming it directly into the pack of leopards and unleashing a massive explosion. When the dust settles, both men are still standing but completely spent. Hajin jokes that Dongpul will have to carry him the rest of the way, but his guard's face is grim. He tells the young lord that it's not over. From the shadows, more spectral beasts emerge, their eyes glowing with hunger. They're surrounded again. Dongpul insists that this time he's really going to be the bait and Hajin must escape. Our hero can only curse his powerlessness. But just as despair sets in, a tiny white figure darts across the battlefield. It's Goldie, the little fennec fox that was supposed to have escaped. Hajin's mind races, flashing back to his humiliating death in his past life. He swears he won't let this life end the same way. As he steals his resolve, Dongpul continues to plead with him to run, to save himself. Suddenly, the monstrous beasts stop their advance. Their ferocious growls turn to whimpers of fear. They aren't looking at Hajin or Dongpul, they're looking at Goldie. The rulers of the grove are terrified of the tiny fox. Hajin stares in shock, asking why Goldie is even here. Before he can get an answer, the fox's eyes crackle with golden lightning, and a blinding flash of pure energy erupts from its body, engulfing the entire area. When the light fades, the grove is silent and peaceful. The beasts are gone. Goldie, seemingly unfazed, simply trots over to Hajin and begins affectionately licking the blood from his face. Chun Hajin slowly comes to, his entire body screaming in pain. For a terrifying second, he wonders if he's died again, but the agony confirms he's still alive. As his vision clears, he finds the little fennec fox Goldie resting peacefully on his chest. He stares at the creature, confused, asking what it is and if it was the one responsible for the flash of light. Suddenly, Goldie lunges towards his face and Hajin panics, convinced the little monster is about to eat him alive and desperately trying to push it away. He yells for his escort guard to do something, screaming for Ma Dongpul to get up, but his loyal protector is still lying unconscious on the ground a few feet away. Meanwhile, back at the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's capital, the Grand Court is in session. The halls are filled with the sect's highest-ranking members, all kneeling in reverence before the throne, proclaiming their loyalty to the Demon Lord. Among the crowd are Hong Yo-rin and her brother, the fourth young lord Hong Yuimun. But all attention is on the man they bow to, the Demon Lord Li Qinsang, who watches over his subjects with an intense, unreadable gaze. Meeting begins with a report from the general strategist Ho Yosiang. He announces that the budget for the upcoming Mara festival is a staggering 57,000 yang, a full 12,000 more than last year. He finds this suspicious, since the cult's special forces are away on a mission, meaning attendance should be lower, and he demands an explanation for the inflated costs. The master of the Internal Enlightenment Facility, So Yeonsum, steps forward to answer. She explains that 4 of the 7 great families who have protected the sect for centuries, led by the renowned Demon Sword family, will be attending. Therefore, she argues, the extra funds are necessary to show them the cult's dignity and generosity. But Ho Yosiang immediately shuts her down. He counters that the cult's dignity is expressed through the Demon Lord himself, not through money. The honor of receiving the 6 heavenly spirit brew made by the Lord's own hands is more than enough for the family heads. He sternly orders her to decrease the expenses. Completely outmaneuvered, So Yeonsum can only bow in apology. She admits her thinking was inadequate and promises to submit a revised, cheaper budget for approval by the following day. Inside the Demon Lord's hall, the general strategist Ho Yosiang concludes the progress reports. The Demon Lord Li Qinsang calmly takes a sip from his cup and asks about the first young lord, who is confirmed to still be in closed-door training, deep within the 3rd Guardian Demon Hall. With that out of the way, the Demon Lord turns his piercing gaze to the 2nd young lord, Guan Pyong. He asks if he plans to return to training, but Guan Pyong responds with unshakable confidence, declaring that martial arts are already ingrained in his very being, and that further seclusion is meaningless until he's on the cusp of a true breakthrough. Other cult leaders are stunned by his boldness, but the Demon Lord, far from being offended, is impressed. He tells Guan Pyong to do as he pleases, stating there's no need to teach someone who already knows their own way. This rare and immense compliment sends a ripple through the court, with the elders whispering that the 2nd young lord might just be the top contender for the throne. Next, he calls upon the 4th, Hong Yuimun. The Demon Lord acknowledges his recent efforts but immediately dismisses them as being too little, too late. He delivers a cold verdict: even if Yuimun throws himself completely into his training, true mastery will remain out of reach. Hong Yuimun struggles to keep his composure, internally reassuring himself that his path to power lies not in martial arts, but in expanding his network of supporters and influence. Then the Demon Lord addresses the 5th young lady, Ju Si-hyun, and his tone changes completely. He praises her skill, declaring that she has reached the limit of her current arts. In a move that shocks everyone, he grants her an incredible boon. She is to visit the elder court master and choose one of the legendary 10 great demonic arts to learn. This massive show of favor rattles the other contenders. Hong Yuimun is visibly shaken, wondering if he needs to completely rework his plans. The attention then briefly shifts as someone asks about the absent 6th young lord who is away attending the Mara festival. Finally, the demon lord's gaze falls upon the youngest, the 7th young lady, Ki Yomin. He harshly rebukes her for her poor health, stating the cult is no place for spoiled children and that her weakness is the only reason for her frail state. His only advice is for her to work harder. As he pours a drink, he asks her a chillingly simple question. Is she afraid of death? Through her tears, the young girl forces herself to deny it. In the heavenly demon divine cult, weakness is a sin, but fear is a death sentence. As the meeting concludes, the demon lord leaves his disciples with a chilling final command. He has never taught them to rest, and if they truly want power, they must never be bound by their own limits. He then sits down for a private drink, noting that the 3rd young lord is late, and orders the guards to finally let him in. A formal announcement echoes through the hall. Xiaoryang, the 3rd young lord, has arrived. The other disciples immediately begin to whisper, shocked that he's already out of the solitary bamboo grove and wondering if the rumors of him losing all his martial prowess are true. But the man who walks in is not the broken failure they expected. Hajin strolls forward with an unnerving calm, meeting the demon lord's gaze and greeting him casually as if they were old acquaintances. The demon lord's eyes widen. He can feel it, an unbelievably dense and luxuriant demonic energy boiling just beneath Hajin's skin, a power so immense it's leaking out unconsciously. He can only utter a single word in response: excellent. The court watches in stunned silence as the demon lord asks Hajin how the solitary bamboo grove was. Hajin smirks, replying that it was surprisingly refreshing and that he feels like he experienced an entire lifetime's worth of bizarre events in there. His bold response earns him an unexpected order. The demon lord tells him to follow before abruptly dismissing the entire royal meeting. On the outside, Hajin is calm, but inside he's panicking, wondering if he was too rude and is about to be sent to an even more terrifying place for surviving. As the dismissed officials begin to leave, a few high-ranking members gather, noting that the cult's second-in-command, the general strategist Ho Yoseong, was conspicuously absent from this crucial meeting. Meanwhile, the other members of the court are left reeling from the demon lord's display. They gossip amongst themselves, noting the general strategist Ho Yoseong's absence is likely due to trouble with the Northern Orthodox sects. But their focus quickly shifts to Hajin, wondering how a man supposedly crippled by chi blockage not only survived but earned the demon lord's highest praise. Watching from the shadows, the 4th young lord, Hong Yuimun, seethes with rage. He can't understand what the demon lord sees in that bastard Xiaoryang. He's consumed by a single, burning regret. He should have killed him when he had the chance. Back at the gazebo, Hajin finds himself once again alone with the supreme leader of the cult. He tries to calm his racing heart, telling himself he survived 8 months in the solitary bamboo grove and has done nothing wrong. The demon lord simply tells him to sit, his presence so overwhelming it startles our hero. He then offers Hajin the bottle of priceless spirit brew. As the demon lord pours the alcohol, he casually mentions that Hajin has yet to learn the Black Dragon mountain moving technique. Hajin has no idea what he's talking about, but the atmosphere is so tense and uncomfortable he can't even bring himself to ask, let alone take a drink. Then the demon lord drops a bomb. He states that Hajin has mixed something into his true demonic art, a martial art from the Buddhist sects. Hajin's blood runs cold. The demon lord saw right through his technique with a single glance. He immediately panics, certain he's about to be punished for modifying the cult's sacred arts and sent to a place far worse than the bamboo grove. But the master of the cult does the exact opposite. He praises Hajin, telling him he did a good job and that he's impressed. He acknowledges that creating a martial art superior to the 10 great demonic arts is no easy feat. Suddenly relieved and a bit flustered, Hajin explains he simply tried many things and found the Buddhist arts were the best path to getting stronger. As Hajin relaxes, the demon lord flips the script again. He tells him the results are good, but he didn't think far enough ahead. He explains that the true demonic art, while lacking in initial power, is the ultimate foundation. By modifying it, Hajin has built a beautiful flower bed in a place where a mighty tree was meant to grow. The sudden whiplash leaves Hajin furious and confused, wondering why he's being praised one moment and scolded the next. The demon lord tells Hajin that despite the flaws in his new art, his results were good enough and abruptly dismisses him. Internally, Hajin is fuming, wondering why he was even summoned for such a short critique that could have been a letter. But not wanting to linger in the powerful man's presence, he quickly agrees to leave. But just as he's about to go, the demon lord stops him, offering a bottle as a reward. After Hajin leaves, the demon lord muses to himself, impressed that Hajin managed to incorporate Buddhist arts into his technique. He wonders if his disciple will surprise him again, cryptically stating that this winter is about to get very interesting. Finally, away from the suffocating pressure of the demon lord, Hajin complains to Ma Dongpul in the carriage. He scoffs at the reward, thinking the demon lord just gave him a half-drunk bottle of booze, until his guard recognizes it. Ma Dongpul completely loses his mind. He exclaims that this isn't just any alcohol, it's the legendary 6 Heavenly Spirit Brew, a priceless liquor personally made by the demon lord himself. It's a treasure bestowed only upon those who have accomplished the greatest deeds for the cult, an honor beyond what money can buy. Hajin, now understanding the insane value of the gift, offers to share it with his loyal guard. Dongpul, ever the professional, initially refuses, stating his duty is done and he must return to the Court of Elders. That is, until Hajin playfully threatens to drink the priceless brew all by himself, forcing Dongpul to immediately beg him to wait. Finally arriving back at his residence, Hajin is greeted by a welcome surprise. Goldie is waiting for him. Realizing he's now responsible for the strange creature, he formally welcomes it to its new home. As he steps inside, planning to rest and find his servant ANNIHILATES, a chilling realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. An overwhelmingly dark and ominous aura has contaminated his entire home. Goldie whimpers in his arms, sensing the same dreadful presence. Something is very, very wrong. But his thoughts are cut short the moment he steps back into his residence. An ominous aura hangs heavy in the air, an intruder. He can tell from the lingering scent that they just left, and he knows exactly which way they fled. The sheer audacity of someone hiding in his personal quarters fills him with a cold rage. Just as he's wondering who it could be, the door slides open. It's his loyal servant, ANNIHILATES. Overjoyed and surprised to see him, she immediately drops into a formal bow, but Hajin quickly tells her to stand, insisting such formalities aren't needed between them. With tears in her eyes, ANNIHILATES confesses how worried she was, having heard rumors of trouble in the solitary bamboo grove. Seeing her so thin from worry, Hajin feels a pang of guilt. He reassures her that he's perfectly fine and her relief is palpable. He looks around the spotless residence, impressed that it's so clean after 8 months. ANNIHILATES proudly explains she cleaned it every other day just in case he returned. Hajin realizes something crucial. Since ANNIHILATES is unharmed, the intruder's goal was simply surveillance. ANNIHILATES offers to prepare a meal, but Hajin has one priority, a hot bath. He needs to wash away the filth and tension of his long confinement. ANNIHILATES immediately rushes off to get the water ready. As he soaks in the steaming water, the tension finally begins to melt away, but his mind is anything but calm. He can't shake the feeling of that presence he sensed upon his return. It's a threat he cannot afford to ignore. And then it all clicks into place. The intruder, the poisoning, and the intense, hateful glare he received during the court meeting. There's only one person it could be, the one responsible for his chi blockage in the first place, the 4th young lord, Hong Yuimun. The realization sends a jolt of fury through him. He erupts in the bath, splashing water everywhere as he silently curses the arrogant brat. Hong Yuimun is now a dead man walking. After venting his rage, Hajin forces himself to calm down and think strategically. He's back in the game and he's starting from scratch. He knows almost nothing about the inner workings of the demon cult. His first mission is to map out the power structure, identify potential allies, and start building his own faction. Because his end goal isn't to rule the cult, it's to gain enough influence to come and go as he pleases and one day achieve true freedom. For now, he has one major advantage, his official title as the demon lord's 3rd disciple. He smirks to himself. He'll use that status to climb the ladder and have a little fun while he's at it. With his mind made up, a sense of calm settles over him as he looks out into the night. The game has begun. Meanwhile, Hong Yuimun's subordinate is confused. He asks the 4th young lord why he called off his men from Xiaoyang's residence, pointing out that this hesitation is completely out of character. Yuimun gives a shocking answer. He didn't know how Xiaoyang would react. His subordinate can't believe it, the master strategist admitting he was wrong. Yuimun confirms it. He thought he knew Xiaoyang, but he was completely mistaken. He explains that when he saw Xiaoyang at the meeting, it was like looking at a stranger in a familiar body. It wasn't just his recovered martial arts, it was his eyes. They held a chilling certainty, a gaze that seemed to know every secret, every betrayal Yuimun had plotted. Yuimun claims he just needs to reevaluate his plans, but his subordinate sees the truth. The 4th young lord isn't just strategizing, he's genuinely unnerved and confused by Xiaoyang's complete transformation. When asked about the grumbling subordinates, Yuimun simply tells him to pay them off, remarking that they're as obsessed with money as Xiaoyang. He makes it clear, for now, attacking the 3rd young lord is not a good idea. Back at Hajin's residence, the celebration is in full swing. Ma Dongpul finally arrives to a massive feast prepared by ANNIHILATES. The loyal servant is so nervous she asks to eat alone, but Hajin immediately shuts that down, insisting they all eat together. With that, they raise their cups and toast to their success. The celebration quickly gets rowdy, with Ma Dongpul getting completely hammered. Even the little fox Goldie is getting in on the action, stuffing its face with the delicious food. Before long, they run out of drinks. Hajin tries to cut Ma Dongpul off, but the loyal guard insists he's fine. Resigned, Hajin tells ANNIHILATES to bring more alcohol. As they wait, our hero's demeanor shifts. He turns to the blissfully drunk Ma Dongpul and tells him he has some questions, and the guard happily agrees to answer anything. Hajin gets straight to the point, asking the drunken Ma Dongpul to name someone who knows all the cult's internal networks. Dongpul admits that while his own court knows the structure, they're clueless about personal connections. He suggests the general strategist Ho Yosiang, but immediately dismisses him as being impossible for anyone but the demon lord to meet. So Hajin asks for another option. Without hesitation, Dongpul gives him a name, the master of the Internal Enlightenment Facility. Armed with this new information, Hajin wastes no time. He immediately orders a subordinate to invite the master, So Yeonsim, to dinner, but his advisor pushes back, warning that such a rash move is incredibly dangerous. The man explains that So Yeonsim is fiercely neutral and avoids the disciples' power struggles at all costs. Approaching her directly for cooperation could easily backfire, earning her resentment and turning a potential ally into a powerful foe. Hajin understands the gamble, but he's all in. He tells his advisor that the game has changed. Now that the fourth young lord, the Lynx, has revealed himself to be a viper, they have to upgrade their own weapons. The next morning, ANNIHILATES sweeps the courtyard, reflecting on the wild night before. She recalls Hajin and Dongpul drinking themselves into oblivion, calling it a truly extraordinary evening. But even after all that drinking, Hajin is already up and training with ferocious intensity. Watching his powerful, precise movements, ANNIHILATES is struck with awe, realizing this is the standard expected of the demon lord's own disciple. Our hero pushes through the exhaustion, sweat pouring down his face, his resolve unshaken. Flashing back to the dinner, we see more of the conversation. Dongpul confirms that the general strategist is the ultimate expert on the cult's social web, but he's completely out of reach for anyone below the demon lord. After drunkenly boasting about his own court of elders for a moment, Dongpul is steered back on track by Hajin. That's when he finally names the one person who might be able to help, So Yeonsim. Dongpul explains that because her internal enlightenment facility controls the cult's finances, she has unparalleled insight into everyone's relationships. But he gives a stark warning: getting that information won't be easy, as leaking personal opinions is a major taboo. Suddenly, the drunken guard's expression sharpens. He stops eating and looks at Hajin with suspicion, asking him exactly why he's so interested in digging up this kind of dirt. Just as Ma Dongpul warned, the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master, So Yeonsim, is proving to be a tough nut to crack. Hajin knows that as the head of the cult's finances, her authority is immense, and a reckless approach could backfire spectacularly. But he has no choice. The fourth young lord, Hong Yuimun, is already making moves against him, even inside the cult's walls. The dream of a quiet life is dead, enemies are hunting him no matter where he goes, and he desperately needs people on his side. It's a lesson he learned the hard way in his past life as the Assassin King. Fighting alone without a single ally is a path to ruin. He refuses to make that same mistake twice. Driven by this new urgency, Hajin pushes his body to the absolute limit in the training grounds, leaving cracks in the very earth beneath him. The stress of his situation is weighing on him, and even his loyal servant ANNIHILATES can see the toll it's taking. Just then, Ma Dongpul arrives with a delivery. He presents Hajin with a new sword, one specifically chosen to match the length and feel of the blade he wielded in his past life. Without a word, Hajin gives the blade a single, casual test swing, and the sheer force of it sends the mighty Ma Dongpul staggering back in agony. A smirk plays on Hajin's lips. This sword will do just fine. With his new weapon in hand, Hajin declares he's off to build his future. With his mysterious fox companion, Goldie, perched on his shoulder, he invites a confused Ma Dongpul to join him, and they set out. Meanwhile, at the opulent Spring Flower Pavilion, the fourth young lord, Hong Yuimun, arrives for a meeting. His host is none other than So Yeonsim, the very woman Hajin failed to recruit. She welcomes him warmly, revealing that she owns the establishment, and Yuimun jokes about being played the host at her own place. Once seated, So Yeonsim cuts straight to the point, asking why he requested this meeting. Hong Yuimun plays coy, claiming it's simply a gesture of appreciation for her hard work, but his casual excuse doesn't seem to fool her. Yuimun knows he has to tread carefully. He recognizes So Yeonsim for what she is, a hardened veteran of the cult's political battlefield, a woman who endured for decades to reach her high station. He understands she knows her own value, and winning her over will be a monumental task. Once the servants are dismissed, Hajin and So Yeonsim sit across from each other. Wasting no time, our hero gets straight to the point, bluntly asking the Internal Enlightenment Facility master for her help. But So Yeonsim immediately shuts him down. She explains that her facility manages the cult's internal affairs and must remain strictly neutral in the succession war. Taking sides, she warns, could destabilize the entire cult. Hajin isn't having it. He clarifies that he's not asking her to officially side with him, just to lend a hand. He points out that her strict neutrality is a personal policy, not an official law of the cult, and suggests she should reconsider. As So Yeonsim gets up to leave, Hajin plays his trump card. He calmly mentions that he knows she's desperately searching for the green turtle four-leaf clover, an impossibly rare herb, and offers to give it to her. So Yeonsim freezes, completely stunned. She demands to know how he acquired such sensitive information. But Hajin just flips the script, telling her that if she wants an answer, she'll have to offer something in return. He frames it as a simple negotiation, but the threat underneath is crystal clear. Cornered and outmaneuvered, So Yeonsim has no choice but to sit back down. She reluctantly agrees to hear him out and asks what he wants. Hajin then makes a request that leaves her baffled. He asks her to secretly order his own servant, ANNIHILATES, to spy on him, the third young lord, and report on his daily activities for the next 3 months. So Yeonsim immediately asks if he's plotting something, but Hajin simply reminds her that he doesn't answer unanswerable questions, turning her own earlier words right back at her. But as Hajin plays the fool, his rival Hong Yoo-moon is making his own move on So Yeonsim. He asks her to do him a favor, have Seoryong's servant ANNIHILATES spy on her master. So Yeonsim immediately recognizes the danger, pointing out what would happen to her if she were caught. Yoo-moon is unfazed, telling her to simply not get caught. He then chillingly explains that if a problem arises, the solution is simple: get rid of the spy and no one will ever know who gave the order. Somewhere in the cult, ANNIHILATES shivers, feeling like someone is talking about her. Back in the tense meeting, So Yeonsim tries to refuse Yoo-moon's demand, calling it a blatant lie that she could control a servant she doesn't even know. She insists she can't possibly have ANNIHILATES spy for her. But the fourth young lord isn't taking no for an answer. He tells her to use someone she can trust then, making it clear that he knows she has the power to do anything she sets her mind to. With a cold, final tone, he asks if she will do it, taking her terrified silence as consent. The deal, it seems, is sealed. At that exact moment, the doors burst open. It's Hajin with Goldie perched on his shoulder, acting like the life of the party. He bellows that he's running out of patience, asking them how long they plan to sip from their old, dirty cups when he has clean ones to share. So Yeonsim and Hong Yoo-moon are completely stunned, staring in disbelief as Hajin offers them a drink, a sly grin on his face. Hong Yoo-moon seethes, demanding to know how Seoryong found them. Our hero just plays it cool, saying he struggled to find him and was surprised to see him in such a scenic place. So Yeonsim, ever the strategist, immediately drops into a formal bow, but Hajin just waves it off, telling her not to be so stuffy. He's completely flipped the script. Hong Yoo-moon explodes, demanding to know why Hajin is interrupting his private meeting with So Yeonsim. But Hajin, cool as ever, completely ignores him. With Goldie perched on his shoulder, he looks straight at So Yeonsim and casually asks her to join him for a second round of drinks, leaving Yoo-moon fuming in disbelief at the blatant disrespect. So Yeonsim politely tries to refuse, explaining she's already accepted the fourth young lord's invitation. But Hajin isn't taking no for an answer. He clarifies his offer, suggesting she join him after she's done with Yoo-moon, his smile never wavering. Then Hajin drops the hammer. He asks if her meeting with Yoo-moon is about acquiring the rare green turtle four-leaf clover. He proceeds to lay out her entire situation with chilling accuracy, deducing that someone close to her is suffering from chi blockage due to yin cultivation technique gone wrong. So Yeonsim is completely stunned into silence. How could he possibly know her most guarded secret? But instead of using this knowledge for blackmail, Hajin does the unexpected. He warns her that using the herb could be dangerous, potentially harming the patient's yang qi. This sudden act of kindness and profound medical knowledge leaves So Yeonsim reeling, questioning if the man before her is truly the infamous monstrous demon. Having been ignored and undermined, Hong Yoo-moon finally loses his temper, accusing Hajin of eavesdropping and behaving in a manner unbefitting a young lord. Hajin just scoffs and slams his hand on the table. He fires back, asking if attempting to murder his own siblings to climb the ladder of succession is considered befitting behavior for the fourth young lord. As Yoo-moon sputters in denial, Hajin presses his advantage, calling him either an incompetent fool who can't control his men or a pathetic liar. He then twists the knife, bringing up their youngest sister, a child barely 10 years old, and asks if Yoo-moon's ambition was so great he'd even stoop to harming her. The accusation hits So Yeonsim like a physical blow. She suddenly recalls how weak and frail the seventh young lady had looked at a recent gathering, and the horrifying possibility dawns on her: was Hong Yoo-moon the one responsible? Yoo-moon screams that it's all slander, but Hajin just laughs in his face. He mocks his brother, pointing out that since he survived Yoo-moon's assassination attempt, Yoo-moon can surely survive a few harsh words. He then dismisses his own accusations as mere complaining, before asking So Yeonsim if she still thinks her deal with this man has any value. Choice is clear, so Yeonsim ignores Yuimun's desperate protests and asks Hajin directly if he knows how to treat chi blockage. Hajin reveals his ultimate trump card. He not only knows how, but he personally recovered from it, even after a certain fool tried to poison his medicine. As Yuimun rages, So Yeonsim's silence speaks volumes. She's found a new, far more capable partner. With the chaos zone, Hajin calmly settles his tab and bids farewell. As Hong Yuimun screams at So Yeonsim, Hajin simply calls him brother and says he's leaving with his guest, Goldie. His complete lack of fear leaves the fourth young lord absolutely seething with impotent rage. Later, Hong Yuimun confronts his subordinate, who admits they couldn't stop Seoryong from listening in. With his meticulous plans now completely exposed, Yuimun's fury boils over. He's done with schemes and subtlety. He vows to get his own hands dirty and make Seoryong pay for this humiliation. Meanwhile, Hajin sits down with So Yeonsim, unbothered by the offer of cheap wine. He gets straight to business, writing out the incredibly complex treatment plan. He tells her plainly that it's no miracle cure. It will take about half a year of intense, dedicated effort for the patient to regain movement. It's a long shot, but it's the only one she has. So Yeonsim decides to put her doubts aside and trust him. With the deal halfway done, she cuts straight to the heart of the matter, looking him dead in the eye and asking what exactly he wants from her in return. The story then shifts to the innocent Anghwa, who is just finishing up her daily chores. She hears a knock at the door and, thinking her young lord Seoryong is back early, she rushes over with a bright smile to let him in. But when she opens the door, her world freezes. It's not her master. Standing before her is a sinister, bearded man with glowing blue eyes, a chilling smile on his face. He warns her that you should never open the door without checking because you might find someone you weren't expecting. The scene then flashes back, revealing the full horror of Anghwa's situation. Hong Yuimun, in a dark and bloody room, calmly tells a terrified Anghwa he just needs a small favor. He then reveals a horrifying creature on his finger, the slow corrosion poison insect, a parasite that takes a human as its host. This is how he trapped her. In the harrowing memory, Hong Yuimun explains his cruel ultimatum. The creature is a slow corrosion poison insect, which kills its host from the inside after 2 days by devouring their organs in excruciating pain. The only way to survive is a regular dose of the antidote. He tells the terrified Anghwa that she will now report on the third young lord's activities every other day in exchange for her life. When Anghwa hesitates, Yuimun's facade shatters. He viciously grabs her by the hair, warning that the insect could accidentally enter her eye and blind her. He forces her mouth open as she pleads for her young master to save her from this living nightmare. A loyalty born from terror is the cruelest chain of all. The scene snaps back to the present, where So Yeonsim addresses Hajin. Acknowledging that he saved one of her people, she offers to repay the favor. She knows he didn't act out of pure kindness and asks him directly what he wants, promising to grant any request within her power. But her offer of gratitude sends Hajin spiraling into a dark memory from his life as an assassin. He recalls a mission for the righteous Heavenly Alliance, a bloody affair where he just eliminated a political target. As his squad surveyed the carnage, they discovered 2 young girls hiding amongst the dead. But instead of showing mercy, his comrades saw only profit, gleefully planning to sell the girls. The girls scream as the so-called righteous warriors drag them away, ignoring their pleas. They cruelly tell the girls they should be grateful to be alive, promising to tame them soon enough. It was a moment of absolute depravity from the very men who claimed to fight for justice. Just then, Hajin's voice cuts through the air. He orders his men to stop, declaring the mission over and telling them to let the children go. But his comrades just laugh in his face, mocking his sudden display of mercy. They call him a hypocrite, reminding him he killed his own best friend's family without flinching, and tell him to stay out of their payday, right before one of them lets out a piercing scream. As So Yeonsim processes his kindness, Hajin is thrown back into a memory from his past life, a storm of violence where he cut down his enemies without mercy, their screams echoing in his mind. Standing amidst the carnage, he had spared 2 women, telling them to flee to a nearby village before he changed his mind. But they didn't see a savior. They saw a monster who had just slaughtered their family, screaming at him to kill them too, cursing him for his hypocrisy and damning him to hell. Even back then, Hajin knew they were right. It was hypocrisy, but their insults didn't hurt him. What truly crushed him was the soul-deep realization that his life as the Assassin King was already a living hell. Pulled back to the present, Hajin looks at So Yeonsim and tells her he'll give up on whatever payment he was going to ask for. Yeonsim is completely floored, asking why he would do such a massive favor and give her such precious knowledge for absolutely nothing in return. Hajin explains that the person she's trying to save must be important to her. He reasons that if someone like her deems them precious, they must be a good person. And with that knowledge, he refuses to make a deal using someone's life as a bargaining chip, wishing her patient a swift recovery. His noble reasoning shatters So Yeonsim's perception of him. She thought he was the ruthless, monstrous demon, but he sounds more like a soft-hearted merchant. She asks if he's being serious, unable to understand why he would show such kindness to a stranger. Hajin simply looks back, his past weighing heavily on his present. As Hajin pours So Yeonsim a drink, he explains his seemingly kind act with cold, simple logic. In a world where people kill strangers without a second thought, he asks what's so strange about saving one. Besides, he admits drinking with her has helped him feel better. So Yeonsim is taken aback by his candor. Hajin clarifies that he's enjoying the chance to get one back at the fourth young lord, Hong Yuimun, who's been plotting against him. She reflects that while betrayal among candidates is a given, no one ever speaks of it so openly. As he enjoys the drink, she tries to decipher his true motives, wondering if he's exposing his flaws on purpose. Her mind flashes to the Seoryang she used to know, cold, vicious, and never satisfied with anything but first place. She has no idea what changed him, concluding this new third young lord is a complete stranger. But Hajin's next request is bafflingly mundane. In return for the life-saving herb, he simply asks her to improve the food service, complaining that the spices are too strong for his palate. So Yeonsim, a master strategist herself, cuts through the charade. She asks him if what he truly wants is information on the other young lords and ladies. Hajin is inwardly impressed. She's just as sharp as her reputation suggests. But his ambition is far greater than she could have ever imagined. He corrects her, revealing his real price. He doesn't just want information on the succession candidates. He wants to know everything about everyone in the entire heavenly demon divine cult. The deal is struck, so Yeonsim hands over a chest filled with the cult's most sensitive records. As Hajin, Ma Dongpul, and Goldie depart, the balance of power in the cult has just been irrevocably shifted. After he's gone, her subordinate voices his concern, warning that giving away such dangerous information could doom them. But So Yeonsim is confident in her gamble, stating she received something far more valuable in return and that such a prize requires an equal risk. Meanwhile, Hajin drags a reluctant Ma Dongpul off for another round of drinks. Back in her office, So Yeonsim is left reeling. She admits to herself that she thought she knew every major player in the cult, but this new third young lord has completely shattered her confidence. Hajin dives into the mountain of documents provided by So Yeonsim. He knows it's all from her perspective and takes it with a grain of salt, but even if only half of the information is true, the secrets within are absolutely fascinating. The records paint a picture of the heavenly demon divine cult that is far from the simple hierarchy it appears to be. Beneath the demon lord's absolute rule is a tangled web of power struggles, alliances, and bitter betrayals, and not even the disciples are exempt from this ruthless game. As he reads, a smirk plays on his lips. Everyone is living such complicated lives, but then his eyes lock onto one entry in particular, the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad. Now this person sounds interesting. Just then, Ang Hwa arrives with his meal. Hajin notes the food tastes different, a bit milder. Ang Hwa cheerfully explains that she remembered his offhand comment about preferring blander food and changed the ingredients. Her attention to detail is flawless. Hajin marvels at her memory for even the smallest things. During the meal, Ang Hwa playfully offers food to their fox companion, calling it Mr. Fox, which makes Hajin realize that after all this time, the creature still doesn't have a proper name. He asks for Ang Hwa's opinion, which flusters her completely. After a moment's thought, she excitedly suggests Big Ear or Big Tail. Hajin immediately shoots down her adorable but terrible ideas. Deciding to handle it himself, he looks at the golden fox and declares its new name will be Goldie. Ang Hwa complains that it's just as simple as her names, but Hajin proudly proclaims himself a naming genius as the newly christened Goldie yips in agreement. With Goldie perched on his head, Hajin tells Ang Hwa he'll be out for the rest of the night. He makes sure to remind her not to skip dinner before he departs. He makes his way to an empty training ground. Focusing his energy, our hero unleashes a massive blast of power, tearing a hole into the very earth. It's clear that the third young lord's martial arts have fundamentally changed into something far more formidable. But to understand the chaos about to unfold, we have to rewind just a little. Elsewhere, Hajin's personal guard, Ma Dongpul, is deep in his own training, honing his skills with the guardian demon sword. His power is growing so rapidly that his unique strategies are catching the attention of his superiors. Yi Yang, the second leader of the Guardian Court, approaches and applauds him. He's amazed that Dongpul could destroy a boulder from a distance with just a basic technique, and Dongpul humbly gives Hajin all the credit, saying the young master has taught him a great deal. Watching the training almost made Yi Yang forget his reason for coming. He informs Dongpul that the third young lord Hajin had stopped by the Guardian Court looking for him, but since he wasn't there, Hajin left a message. He was attending the Berserk Demon Squad's gathering. The news sends a jolt of pure terror through Ma Dongpul. He immediately bolts, desperate to get to his young master. Gi Yang screams for him to wait, warning him that he shouldn't get involved with the Berserk Demon Squad because every last one of them is completely insane. And he isn't exaggerating. The Berserk Demon Squad is the most feared unit in the entire divine cult. They know no mercy, no compromise, and no conversation, only destruction. They are infamous for tearing their enemies to pieces, and in the heat of battle, they don't even differentiate between friend and foe. Back at the gathering, the squad members begin to arrive, ready to drink themselves into a stupor. But their second leader, a brute named Chagwang, storms in to find the entire place deserted. He bellows for the owner, furious that the hall is empty. But it's not quite empty. He spots a lone figure sitting calmly at a table with a small fox. It's Hajin. Chagwang stomps over, demanding to know who he is and if he's a high-ranking member of the cult. With a slight smirk, Hajin coolly replies that he supposes you could say that. Chagwang's temper flares and he tells Hajin that the squad rented the entire place for the day. But our hero isn't intimidated. He flips the script, asking if they actually rented it or if the owner just kicked everyone out because he was scared of them. He then calmly asks to see an official notice, a simple question that sends the brutish warrior into a blind rage. As Chagwang lunges to attack, a sharp command cuts through the tension, telling him to back down. A new figure has entered the hall. It's their leader, Yui Hongryun, the youngest, most violent, and most feared squad leader in the entire divine cult. Yui Hongryun walks forward, the youngest and most violent of the squad leaders. She orders her men to stand down before turning her one good eye on Hajin, arrogantly asking if he has any idea who he's messing with. Hajin calmly replies that it would be harder not to know them, calling the entire Berserk Demon Squad a bunch of crazies with no manners. One of her subordinates flies into a rage, but Yui Hongryun simply watches, her expression unreadable. She admits he doesn't seem like an ordinary person who would pick fights recklessly. Hajin flips the script, pointing out that they are the ones picking a fight with him and tells her to sit down if she wants to talk. When she defiantly asks why she should, he gives a chillingly simple reason, because looking up at her is making his neck hurt. In that instant, a wave of immense demonic energy washes over her. For the first time, Yui Hongryun looks genuinely surprised. She can sense his power is the real deal. Before the standoff can escalate, the tavern owner rushes in with a full banquet, screaming at his staff to handle the esteemed guests' food with care. He panics seeing the confrontation and tries to intervene, but one of Hongryun's men grabs him, demanding 30 reasons why they can't touch Hajin. Terrified, the owner stammers out the shocking truth. This man is the divine cult's third young lord. He then clarifies in even more critical detail that stuns everyone, including Yui Hongryun. He is a direct disciple of the demon lord himself. Later, as the squad members finally eat, the whispers start. They can't make sense of it. Everyone knew the third young lord was a cripple suffering from chi blockage. His sudden appearance here, overflowing with power, completely shatters everything they thought they knew. Meanwhile, the two squad members plotting against Hajin continue their discussion, still convinced he's the weakling who suffered from chi blockage. They reason that in the divine cult, weakness is unforgivable, even for a successor candidate. Their plan is simple: wait for him to get on their leader's nerves, then beat him to pulp for fun, knowing his reputation would stop him from ever reporting it. But back at the table, the confrontation is far from physical. Hajin calmly tells the Berserk Demon Squad leader, Yui Hongryun, that he knows she's aware of why he called this meeting. He cuts straight to the chase, telling her she should turn herself in to the penal law hall. This, he says, is the one chance he's giving her. Hongryun is taken aback, pretending not to understand. She knows that turning herself in would be a minor offense, likely ending in just a pay cut, but she's more concerned with how this man who appeared out of nowhere could possibly know so much. She stands firm, stating she has committed no crimes. Hajin isn't buying it for a second. He asks her how the Berserk Demon Squad, a squad known for its cruelty, not its strength, manages to spend over 1,000 yang a month on expenses. He drops a bombshell. Even the Heavenly Demon's first army only uses 800 yang. The numbers simply don't add up. And our hero knows this because he did his homework. While studying the cult's secret financial records, he spotted the glaring anomaly. A small squad of uncontrollable misfits having a larger budget than the main army could only mean one thing: they were receiving under-the-table funding from someone else. And in the cult, there was only one person who would pull such an underhanded move. Hajin now makes his true demand clear. He'll let her off easy, but in return, she must tell him the name of the person who gave her the money. Hongryun finally understands she was never his real target. Smirking, she scoffs at his false rumors, confidently telling him that without proof, there is no crime. Hajin sighs, asking if she enjoys making things complicated. Hongryun retorts that he's the one who made it complicated in the first place. Believing she's won, she thanks him for the drink and prepares to take her leave. But as she walks away, Hajin plays his trump card. He reveals he knows she distributed all the money from the fourth young lord to her squad members. He lays out the consequences. If he were to investigate their expenditure, all of her subordinates would be arrested for accepting illicit funds. The Berserk Demon Squad would be disbanded. With her entire team's fate now held hostage, Hongryun freezes in her tracks. Hajin continues to taunt Yui Hongryun, sarcastically asking if she's going to draw her sword on him. He needles her, saying that since she can't leave cuts on an important person like him, bruises must be fine then. The proud squad leader completely falls for the bait. Enraged by his mockery, she lunges forward, throwing the first punch, determined to teach him a lesson. But Hajin is more than ready. In a flash, he not only deflects her attack but sends her flying with a massive counterblow. He then plays dumb, wondering aloud if he used too much force. The psychological warfare is just as brutal as the physical. Now glowing with a furious blue aura, Hongryun roars that he has crossed the line. She declares she won't forgive anyone for ruining her squad's first party in a year and charges at him with everything she has. Hajin is momentarily surprised by her speed and the sharpness of her attack. As they trade blows, he has to admit she's pretty good. But Hongryun is fueled by rage, vowing that not even a direct disciple of the Demon Lord can get away with this. Our hero just flips the script right back at her. He retorts that he didn't ruin the party, it was her stupid subordinate and her own stubborn pride that caused all this. The rest of the Berserk Demon Squad can only watch in disbelief as their formidable leader gets pushed back by the man they all thought was a cripple. They realize their deputy leader is already down for the count. Hongryun screams at him, telling him he should have stayed home recovering from his chi blockage instead of coming here to screw things up. Hajin just scoffs. He tells her the chi blockage was ancient history and that she clearly hasn't been paying attention to what's really going on inside the cult. Using her ignorance and rage against her, he finds a perfect opening and lands another devastating counterattack, effectively ending the fight with a triumphant pose. Beaten and on her knees, Hongryun can only glare at him, promising that she will kill him, but Hajin is completely unfazed, smiling as he tells her to bring it on. Meanwhile, the news of the third young lord's rampage is already spreading. A subordinate rushes to inform the fourth young lord, Hong Yuimun, that his supposedly weak rival is causing chaos. Meanwhile, word of the chaos reaches the fourth young lord, Hong Yuimun. His subordinate is panicking, but Yuimun is calm, smoking his pipe. He tells the man not to worry, explaining that he already anticipated this move. He knows Hajin is trying to expose their connection, but he's certain Hongryun's pride is too great to ever admit she took his money. In his eyes, this is a win-win situation. He simply has to wait and see which of his two rivals comes out of the fight more damaged. Back in the restaurant, the fight escalates to a whole new level. Hongryun, now completely enraged, unleashes the full might of her green jade demon arts. The energy is so immense it blows the roof clean off the building, raining debris down on the street. Her squad members can only watch in horror, realizing their leader has completely lost control. The collateral damage is catastrophic. The poor restaurant owner, seeing his life's work reduced to rubble, literally foams at the mouth and passes out cold. But Hajin isn't done twisting the knife. He casually smirks at Hongryun and tells her she can just use the money from the fourth young lord to pay for the repairs. This final insult pushes her over the edge. Screaming in pure fury, she lunges at him, her fist glowing with murderous intent. The resulting clash is brutal. Hajin takes the hit, admitting to himself that her punch is incredibly powerful. She follows up with a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing our hero onto the defensive. He realizes that in her enraged state, Hongryun has become even stronger and just blocking her attacks won't be enough to win. As they trade blows, Hajin starts to piece things together. He can see why Hong Yuimun would want a fighter this skilled on his payroll, but he also recognizes something else in her eyes. She doesn't seem like the type to be swayed by money alone. While Hongryun revels in the exhilarating combat, a new question forms in Hajin's mind. What is her real reason for taking the fourth young lord's bribe? As the fight pauses, Hajin can't help but wonder about Hongryun. He sees why the fourth young lord would want to buy her loyalty. Her combat skills are top tier. But he senses she isn't the type to be swayed by money, making her connection to his rival all the more confusing. To her, this is the most exhilarating fight she's had in ages. Suddenly, Hongryun addresses her squad. She declares that their dinner party has been ruined because of her personal affairs and orders them to continue without her. She promises to take full responsibility, even if it means being sent to the penal law hall. In response, the entire Berserk Demon Squad erupts in cheers, their loyalty absolute. Hajin watches on, quietly impressed by the passionate, if crazy, people filling the heavenly demon divine cult. Seeing their unwavering bond, Hajin realizes he was too naive. A warrior this talented and respected couldn't be so easily manipulated. He decides a new approach is needed. He'll just have to beat her until she listens. But at that exact moment, a small yelp cuts through the tension. It's Goldie wandering right into the middle of the destroyed restaurant. Hajin is horrified, yelling at the little fox for not staying outside. Hongryun's rage boils over. She accuses Hajin of looking down on her by getting distracted and begins gathering an immense wave of energy, screaming that the third young lord is about to die. Hajin desperately tries to call a timeout, pleading with her to wait just a moment. He quickly explains that the creature is Goldie, his cute fluffy friend, and asks if they can move him to safety before continuing. For Hongryun, this is the final insult. Furious at his casual attitude, she unleashes her ultimate attack without a second thought. As the beam of pure destruction flies toward the innocent creature, Hajin screams and lunges. He activates his heavenly net 6-power technique, hypervision, to perceive the world in slow motion. In that sliver of time, he snatches Goldie out of the air. But there's no time to dodge. His only option is to take the full force of the blast with his own body. The attack is about to make impact, an explosion of energy that would surely cripple him. But at the last possible second, a figure flashes onto the scene. It's his personal guard, Ma Dongpul, lunging in to intercept the deadly blow. Believing she has won, Yui Hongryun turns her back on the dust cloud, laughing triumphantly. She announces to her berserk demon squad that the disruptor has been dealt with and the real party can finally begin as her members roar in approval. But a cold voice cuts through the celebration, promising he won't forgive her. Hongryun's squad scoffs, mocking the third young lord for still being able to talk while lying in the dirt, jeering that he should just go home before he embarrasses himself further. They don't get to finish their taunts. In a flash of blinding light, Hajin moves and the man who was speaking is sent flying through the air, crashing violently into the ground. The source of his fury becomes clear as he stands there, cradling the terrified Goldie. His demonic aura explodes around him as he roars, enraged that they dared to lay a hand on his tiny companion. Watching from a nearby rooftop, Hajin's personal guard, Ma Dongpul, realizes the situation is escalating dangerously. He knows he has to get his young master out of there immediately. Back on the ground, Yui Hongryun and her squad are frozen in utter disbelief. Hajin took the full force of her green jade demon arts without flinching, and she's terrified, admitting to herself that she didn't hold back at all. Ma Dongpul rushes to his master's side, urging him to escape. But Hajin, his eyes glowing with crimson intent, coldly tells his guard to stand down. He's not leaving until he has completely wrecked every single one of them. Desperate, Dongpul tries to reason with Hongryun, reminding her that she's attacking the divine cult's third young lord. But the proud squad leader, blinded by rage, couldn't care less and tells him to get out of her way. That's all the opening Hajin needs. He moves in an instant, and before anyone can even process what's happening, Yui Hongryun is launched through the air, smashing violently into the side of a building. Stunned and broken, Hongryun can't comprehend what just happened. She couldn't even see him move. With over 20 years of life-or-death combat experience, she's never faced an opponent so fast that she couldn't even react. The gap in their power is terrifyingly absolute. Air crackles with Hajin's fury. He asks Hongryun if she seriously thought she could touch Goldie and walk away alive. Despite her injuries, Hongryun's pride is stung. She snarls that she was trying to be nice because he's the third young lord, but now he's pushed her too far. Ignoring the shocked cries of her own men, she channels all her remaining power into one final desperate attack, the berserk demon divine fist, fully intending to kill him. Screaming for him to die, she unleashes a furious barrage, but it's utterly useless. Hajin stands there, completely unfazed by the onslaught. He waits for her to finish, then calmly asks if she's done. Before she can even react, he counters with a single, contemptuous strike that sends her flying across the ruined chamber. Hajin coldly informs her that her punches are simply too slow. Sprawled on the ground, Hongryun can only spit insults, calling him a little rat. That single word ignites a terrifying rage in our hero. His eyes glow red as he explodes with demonic power, demanding to know who she's calling a rat. He roars that the only rat in the room is her, but she defiantly claims she can still defeat him with her ultimate technique. But Hajin just scoffs. He lets her punch him with the full force of her berserk demon divine fist, and the attack smashes harmlessly against his demonic aura. It can't even pierce his defenses. The realization hits Hongryun like a physical blow, and she stumbles back in utter disbelief. Her spirit is completely shattered. She can't comprehend his strength, wondering if all of the demon lord's direct disciples are monsters on this level. In all her years of life-or-death battles, she's never faced anyone this powerful. She starts to despair, realizing she might actually die here, and for what? For trying to attack a small fox. What truly breaks her, however, is the sight of her own subordinates looking at her with pity. The humiliation is unbearable. Feeling pathetic and helpless, a new fire is lit within her. Refusing to go down like this, she steels her resolve for one final, desperate stand. As Yui Hongryun faces this monumental gap in power, her past flashes before her eyes. She comes from the disgraced Yui family, a clan that was destroyed after challenging the divine cult. Hated by both the righteous and demonic factions, she joined the cult with only one goal: survival. She was thrown into the Berserk Demon Squad, a dumping ground for the cult's unwanted trash. Even there, she was treated as an outsider. So she fought and she killed again and again, surviving countless battlefields through sheer, bloody-minded determination. Her relentless struggle culminated in a death match against the former squad leader. After emerging victorious, she took his place, transforming the Berserk demon squad from a band of misfits into a family, a force so feared that no one in the cult dares to disrespect them. But after all that, she wonders if this is where she's fated to die. Refusing to accept it, she musters the last of her strength for one final, desperate charge, her squad members crying out in horror. Hajin stops her attack with casual ease. He almost seems amused, commending her for being tough enough to pull herself together after the beating he gave her. But his condescension is the final spark she needed. Something within Hongryun awakens. A brilliant blue aura erupts from her body, matching Hajin's own. She roars that he shouldn't underestimate her. She is the leader of the Berserk demon squad, Yui Hongryun. Hajin's smirk vanishes, replaced by genuine respect. He recognizes her blue sword aura, the mark of a true master whose sword follows their will. Acknowledging her as a fellow martial artist, he declares it's only right that he wields his own blade to face her properly. He demands she show him what that sword can truly do. Despite the overwhelming power gap, Hongryun lets out one final, desperate scream and lunges forward. But Hajin's hypersensation is already reading her every emotion. He feels her anger, her shock, and her obstinacy, but also a sliver of acknowledgement. He realizes that even in her rage, she knows she has already lost. With the duel clearly decided, Hajin declares that as the winner, he will give her a lesson. He tells her to watch closely, and to her absolute horror, he perfectly mimics her own ultimate technique, the steel wall hand. Hongryun can only watch in disbelief as Hajin's attack not only copies her technique but completely pierces through her rushed defense. Even Hajin is slightly impressed. Her sword aura was strong enough to actually injure his hand through the skill, proving she's more formidable than he gave her credit for. Coughing up blood, Hongryun is left completely broken and powerless. Hajin stands over her, seeing she has nothing left in the tank. He gives her the choice one last time: turn herself in and expose her connection to the fourth young lord, Hong Yuimun, or die right here for her crimes. But Hongryun just spits defiance. Hajin sighs, realizing her ego is the only thing she has left. He mockingly apologizes for his rudeness, stating he'll stop talking and end her suffering now. With a final goodbye, he lunges forward to finish it. His blade cuts across her chest, but the blow isn't fatal. He spared her. He asked why she didn't even try to dodge, why she simply put down her sword and accepted her fate. Hongryun, completely defeated, admits she was too slow. For her, the loser must die. It's the only way she's ever known, and she tells him she's lived a life with no room for regrets. Defeated, Yui Hongryun accepts her fate. She tells Hajin that she always knew she would die by someone else's hand, just like all the people she's killed, and figures today is that day. But Hajin has no intention of killing her. Instead, he lands a single, heavy punch, declaring that this one blow will serve as forgiveness for all her disrespect and petty crimes against him. Coughing up blood, Hongryun defiantly tells him not to expect her to become his obedient dog just because he spared her. She admits she was supposed to be bait to pressure the fourth young lord, but she crushed that plan herself when things escalated into a death match. Hajin ignores her, tossing a bag of money to the restaurant owner for the damages. Hongryun immediately threatens the owner, warning him not to steal the money. The owner fires back, insulted, but she just scoffs that compared to her, an alley hooligan is a saint. With business concluded, Hajin and his guard Ma Dongpul turn and leave, the matter finally settled. Her squad rushes to her side, asking if she's alright. She bluntly says no, but tells them to clean up and order more drinks, refusing to let the party end. Even in defeat, she's still their leader. Clutching her eye patch, Hongryun reflects on the fight. She used to think all the young lords were nasty cheats, but now she sees that the third young lord is different. In the cult, true power is the only thing that earns respect. As he walks away, Hajin grumbles to himself about Hongryun calling him an idiot, muttering that she's the real simpleton with nothing but brute strength. Meanwhile, in his chambers, the fourth young lord Hong Yuimun meditates, surrounded by the fumes of a sinister purple incense. His grand scheme is now in motion. His mind races, trying to figure out how Seoryong discovered his deal with Hongryun. He kept the bribe a secret, and the only other person who knew shouldn't have talked. He briefly wonders if Seoryong has somehow swayed a powerful neutral party to his side. But he decides it no longer matters. Soon, no one will ever see the third young lord again. The incense he sent is laced with a concentrated deadly poison, designed to seep into Hajin's lungs, paralyze his body, and make him die in pure agony. The stage for his frame-up is being set perfectly. With maids already gossiping about the seventh young lady's worsening illness, the very same type of incense appearing in Hajin's room will be all the proof the cult needs. This is how they broke her. A flashback reveals Hong Yuimun's subordinate threatening Ang Hwa, telling her a parasite inside her body will activate in 2 days. Her only chance of survival is to take the antidote, and the only way to get it is to plant the poisoned incense by Hajin's bedside. It isn't a choice, it's an order she must follow to live. Back in the present, Hajin snaps ANNIHILATES out of her worried trance. Completely unaware of her betrayal, he gently asks her to fetch some food for Goldie, noting to himself that she's been looking tired lately. He has no idea the turmoil she's going through. Meanwhile, Yui Hongryun is lost in thought, replaying her fight with Hajin. She questions her own intense reaction, wondering if she's somehow become fond of him. She recalls the strange feeling of their chi connecting during the duel, trying to dismiss it as impossible for a human and a beast, yet she can't deny that Goldie is no ordinary creature. Her thoughts are interrupted as guards from the penal law hall begin pounding on Hajin's door. A frantic Ma Dongpul rushes in to deliver the shocking news. Yui Hongryun has gone to the authorities and confessed to attempting to murder the third young lord. At the penal law hall, Hajin confronts a chained and battered Hongryun. He's furious, asking her what game she's playing. He reminds her that he had already forgiven her transgressions with his final punch, so there was no need for all this fuss. She defiantly tells him that being imprisoned was her choice. Hajin can't believe what he's hearing. He spells it out for her. There is no mercy for attempting to kill a young lord. The moment she confessed, she signed her own death warrant. Hongryun coolly invites him to kill her right there if he wishes. Losing his patience, Hajin grabs her, yelling that she's out of her mind. He demands she cut the nonsense and tell him the real reason she's throwing her life away. Hajin confronts Hongryun in her cell, demanding her real motive. He quickly pieces it together. Her confession wasn't an admission of guilt, but a desperate gambit. It was all about the fourth young lord, Hong Yumun. He realizes she took the fall to protect her squad from Yumun's retribution. Impressed by her cunning, Hajin gives a knowing laugh. She's truly the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad for a reason. With her plan laid bare, Hajin calls for the guards. He completely flips the script, ordering them to release her. When they protest, citing her confession, Hajin coolly explains that he was merely teaching a lesson to a subordinate he liked and simply couldn't control his own strength. He scoffs at the idea that anyone would dare attack the Demon Lord's disciple, and since he, the victim, is dropping the charges, the penal law hall has no choice but to obey. As he leaves the stunned guards to figure out their report, Hajin turns to a shocked Hongryun. He casually invites her for a drink sometime, but tells her to bring her own snacks to not burden his servant. It's a power move and an offer of alliance all in one, leaving her speechless in her chains. Later, Hajin explains the entire situation to his guard Ma Dongpul. He lays out Hongryun's desperate strategy. She confessed to protect her squad. By taking all the blame, she satisfied the witnesses, shielded her subordinates, and signaled to the fourth young lord she hadn't betrayed him. Dongpul is stunned she would risk execution on the chance Hajin would show mercy. Hajin simply concludes that living on the edge like that is just who she is. Hajin corrects his guard, explaining that Hongryun didn't gamble at all. She got exactly what she wanted, protecting her subordinates. He knows that while she's reckless and eccentric, her people always come first. Suddenly, a loud banging echoes from the door. It's Yui Hongryun bursting in with a fiery grin. She demands the drink Hajin promised her and reveals she even brought food to go with it. As the food is laid out, everyone is shocked. No one, not even her own people, knew that the infamous leader of the Berserk Demon Squad could cook. When they comment on how good it looks, she gets defensive, telling them they don't have to eat it if they don't want to. She then pours her drink not into a cup but into a massive bowl, explaining that a small glass doesn't let her properly taste the alcohol. She downs it in one go, roaring with satisfaction, leaving the others stunned at the sheer strength of the drink. Hajin notices Ma Dongpul standing guard stiffly in the corner. He tells his guard to relax and join them, but Dongpul refuses. He declares he must remain vigilant in case Hongryun suddenly goes off the rails, vowing to stop her for sure this time. His loyalty is so intense it's almost comical. Hongryun scoffs, asking if Dongpul really thinks he can stop her, but Hajin steps in, telling her not to underestimate his guard. In a fight, he thinks Dongpul would easily win. Changing the subject, Hajin gets serious. He asks why she came to his residence so openly, warning her that the fourth young lord's spies could see. But Hongryun flips it on him, telling him now is not the time to worry about her, he's the one in bigger danger. She reveals that Hong Yumun is known for his dirty tricks and has far more people secretly under his control than anyone realizes, mercenaries who will do anything for the right price. Elsewhere, the fourth young lord's own men debate their next move. One suggests calling in the true demon squad leader but is immediately shut down. If even the Berserk demon squad leader couldn't handle Seoryang, it would be a foolish and useless gesture. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Hong Yumun, learns that his plan has backfired. His subordinate reports that Yui Hongryun was freed because of Seoryang, not in spite of him. The fourth young lord dismisses her betrayal for now, his mind on a more pressing matter, the poison incense. He learns that the maid ANNIHILATES hasn't reported back in 2 days. Yumun scoffs, realizing she chose loyalty over his threats. With a sickening crack, he crushes a grotesque creature in his hand. If the incense didn't work, he'll just have to give Seoryang a different kind of gift. With a sinister smile, he vows to show our hero what true helplessness feels like, sneering that while Seoryang has been playing politics, his own house has been left unguarded. Back with Hajin and Hongryun, he confirms the information she's given him. The fourth young lord has bought several killers, all of them gunning for his head. He then looks her straight in the eye and asks why she's telling him this, since she was technically one of them. Hongryun doesn't flinch, stating plainly that this information is her payment for him saving her. Hajin breaks the tension with a slight smile and asks for another drink. Later that night, as he trains with blinding speed, Hongryun and his guard, Ma Dongpul, watch from a distance. Hongryun asks if he's always this intense, prompting a sharp warning from Dongpul not to criticize the young master. She snaps back, saying that wasn't her intention at all. Dongpul explains that Hajin invited them to watch. He then reveals his master's core philosophy. The world of Murim is so dangerous that the only way to survive is to stay constantly alert. To achieve this, Hajin willingly shows both his strengths and his weaknesses to the world. Hongryun is baffled. How does showing weakness make you safer? Dongpul clarifies that by being honest about who he is, even his anxieties, Hajin achieves true freedom. His path is set, and regardless of what others see or say, he will walk it. This is the mindset he lives by every single day. The idea of exposing yourself to gain freedom leaves Hongryun speechless. She can't believe someone with such a profound way of thinking actually exists, and he's even younger than her. In the world of killers and schemers, this kind of honesty is unheard of. As he trains, Hajin has a martial arts epiphany. He realizes his old heaven elevation technique and assassin's art perfectly balances his new demonic arts. He'd arrogantly planned to discard his past skills, but now he sees the truth. There is no difference. A technique is just a tool. If his intent is to kill, it's an assassin's move. If his intent is to dominate, it's an overpowering one. His understanding of martial arts has reached a new plane. Finishing his practice, Hajin turns to his two spectators, surprised they're still there. He casually asks if they want a drink to cure their hangover, joking that the best cure is more alcohol. He then adds that Anghwa's hangover soup is the best, a quiet, determined reminder of the loyal maid he is fighting to save. Just as Yui Hongryun and her squad arrive at Hajin's residence hoping for a drink, they're met with chaos. A shout rings out, and to their horror, Anghwa suddenly collapses unconscious on the floor right in front of them. Hajin rushes to her side, his medical knowledge instantly telling him she has catastrophic internal injuries. Something is literally eating her from the inside out. Through pained coughs, Anghwa confesses that she couldn't bring herself to do what they had ordered her to, confirming she was coerced. With her condition deteriorating by the second, Hajin knows there's no time for questions. His only priority is saving her life. He scoops her into his arms, determined to find a way to stop the parasite. At that very moment in the demon god's palace, the general strategist Ho Yoseong reports to the demon lord that all preparations for the upcoming Mara festival are complete. Pleased, the demon lord offers him a drink of a fine, aged liquor. The conversation takes a sharp turn when the demon lord asks about the third young lord. He clarifies that he isn't interested in what Seoryang is doing, but in how he has changed. Ho Yoseong reports there's nothing significant to mention, an answer the demon lord seems to accept without argument. But once his strategist is dismissed, the demon lord's true thoughts surface. He muses that perhaps it wasn't the mythical jackal that chose the third, but the other way around. He wonders if their meeting was simply the inevitable work of fate. The legend of the jackal, it turns out, is very real. It's a mystical creature that repeats a cycle of life and death. When it abandons its aged body to be reborn, it violently absorbs all the life force in its surroundings, earning it the reputation as one of the world's most wicked and dangerous creatures. But there's another, more sinister reason the jackal is feared. The legends say that wherever it appears, war is sure to follow, as the creature absorbs the life force released in the chaos of battle, making it the worst disaster imaginable. And at that very moment, Goldie's eyes flare with a strange energy, the little fox suddenly on high alert. Back in Seoryang's residence, Hajin confirms his worst fears while treating Anghwa. The toxic energy is from a poison insect. While her internal injuries aren't fatal yet, a normal person without martial prowess can't withstand it for long. He realizes he has to expel the insect immediately, preparing to use the Boundless Technique's purification method to save her. It all suddenly makes sense. Anghwa's anxiety over the last few days. Hajin knows all too well that these poison insects are used to rob a person of their mind. He seethes, wondering who could be cruel enough to do such a despicable thing to an innocent maid. But before he can act, Anghwa's body convulses violently, and she erupts in a horrifying spray of blood. With the purge, the parasite is out. Hajin recognizes it instantly, the slow corrosion poison. This wasn't just an attack, it's a blood parasite used to enslave its host through threats. The goal was to force Anghwa to harm him, and there's only one person in the cult who would resort to such a cowardly method, the fourth young lord, Hong Yuimun. Ma Dongpul is shocked, asking if this means Anghwa was a spy. but Yui Hongryun cuts him off, revealing an incense stick she found on the maid. It's the exact same kind she saw in the fourth young lord's residence, the smoking gun. They realized the truth. ANNIHILATES wasn't a traitor. She was being threatened but chose to disobey her captors, knowing it would cost her her life. She remained loyal to Hajin to the very end. Ma Dongpil is still baffled as to why Hong Yuimun would go this far. Hongryun scoffs, calling him an idiot for being so naive about the cult. She spells out the brutal reality. There's only one reason. This is the fight for succession. To become the next demon lord, all other disciples must vanish, leaving only one survivor. Meanwhile, Hong Yuimun sits calmly in his own palace, completely unconcerned. He boasts to his subordinate that he's prepared for any move Seoryang could possibly make. He's already surrounded the third young lord's residence with his people and is just waiting for a reaction. He didn't have to wait long. Just as his man reports, a cataclysmic explosion rips through the compound. His guards can only stare in disbelief as the main gate is blown to smithereens. The monstrous demon has arrived and he clearly didn't bother to knock. Hongryun screams for Hong Yuimun to stop hiding and face them. The fourth young lord finally emerges, calmly chiding them for their lack of dignity. He turns to Hajin with a smirk, mockingly asking what brings him here with such a funny look on his face. But Hajin isn't here to talk. He lunges forward instantly, his fist glowing with demonic power. Yuimun dodges, laughing at the display. He remarks that he'd heard rumors Hajin had changed, but it seems he's still the same old hot-headed hooligan. Hajin tells him to cut the crap, promising to sever the very hand he used for his dirty tricks. Yuimun's smile widens as he accepts the challenge, sneering that he'll find out where this new arrogance comes from, especially since Hajin was no better than a corpse just 8 months ago. With that, Hong Yuimun unleashes his family's signature technique, the Serpent King demonic art, manifesting a colossal purple serpent made of pure energy that looms behind him. He attacks with blinding speed, but Hajin is unimpressed. He analyzes the technique on the fly, noting its strength is in speed and flexibility, not raw power. While Yuimun's footwork is good for his age, a testament to being the demon lord's disciple, Hajin knows it's nothing compared to him. Yuimun boasts that his movements are untouchable, but to Hajin, they're painfully predictable. As he weaves through the attacks, however, Yuimun manages to land a single scratch across his chest. A sharp pain flares and Hajin realizes the devastating truth. The bastard had laced his nails with poison. Yuimun laughs, declaring the fight is over. He explains that he's injected a special poison that will force a terrible choice. Either let it kill him, or use demonic energy to burn it out and destroy his own internal organs in the process. He tells Hajin to become crippled again and live like a corpse, just like before. But just as Yuimun savors his victory, he sees the impossible. Hajin is moving. Our hero stands up, completely unfazed, and asks if he really thought such a pathetic poison could ever defeat him. The fourth young lord can only stare in utter disbelief, realizing Hajin has completely nullified the legendary Serpent King demonic arts. Hong Yuimun is in utter disbelief. His family's ultimate poison art, nullified, but Hajin isn't finished. He tells the fourth young lord that enduring a little poison is nothing compared to the missions he completed with broken limbs and a hole in his stomach. He then unleashes a wave of demonic energy so terrifying, so alien that Yuimun can only compare it to the pressure from one of the legendary 9 demonic elders. He's forced to wonder. Has the monstrous demon already reached the ultimate demon stage? Just as Hajin is about to press his advantage, a voice cries out for them to stop. In a flash, a squad of masked warriors appears between them. It's the penal law hall's black guard, the cult's internal affairs. Hong Yuimun breathes a sigh of relief at the timely intervention. The 7th Guard captain of the Black Guard steps forward and informs Seoryang that he's under arrest and must accompany them to the penal law hall. Hongryun is stunned by their speed, realizing someone must have known this fight was going to happen. Her eyes fall on Gogu, the penal law hall master who had been standing with Yuimun. She curses the little rat, understanding that he saw the tide turning against the fourth young lord and had his men on standby to intervene. But Hajin isn't about to let this end so cleanly. He stops the guards, calmly revealing the blood parasite he extracted from ANNIHILATES. This, he says, is a gift he wanted to return. Before anyone can react, he grabs one of Yuimun's men, the likely culprit, and shoves the writhing parasite straight down his throat, promising to push it deep so he doesn't have to worry about swallowing. Hongryun screams at him to stop, but Hajin is cold as ice. The man begs Yuimun to save him, but our hero just scoffs, saying the poison expert can probably whip up an antidote. But letting him recover just to come back with another dirty trick, Hajin declares he won't do something so meaningless. Instead of a slow death by poison, Hajin delivers a more direct punishment. He plunges his bloodied fingers straight into the man's ear, shattering his internal chi pathways and crippling him permanently. It's a display of absolute brutality that leaves everyone, including Hongryun, completely horrified. With the deed done, Hajin casually wipes the blood from his hand and turns to the Black Guard, announcing he's ready to go. He even has the audacity to ask them not to tie him up, claiming he has sensitive skin. The sheer disconnect between his viciousness and his calm demeanor is chilling. Hajin is escorted through the imposing penal law hall. As they walk, he grows suspicious, noticing they aren't heading towards the regular cells where Hongryun was kept. He realizes the cult must have something else in store for him. As he's led through the penal law hall, Hajin feels the poison from Hong Yuimun's earlier attack begin to seep past his demonic energy. He finally pieces together the fourth young lord's bizarre training method, using hallucinogenic incense to fight imaginary foes, a truly strange and twisted path even for a demonic artist. When they arrive at a large, ornate door, Hajin senses two people inside. One is definitely Hong Yuimun. The other presence, however, is deeply unsettling, a vague, unpleasant energy that feels both hard and soft, dull yet clear. Inside, he finds not only his rival but also the penal law hall master, Gogu. To the naked eye, Gogu appears to be a perfectly ordinary old man, but to Hajin's heightened senses, that's precisely what makes him so dangerous. He knows this man is hiding something immense. Gogu offers him a seat, but Hajin refuses, calling him out directly. He declares he won't speak with someone who hides their true self, explaining that Gogu's very face is a mask 100 times thicker than those of his black guard. While Hong Yuimun listens in utter confusion, Hajin makes it clear. He sees right through the old man's facade. The hall master is thoroughly impressed. With a sinister grin, his face begins to split and gruesomely contort, revealing a monstrous, demonic visage beneath. Hajin instantly recognizes the technique as the bone contraction mystical arts. This is Gogu's true form, and he reveals Hajin is only the third person to ever see through his disguise. Gogu remarks that Hajin's incredible perception must be how he survived the solitary bamboo grove. Finally getting to the point, he demands they both promise to end their conflict. But Hong Yuimun immediately erupts, shamelessly claiming he was never the one who wanted to fight in the first place. Hong Yuimun isn't having it. He explodes, screaming that as a disciple of the Demon Lord, he doesn't take orders from anyone else. Gogu calmly concedes the point, admitting he has no direct authority, but then he flips the script entirely. He reminds Yuimun that he also lacks the authority to subjugate others and that there is more than enough evidence of his crimes. In this world, superficial titles mean nothing. Yuimun demands to know if he's being threatened, and Gogu's response is a simple, chilling confirmation. He explains that the penal law hall isn't like the passive guardian court. They are an organization that actively protects the cult, administering punishments as they see fit. And while he can't officially force them to do anything, he makes a dark promise. He can give them an experience they will never forget. Gogu then turns to Hajin, who has been casually eating this whole time. Our hero simply shrugs and agrees to the truce, saying he has no desire to make an enemy of the penal law hall. He then completely disarms the situation, complimenting Gogu's drink and striking up a friendly conversation. The two even agree to exchange a few bottles as gifts, building an unexpected rapport right in front of the fuming fourth young lord. With the attention back on him, Hong Yuimun can't take the humiliation any longer. Seething with rage, he storms out of the room, vowing internally to never forget this day. As he leaves, Hajin just cheekily calls after him to at least close the door. Now alone with the hall master, Hajin prepares to leave. But before he does, he asks one sharp question. Why did Gogu use his bone contraction arts just to meet them? He notes that Gogu doesn't seem like the type for simple tests. When Gogu remains silent, Hajin doesn't press the issue and respectfully takes his leave. Left to his thoughts, Gogu reflects on the strange encounter. He admits it's been a long time since he's met someone so impossible to read, but then a shocking realization hits him. He recognizes a familiar scent on Hajin and wonders if the third young lord is perhaps like him. Meanwhile, Hong Yuimun stalks through the night, dismissing his carriage. He is consumed by rage, furious that a mere hall master dared to threaten him, a young lord of the divine cult. He swears to himself that this is far from over. As Hong Yuimun storms away, he seethes, vowing that Xiaoyang will soon receive a return present and that he'll ensure no one gets in his way. But his murderous thoughts are cut short by a voice remarking on his bloodlust. It's Hajin, perched casually on a tree branch, offering his rival a drink. Hajin holds out a flask, commenting that the penal law hall master makes surprisingly good alcohol. Yuimun is instantly on guard, wondering if this is a trap right in Gogu's territory, but Hajin just tells him to relax and sit down for a drink to celebrate their truce. Internally, Yuimun is furious, realizing his plans have been going awry ever since Hajin interfered with his schemes. Forcing himself to stay calm, he sits and asks what our hero wants. Hajin simply says they've never had a real conversation and asks why Yuimun insists on making life so difficult for himself. Yuimun scoffs at the question, reminding Hajin that the moment they became the Demon Lord's disciples, they were destined to be enemies. Hajin pushes back, suggesting they don't have to kill each other, but Yuimun dismisses this as naive. He explains that for people like them, failing to become the ruler means a fate worse than death, so killing your own siblings is not a choice but a necessity for survival. Hajin cuts to the core of it, asking if Yuimun truly craves power or if he's just killing out of fear of being killed. The question strikes a nerve. Enraged, Yuemun declares the conversation over and smashes the flask on the ground as he stands to leave. Unfazed, Hajin repeats his stance. He doesn't want a life of chaos. He then issues an ultimatum, asking Yuemun directly if he plans to try and assassinate him again. Yuemun fires back, asking what he'll do if the answer is yes. Hajin calmly replies that things won't go his way and demands a final answer. Seeing no point in deception, Yuemun gives his honest answer. He vows that he will, without a doubt, kill Hajin one day. But Hajin has no intention of waiting for one day. The moment the words leave Yuemun's mouth, our hero strikes. He coldly tells his rival that after hearing an answer like that, there was never any chance he was letting him walk away. The final battle begins now. Hajin looks his opponent dead in the eye and declares that this isn't just a fight. This is an execution, and he's going to kill Yuemun right here, right now. Meanwhile, back at the penal law hall, Gogu reflects on the two young lords. He knew Yuemun wouldn't heed his warning, but the cult can handle a troublemaker like him. Seoryang, however, is a complete unknown, a dangerous variable he can't predict. His thoughts are interrupted when a guard bursts in with urgent news. The third and fourth young lords are already fighting. Gogu is shocked. He can't believe they started their deathmatch so soon after he dismissed them. Back at the fight, Hajin casually offers his rival the first attack. This blatant disrespect sends Yuemun into a rage, furious that Seoryang would dare to underestimate him. Hajin continues to taunt him, explaining that his martial arts techniques take too long to prepare, which is why he's so easily ambushed. Pushed to his absolute limit, Yuemun roars and unleashes his true power, his form twisting into something monstrous. With a demonic scream, Yuemun lunges, but Hajin effortlessly meets his attack. As their energies collide, Hajin scoffs, asking how his brother expects to kill anyone with such a pathetic and arrogant technique. Internally, however, Hajin makes a quick calculation. Yuemun is definitely strong, powerful enough to kill the Berserk Demon Squad leader within 10 moves, but the real problem is the poison from earlier, which is hindering his own movements. He knows he can't end this fight until it's dealt with. Driven mad by Hajin's disrespectful tone and unshakable calm, Yuemun attacks with a relentless flurry of blows, but it's completely useless. Hajin parries every single strike, constantly reminding his opponent that he's simply too slow to even land a scratch. Then, in the blink of an eye, Hajin vanishes. A confused Yuemun frantically searches for him, only to hear a voice from directly behind. Hajin tells him to open his eyes and watch closely because he is about to give him a personal lesson in what true footwork really looks like. But the illusion shatters in an instant. It was never Hajin who was trapped. With blinding speed, he breaks free and slams Yuemun with his heaven elevation technique. The fourth young lord is sent flying, completely bewildered, admitting he couldn't even see our hero move. Hajin stands over him, utterly calm. He reveals that this entire exchange was nothing more than a test, a chance for him to confirm the synergy between his martial arts in a real combat situation. And now, he says, he's sure of his power. The humiliation is too much. Screaming with rage at being used as a test subject, Yuemun vows to make Hajin's death a painful one and unleashes a shadowy demonic art. But it's useless. Hajin dodges effortlessly, telling him such a simple attack could never work against his superior footwork. Suddenly, Yuemun begins to laugh maniacally. He mocks Seoryang for always looking down on everyone, asking if he's ever had the chance to look up. As Hajin pauses, distracted by the bizarre question, Yuemun springs his trap. This was all a feint to make him look away, and he unleashes the ultimate form of his snake shadow poison palm. A massive, toxic cloud erupts, engulfing the entire area. Yuemun cackles, gloating that the poison will seep into the injuries Hajin sustained earlier and that he's poured every last drop of his deadliest venom into this final, unavoidable attack. Hajin immediately realizes the gravity of the situation. This poison is monstrous, so potent it penetrates his skin even if he holds his breath. Knowing he needs to escape immediately, he grips his sword, preparing to cut his way out of the toxic mist. But as he moves, the poison's true power takes hold. He's suddenly trapped in a horrifying vision. Before him is his loyal servant, Anghwa, collapsed on the ground, crying out that her body is burning and begging for his help. Hajin is stunned, questioning how she could possibly be here when she's supposed to be recovering from her own serious injuries. The illusion is already corrupting his mind. As he stares at the phantom of his servant, his own eyes begin to glow with a sinister purple light. But as Hajin stands within the gateway of the dark prison, something is wrong. The illusion shifts, and suddenly he sees his loyal servant, Anghwa, pleading for her life. For a moment he's shocked, but his assassin's instincts scream that it's a trap. He realizes instantly it's just Yuemun trying another pathetic trick. Before he can react, a new voice cuts through the darkness, greeting him by his true name, Chun Hajin. Emerging from the shadows is none other than the secret demon queen. She taunts him, declaring that his hands and feet are already gone and she's here to take his head. Hajin is thrown for a loop. He looks down in horror to find his limbs are a bloody, mangled mess. He can't understand what's happening. The illusion is far deeper and more insidious than he first thought. Perspective pulls back to reality, revealing the truth. Hajin is standing completely still, paralyzed by Hong Yuimun's snake shadow poison illusion. The fourth young lord looms over him, savoring his apparent victory. He calls Hajin pathetic and arrogant, vowing to kill him right there to prevent him from ever being a nuisance again. With a final cry, he lunges forward to deliver the death blow. But his claws never connect. At the last possible second, Hajin's hand snaps up, catching Yuimun's wrist in an iron grip. The illusion is broken. Yuimun stares in pure disbelief, screaming, demanding to know how he escaped a trap that had ensnared him so completely. Hajin smirks, telling him that looking at his disgusting face was like a splash of cold water, snapping him right out of it. He scoffs at Yuimun's ultimate technique, calling it as cunning and wicked as its user and questioning if he really thought such a petty trick could grant him real power. With a casual flick, Hajin sends the fourth young lord flying. He reveals the secret. His past life as an assassin forced him to build an absolute tolerance to all poisons. This illusion never stood a chance. In fact, all the training he did to detoxify himself in the past just saved his new life. Yuimun is speechless. He rants that detoxifying his snake shadow poison palm that quickly should be impossible even for the cult's highest elders. Hajin just shrugs, admitting it was a little more troublesome than he expected. But now the games are over. It's time to show his brother what real demonic arts look like. The air around Hajin explodes with terrifying red demonic energy as he finally unleashes the true opening of his power, the underground prison spirit guard gateway. Calling forth the first form of the ninefold resilient calamity blade technique, 6 consecutive hellish winds, he simply stands still. Yuimun freezes in absolute terror. Hajin hasn't moved, hasn't even swung his sword, yet Yuimun feels his own body being ripped to shreds by an invisible storm of blades, his ultimate energy barrier shattering like glass. Even with his poison core shattered, Hong Yuimun isn't finished. He screams in pure rage, forcing his broken body to move, trying to lunge forward for one last, desperate strike to behead the man who humiliated him. But Hajin has had enough. He simply states that it's over and unleashes his own technique, the heaven-splitting triple slash. The blade connects instantly, and with a spray of blood, the fourth young lord's final attack is cut short. As he stands over his defeated rival, ready to deliver the final blow, the cold-blooded assassin within him surfaces. A memory flashes through his mind, a past kill, the victim's last moments. He recalls the detached feeling of taking a life, how it disperses meaninglessly like smoke. With that same coldness, he raises his sword and whispers goodbye. But at that exact moment, a powerful voice screams for him to stop. A formless energy wraps around Hajin's blade, halting its descent. The penal law hall master, Gogu, finally makes his move, reminding Hajin that he agreed not to cause any more trouble and demanding he stand down. Hajin immediately recognizes the technique, the void-capturing object, an advanced martial art that allows the user to control things from a distance. There's no doubt about it, Gogu has officially entered the fray. Our hero is completely unimpressed. He asks Gogu why he should show mercy to someone who just tried to murder him. Gogu declares that as long as they're in his territory, he won't tolerate a young lord killing another. But Hajin just scoffs at the authority of the penal law hall and with a single swing, shatters the energy binding his blade. Gogu is stunned, unable to believe his inner energy chain was broken so easily. He furiously asks if Hajin understands what it means to antagonize the penal law hall. Hajin just fires back, telling Gogu that he's the one who should be taking responsibility for this mess. With that, Hajin lunges forward and the two masters clash. Gogu is shocked by his opponent's speed. He quickly assesses that while Hajin's raw demonic energy is comparable to a supreme peak master, his actual demonic art skills are lagging behind. However, Gogu realizes a terrifying truth. Despite the gap in demonic arts, Hajin's pure speed and movement are completely on par with his own. The assassin's skills are more than making up for the body's shortcomings. Realizing he needs more power to break through, Hajin prepares his next move. He channels his energy, unleashing the second form of the ninefold resilient calamity blade, the ultimate endless path. A devastating wave of power erupts, aimed directly at the penal law hall master. Hong Yuimun can only watch in horror as Hajin's technique erupts. The sheer heat and merciless energy of the blade is unlike anything he has ever faced, and he is engulfed in a massive explosion. He barely survives, realizing that if he had been a fraction of a second slower, he would have been burned to ashes. With his own inner energy depleted, he knows he can't withstand another attack. But then he notices something strange. Hajin isn't moving. A master like him would never miss such a golden opportunity. In a horrifying flash of insight, Yuimun understands. The devastating attack wasn't aimed at him at all. It was a feint. As Hajin now turns his attention to him, Yuimun screams for the third young lord to stop. But it's too late. Hajin's blade flashes through the air and pierces straight through Hong Yuimun's chest. As his rival chokes, Hajin reveals his cold logic. He has thought it over and decided that Yuimun should also lose everything he has. An eye for an eye, a blockage for a blockage, despair for despair. Hajin explains that he didn't destroy Yuimun's energy core but the poison core sitting just above it. He points out that his rival's impressive physique was a sham, maintained by mystical arts and illusions rather than true training. This was his fundamental limit. The sentence is a fate worse than death. Yuimun won't die, but he will be bedridden for years. Even if he recovers, his martial arts will be reset to zero. As a final insult, Hajin calmly offers to send him medicine and acupuncture needles. Just then, the other members of the penal law hall arrive to check on their master. Seeing them, Hajin doesn't put up a fight. He simply raises his hands and tells them they can arrest him now. A cell door slams shut. Now a prisoner, Hajin is confronted by the penal law hall master, Gogu, who stands outside the bars and asks if he has anything to say for himself. Hajin's victory lap is cut short. He finds himself chained in the penal law hall's prison, facing its master, Gogu. Completely unfazed, Hajin asks to have his chains unlocked, complaining that his wrists hurt. Gogu sternly refuses, declaring Hajin a criminal. Our hero just scoffs, calling the hall master narrow-minded and reminding him that his only goal was to stop the conflict within the cult. Hajin lays out the facts. With Hong Yuimun now permanently incapacitated, there's no one left to fight. The situation is exactly what Gogu wanted all along. So he presses the hall master, asking why he's acting like things have suddenly gotten more difficult. Then, he reveals a stunning truth. He tells Gogu that if he didn't have at least some respect for his position, he would have shattered the special sea iron chains and walked out before they were even locked. As the third young lord, he feels he's been more than patient enough. Gogu tries to regain control, asking what Hajin would do if he simply refused to release him. Hajin dismisses the threat as a meaningless waste of time and just asks if he can leave. Realizing he has no leverage, Gogu relents but vows to keep a close watch on him. Hajin agrees, but with a chilling warning: stay out of his way, because he has no desire to become enemies with the penal law hall. Trying for one last power play, Gogu reminds him he's just one of many candidates for the throne. Hajin's response is a cold, simple, "So what?" The sheer confidence leaves the penal law hall master completely stunned, forced to walk away, admitting to himself how difficult and dangerous the third young lord truly is. But as he leaves, a shocking realization dawns on Gogu. He reflects on Hajin's fighting style. It was more potent than any demon cult art he'd ever seen, and his sword technique was undeniably from the orthodox, righteous Heavenly Alliance. This leads him to a dangerous question. Could the third young lord be just like him, a man with a hidden past? Recap from the prompt was slightly inaccurate. The celebration meal and disbanding of the alliance happens after the prison scene. We now see Hajin, free once more, devouring a massive meal with his allies Ma Dongpul and Yui Hongryun. He complains that the stale rice and vegetables in prison were inedible, much to their amusement. They all agree that for now, the conflict is finally over. When asked about retaliation, Hajin explains that Hong Yuimun is now a cripple, and the cult's higher-ups always turn a blind eye to succession battles anyway. With the situation resolved, he officially disbands their temporary alliance, telling everyone it's time to go back to their own organizations. He specifically orders Ma Dongpul to return to his duties as the third leader of the Guardian Court. He then tells the fiery Yui Hongryun to get back to her responsibilities as a squad leader. She snaps back that she doesn't need him to tell her that, but Hajin just offers a knowing smirk. The fight is won, and the chain of command has been firmly re-established. As Hajin's allies depart, Ma Dongpul tells Yui Hongryun he's leaving. She grumbles about Hajin's cold dismissal, but Ma Dongpul stops her, admitting he feels it too. He confesses that their farewell didn't feel temporary. It felt like the young master was saying goodbye to them for the last time. With his temporary alliance disbanded, Hajin finally returns to his residence. There, a fully recovered Aang Hwa is waiting with Goldie by her side. Overcome with emotion, she drops to her knees and thanks him for saving her life. Hajin gently helps her up, telling her he's just glad she's safe. Elsewhere, the demon lord Li Qinsang receives a full report on the incident. He asks about the fourth young lord's condition. The news is dire. Hong Yuimun's energy core is shattered and poison is ravaging his body. The cult's best physicians have declared recovery impossible, stating that even if he survives, he'll be a cripple for life. After dismissing his strategist, the demon lord reflects on Hajin's actions. He finds it fascinating that Hajin chose to let Yuimun live, perhaps as a crueler punishment. He considers all the chaos Hajin has caused recently, noting that our hero has flawlessly achieved every one of his objectives. This, he muses, is how one side of the succession war simply collapses. The demon lord thinks back on Hong Yuimun's past. He was a talented youth whose cleverness twisted into wickedness. But that wasn't the real problem. The true issue was that Yuimun grew complacent, relying on his natural gifts and only ever doing the bare minimum. That laziness, the demon lord concludes, is the ultimate reason for his downfall. But the third young lord is different now. The demon lord recalls that Seoryang used to be similar, but ever since recovering from his chi blockage, he has been striving for the absolute maximum. It was that small but profound difference in effort that decided the entire outcome of their fight. Just as Hajin is settling in, HWA announces an unexpected guest. It's the facility master, So Yeonsum. She greets him warmly but gets straight to the point, asking him to come to her personal residence. Hajin is taken aback, wondering what business they could possibly have left. At her residence, So Yeonsum reveals that the martial arts technique Hajin taught her is already showing incredible results on her paralyzed subordinate Juhwa. Hajin is impressed by the girl's talent, and So Yeonsum confides that Juhwa is her hand-picked successor. She tells him she isn't trusting him as a person, but rather the situation, which she believes will never make them enemies. Hajin asks why she needs him if the girl is recovering. So Yeonsum lays the stakes bare. She may be the master, but Juhwa is the one who carries out every decision. With her successor incapacitated, the entire internal enlightenment facility is crippled. If this continues for another month, the entire cult will suffer devastating losses. Our hero immediately understands the gravity of the situation. He can see the iron will in So Yeonsum's eyes. She won't take no for an answer. Seeing his chance, he proposes they make a formal deal instead of a one-sided favor, an offer she gratefully accepts. But when she asks what he wants in return, Hajin is stumped. He has no desire for money or glory. The only thing he truly craves is freedom, something no one can just give him. As he fumes over his confinement, a brilliant idea suddenly sparks in his mind. He pivots, asking about the facility's supply runs. He confirms they source goods from the outside world and that an important procurement mission is scheduled in 2 weeks. Seizing the moment, he grabs her hand and makes a bold declaration. He will ensure Juhwa makes a full recovery within that 2-week window. This is it, his one shot to finally escape the demon cult. With his escape plan now in motion, Hajin formally dissolves his temporary alliance. He tells his loyal followers that with the recent conflicts resolved, it's time for them to return to their own duties. He specifically tells Ma Dongpul that he's been by his side for far too long, sending his dedicated guard back to his post. Meanwhile, after being sent away by Hajin, Ma Dongpul returns to his duties, meditating to refocus himself. He's barely settled when he's interrupted by a summons. The first leader of the Guardian Court wants to see him immediately. First leader gets straight to the point. He informs Dongpul that his duties have been changed. Instead of his high-profile assignment, he's now tasked with escorting the Internal Enlightenment Facility's delivery squad. The leader explains that with the upcoming Mara festival causing chaos, they can't risk letting the squad travel alone. Dongpul is given the details for the mission in 2 weeks and swears to accomplish it perfectly, unaware of who he'll soon be guarding. Back with Hajin, So Yeonsum introduces him to the patient, a young woman named Juhwa. She explains that Juhwa is a rare genius who was secretly overseeing the entire facility but fell into this state after suffering a severe chi deviation while mastering the boundless technique. Hajin is impressed. For someone his own age to hold such responsibility is truly remarkable. Hajin begins his examination, and as he channels his energy, he's stunned by the incredible purity of Juhwa's demonic chi. He realizes that because she's already partially learned his technique, synchronizing their energies will be simple. Focusing his power, he begins drawing the toxic, corrupted energy out of her body, pulling it out through her blood. 10 days later, just 1 day before the deadline they agreed upon, Juhwa's eyes finally flutter open. The treatment was a complete success. Story then reveals the conversation that sealed the deal. Hajin calmly states his price, so Yeonsum must smuggle him into her delivery squad without the demon lord's knowledge. She explodes in anger, calling the request insane. But Hajin just smirks, reminding her that she was the one who insisted on a transaction, not a favor. He makes it crystal clear, the only reason he's treating her successor is for a ticket out of the cult. Hajin's proposal to use her squad to escape sends So Yeonsum into a rage. She refuses outright, shouting that deceiving the demon lord is unthinkable. But Hajin calmly corrects her, this isn't about deceiving the leader, just everyone else. So Yeonsum is left sputtering, demanding to know what he means by that. Our hero explains his reasoning. The demon lord has no real interest in his disciples. He simply reigns over them like a distant god, never truly dominating their lives. It's a truth she already knows. But So Yeonsum isn't convinced. The demon lord isn't the only problem. If word gets out that a successor snuck into her squad, her entire facility would come under suspicion. Hajin simply smiles, reminding her that she holds more than enough power to crush any rumors that might arise. Just as she's about to cave, she stops him. This is bigger than mere rumors. If this plan goes wrong, it could set a dangerous precedent, causing other factions to interfere with candidates and destabilizing the entire divine cult. Hajin flips the script. He asks what kind of price she expected to pay for bringing someone back from the brink of death. He reminds her that she was the one who insisted this be a transaction, not a favor. He's not here for her sympathy, he's here to collect on a deal. Cornered, So Yeonsum finally relents. She agrees to uphold her end of the bargain but complains that it will take time to figure out a plan. She's already stressed because Juhua, her successor, is stubbornly insisting on leading the delivery squad even though she isn't fully recovered. Hearing this gives Hajin the perfect opening. He realizes Juhua's stubbornness is the key. With a smile, he tells So Yeonsim he has an idea. Later, Hajin pays a visit to Juhua herself. She's already up and moving, and she demands to know who this stranger is. Hajin simply replies that he's something of a physician. Juhua isn't satisfied with that answer and asks for his true identity. So Hajin reveals the truth. He's the one who saved her from her chi blockage. ANNIHILATES, who is also there, immediately recognizes him as the person who provided the miraculous technique. Without hesitation, Juhua bows deeply in gratitude. Hajin is surprised she trusts him so easily, but she explains that since this is the highly secure internal enlightenment facility, anyone allowed inside must be trustworthy. Hajin is impressed. She's tenacious but also incredibly sharp. After a quick checkup, Hajin declares her fit for the journey. This sends ANNIHILATES into a panic, worried that Juhua will collapse again. He pleads with So Yeonsim not to allow it. But Juhua silences him. Looking directly at the facility master, she states firmly that commanding the delivery squad is her core duty, and she's been tormented for the last 6 months being unable to perform it. Her will is absolute. And so, the delivery squad finally departs. As the wheels turn, Chun Hajin breathes in the outside air for the first time in nearly a year since waking up in Seoryang's body. Freedom feels intoxicatingly close. He learns their destination is near Jiangxi province, a perfect location for him. The Assassin King knows of 2 hidden safe houses in the area. With his current abilities, he calculates it's just a 3-day, non-stop run to true freedom. His escape is finally within his grasp. As they travel, Juhua approaches him, apologizing for her earlier rudeness now that she knows he's the 3rd young lord. Hajin brushes it off and she thanks him for saving her from her chi blockage. But our hero deflects the credit, stating he only provided the knowledge. It was the facility master who performed the life-saving procedure. Suddenly, Hajin feels a familiar, heavy, and honest energy. His heart sinks as he recognizes the banner of the Guardian Court. The delivery squad substitute commander meets their escort, whose leader introduces himself as none other than Ma Dompel. Hajin can't believe his luck. Of all the people in the cult, his most fiercely loyal guard is here to ruin his escape. As Dompel orders his men to secure the convoy, Hajin internally panics, wondering why this elite squad even needs an escort. Just as Juhua asks about his health, Hajin makes a snap decision. He quickly uses a technique to put her to sleep, telling her to rest. He needs to handle Dompel alone. But it's too late. Dompel recognizes his master's voice and calls out, asking what the 3rd young lord is doing in a delivery cart. His cover is blown in an instant. Scrambling, Hajin orders him to communicate secretly using the distant whispering technique. He demands to know why Dompel's squad is there, and Dompel explains security is heightened for the upcoming Mara festival. The loyal guard immediately guesses Hajin is on a secret mission. Seeing no other way out, Hajin vaguely confirms it and gives him one strict order: no one can know he is here. Hajin can't believe his luck. Just when things were going smoothly, the one person he's closest to in the entire cult, Ma Dompel, shows up to escort them. He inwardly curses his fate, frustrated that his escape plan is already on the verge of collapsing. Elsewhere, the forces planning the ambush are already at each other's throats. The Steel Wool Squad captain Oh Jeonghwa is furious, berating his vice-captain for questioning him. He scoffs at the mission, boasting that his Iron Blood Fortress is the strongest faction and that robbing the demon cult's delivery team will be a piece of cake. His disgust is aimed squarely at their supposed allies, the Southern Savage Beast Palace. He calls them nothing more than animals, sneering at the savage way they devour their food. This alliance is clearly built on greed, not respect. Still, Oh Jeonghwa smirks with anticipation. It's been a decade since he's faced the demon cult, and he seems to think this delivery team will be nothing more than a fun little warm-up, a fatal underestimation. Back with our hero, Hajin finally regains consciousness. The delivery squad leader is watching over him and reveals he's been out for a day and a half. She explains that his body was on the verge of collapse after his recent recovery, so she put him to sleep to force him to rest. Now that he's rested, she offers him some rice balls and jerky. As Hajin thanks her, she reminds him that they're partners in this. Her own position on this mission is thanks to him. Hajin then calls over a friend to share his meal, giving the squad leader the shock of her life as Goldie pops into existence beside them. Unfazed, our hero casually introduces his fluffy companion and starts feeding him, leaving the woman completely baffled by the mysterious fox. Juhua is fascinated by Goldie, asking if the fox is Hajin's pet. Hajin casually explains they just ended up together. After the brief chat, our hero tells her he's going to get some fresh air and leaves her to rest. He then meets with Ma Dompel in the forest. The loyal guard is overly formal, apologizing for the secret meeting, but Hajin cuts him off, clearly stressed. Dongpul gets straight to the point, telling the young lord there's something he needs to know in advance. He hands Hajin a secret message received by the Guardian Court, revealing that this information is the real reason they were assigned to escort the convoy. As Hajin reads the document, his eyes widen in pure shock. Whatever is on that paper changes everything. Meanwhile, the man himself, Jung Ilryong, sits comfortably in Jiangxi. He discusses the state of the world with an associate, who complains that the demon cult's upcoming Mara festival has turned its members into glorified robbers, causing chaos as they collect valuables from all over. As Ilryong prepares to depart, his associate warns him to be careful, as news of his immense power reaching the entranced realm could make him a target. But the first elder just laughs, arrogantly boasting that he's strong enough to scold even the demon lord himself. Name Jung Ilryong echoes in Hajin's mind, throwing him into a bitter memory of his past life. He recalls confronting the man, taunting him for being the alliance leader's dog while secretly plotting to steal his position. He had mocked Ilryong for losing his assassin's discretion, gaining a silly public title as the world's best martial artist. Ilryong, unfazed, had dared Hajin to take the title for himself, before offering a cold piece of advice. The memory of his final moments flashes through Hajin's mind. Jung Ilryong, the man who crippled him, telling him to watch his back. The searing pain, the sight of his own leg being severed, that bastard. The man who destroyed his life as Chun Hajin is here. He's close, and all that old rage comes roaring back to the surface. Back at the residence, the fiery Yui Hongryun of the Berserk Demon Squad arrives, looking for a drink with Seoryong. NHWA nervously tells her that the young lord went out to train, but Hongryun is sharp. She immediately senses he's not around and then spots his sword left behind. Training without his weapon, something is definitely fishy. Hajin tries to force himself to calm down, to remember his true goal, freedom. He has a whole plan laid out: safe houses, money, leaving the country entirely. But the thought of Jung Ilryong being so close is a poison in his mind. The need for revenge is overwhelming. He admits it to himself. He wants to kill that bastard. He wants to rip him to shreds. NHWA, seeing his distress, asks if he's okay. At that moment, Goldie senses his master's killing intent and leaps onto him, trying to break his dark fixation. Elsewhere, at the demon cult's convoy just before the attack, the guards are relaxed, scoffing at the idea of anyone daring to rob them. They casually mention their patrol is late, just as half the patrol team comes sprinting back, battered and bleeding. They scream that there's a fight at the handover point. The injured scout gasps that they were forced to retreat because a master martial artist is among the attackers. Enraged, the convoy captain demands to know who this powerful foe is and where they can be found. Meanwhile, the very culprits Juhua and Dongpul were tracking, the allied forces of the Iron Blood Fortress and the southern Savage Beast Palace, were sorting through the spoils of their successful ambush amidst the smoking ruins of the convoy. The captain of the Iron Blood Fortress inspects the stolen chests, noting they're filled with rare medicinal ingredients. He briefly wonders why the demon cult would need such a massive quantity, even with the Mara festival approaching, but quickly decides it's not his problem. A subordinate reports that they wiped out all the guards and secured the goods, but the captain erupts in fury upon learning 3 of his own men sustained minor injuries. He screams at them for their incompetence, furious that they intentionally let 4 or 5 cultists escape to serve as bait for the trap. His rage finds a new target when he spots a lone, defiant survivor from the demon cult's inner circle. The dying man vows that the demon god will not let them go unpunished. The captain just laughs, mocking their faith before brutally crushing the man's skull beneath his heel, telling him to go beg his god for revenge in the afterlife. But the victory celebration is cut short. The leader of their allies, the southern Savage Beast Palace, approaches. He calmly states that he needs to feed his kids and tells the captain to have his subordinates bring them something to eat, reminding him of their prior agreement. The captain is incensed, questioning if he's being given orders. The Beast Palace leader simply clarifies it's a request and asks if he intends to break his promise. Fuming, the captain agrees, sarcastically offering them the demon cult corpses to feast on. As he walks away, the captain mutters a threat under his breath, promising to bury the dirty little beasts from the southern Savage Beast Palace once their mission is complete. It seems this alliance is built on a foundation of pure hatred. Meanwhile, back at the ambush site, Juhua and Dongpul assess the wreckage. They note the building was destroyed to hide evidence, but the work is far too sloppy. This means one of two things: either it's a deliberately laid trap, or the culprits have fled to a hiding place they believe is completely untraceable. A message has been sent to the nearest branch, but help is over a day away. Unwilling to wait for orders from the higher-ups, Juhua decides to act first and report later, confident that the cult's immense influence in the Jiangxi region will allow them to track the enemy down. Dongpul expresses his concern, reminding her she only recently recovered from a severe qi blockage. But Juhua dismisses his worry, revealing a physician who came with them has already restored most of her martial arts. Dompel immediately understands. The mysterious and powerful physician she mentioned can only be their young master, Chun Hajin. At that moment, Hajin summons Dompel to his carriage. He has a simple yet ominous favor to ask of him. He needs a blade. Hajin then gives him startlingly precise intel, telling him the enemy's trail can be found 20 kilometers northeast. He warns Dompel that the enemy is strong, and their priority is to avoid a fight and quietly escort the delivery squad back to the cult. When Dompel asks what Hajin himself will be doing, our hero simply tells him to get moving. But before Dompel can leave, Hajin suddenly attacks. His mind races as he moves. The demon cult's influence in this region is absolute, so a simple ambush should have been impossible. He knows something much deeper is at play and is determined to find out what's really going on. As the chaos erupts, his little companion Goldie peeks out, sensing the shift in the air. Back at the ambushers' hideout, the greedy Steel Wool squad captain and the Beast Palace warrior stand over the bloodied ground, growing impatient. They wonder aloud when that man is finally going to arrive. Just then, a voice calls out as a figure appears. It's Jung Ilryong. The captain asks what took him so long, but the first elder just laughs it off, claiming he had some business to attend to. However, as he surveys the scene, his casual demeanor instantly vanishes, replaced by a sharp, focused intensity. Ambush leaders finally meet with their powerful ally, Jung Ilryong. While the Steel Wool squad captain complains about the foul-smelling beasts accompanying his counterpart from the southern savage Beast Palace, Ilryong is far more observant. He immediately identifies the warrior as Yule Liang, the prized disciple of the Beast Palace master, and praises his bizarre but deadly martial arts, admitting that few experts could survive even 10 of his attacks. The captain questions why Ilryong is being so cordial, arguing it's simpler to just kill any potential enemy. Ilryong calmly explains the wisdom of understanding one's rivals, warning the captain that his crude temper will limit his future. But the captain couldn't care less about climbing higher, content to live and die by his simple, violent code. With the small talk over, they get down to business. The captain hands over a small pouch containing the true objective of this entire operation, a glowing artifact that Ilryong reveals is the Jade of Calamity. When asked why it was so important, Ilryong is evasive, simply calling it something he needs. The captain sees right through the lie, silently cursing the deceitful old man as their transaction officially concludes. However, as Ilryong prepares to depart, the arrogant captain makes a bold offer, a position within his steel blood fortress. Ilryong's amusement quickly turns to ice. He scoffs at the proposal, questioning if a mere squad captain is even in a position to be recruiting the first elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Pride shattered, the captain lunges forward in a rage, but he never stood a chance. In a single, brutal motion, Jung Ilryong strikes him down, leaving him a bloody mess on the ground, a violent reminder of the vast chasm in their power. Jung Ilryong coldly lectures the defeated Steel Wool squad captain, telling him he should have figured out his allies from his enemies sooner. With a final, chilling remark that the captain should fix his personality in the afterlife, the man collapses, dead. His squad can only watch in horror. With that business handled, Ilryong turns to Yule Liang, who sits calmly amidst his monstrous blood wolves. Ilryong mockingly asks if he's ready for another meal. Surrounded by his snarling beasts, Yule Liang grins, replying that he would never say no. Meanwhile, at the righteous Heavenly Alliance's camp, Ilryong's subordinates are setting up. They begin to worry when they learn their first elder has gone off alone and might not be back for half a day, questioning why he would travel so far without an escort. One of the men speculates that Ilryong is off taking bribes again, but he's quickly silenced by a superior. The official story he's told is that the first elder is visiting his mother's grave. He warns everyone to stick to that story, reminding them that if anything happens to Ilryong, they all go down with him. But as the lecture continues, another warrior spots something strange in the nearby woods. He points frantically, and the others turn to see a line of trees being violently obliterated, as if a monster is tearing its way straight towards them. A figure in a conical hat bursts from the tree line, moving with impossible speed. It's Hajin, carving a path of utter destruction as he descends upon the unprepared camp. The Alliance warriors can only stare in shock as this unknown enemy closes the distance in an instant. Moments later, Hajin holds one of the Alliance warriors by the throat, demanding to know where Jung Ilryong is. The terrified man chokes out the cover story about visiting his mother's grave, but Hajin immediately calls his bluff, scoffing at the idea that the first elder would ever leave his escorts behind for such a reason. Elsewhere, Hajin is done playing games. He declares that since he's here, he might as well kill Jung Ilryong before leaving. The very thought of his old nemesis sends a phantom ache through the leg that was severed in his past life, a burning reminder of his quest for vengeance. Fueled by pure hatred, our hero explodes forward, roaring that he's coming to end Ilryong for good. Meanwhile, Jung Ilryong congratulates Yule Liang on their alliance. Yule Liang confirms it was an easy choice, as the Steel Blood Fortress always treated his people with contempt. He also reveals that the medicine Ilryong provided is working on his palace master. When he asks about the Jade of Calamity he saw, Ilryong cryptically tells him all he needs to know is that it will be useful. Yuliang wonders if the Jade is for the leader of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, but Ilryong quickly silences him. Changing the subject, Ilryong expresses his admiration for the Blood Wolf Squad. Yuliang corrects him, explaining that the Great Beast King technique isn't some simple occult art, it teaches beasts to cultivate internal power, just like humans. Ilryong is astonished that the wolves can understand detailed orders just from hand gestures. Yuliang explains that he and his squad are connected through their spirits and energy cores. As he watches the beasts, Ilryong's true ambition comes to light. He plans to use this formidable army to seize the leadership of the righteous Heavenly Alliance for himself. Suddenly, the wolves begin to snarl and grow agitated. Yuliang reports that they've caught the scent of the demon cult, about 100 of them. When asked, he casually admits his wolves have fought them before, having ambushed a nearby group and enjoying them as a meal. Ilryong isn't surprised, knowing the cult is active because of the upcoming Mara festival. He sees this as a perfect test, telling Yuliang to demonstrate his squad's power against the approaching force while he watches. Yuliang confidently boasts that the fight will be over before sunset. But before the battle can begin, a blur of motion rips through the area. The sheer force of this new arrival is so overwhelming that Ma Dongpo screams for everyone to halt, as they all feel the suffocating pressure of a truly powerful warrior. The demon cult members are the first to sense it, a violent, inhuman energy that isn't demonic in nature, thick with the stench of blood. They know instinctively that a massacre has just occurred. Suddenly, Yuliang appears, flanked by his Blood Wolf Squad. Recognizing them as the ones who attacked the delivery squad, he gives a chillingly simple order: rip them apart. The battlefield erupts into chaos. The wolves, monstrous in size and ferocity, tear through the demon cult's forces, who scramble to mount any kind of defense. But their efforts are futile. A warrior discovers in horror that his blade, which can cleave boulders, barely even scratches the wolves' hide. Their skin is like steel, and they move too fast for any complex chi techniques. Just as a warrior is about to be overwhelmed, Juhua steps in, unleashing her moonlight demonic arts. A blast of freezing energy engulfs a wolf, momentarily stopping its rampage and creating a vital opening. Realizing they are hopelessly outmatched, the cult members decide to retreat. The Guardian Court moves to form a protective perimeter around the delivery squad, preparing to hold the line. Ma Dongpo orders his third squad into the spinning formation, a defensive maneuver designed to create a high-speed vortex, making them impossible to target and hopefully disorienting the wolves. Watching from a clifftop, Yuliang scoffs at the display. He calls the formation amateurish, something his Blood Wolf Squad can easily break. He boasts that they have yet to experience the true terror of his spirit-linked beasts. Meanwhile, not far from the chaotic battle, Chun Hajin's hunt is finally over. The sounds of destruction have led him right to a familiar, hated energy signature. His eyes burn with pure vengeance as he finally lays eyes on his target, screaming the name of the man who destroyed his past life, Jung Ilryong. But the chaos that led Hajin to his nemesis was the Guardian Court's desperate final stand. From a safe distance, Yuliang had been watching with amusement as Ma Dongpo's unit struggled. The situation was grim. The wolves seemed to predict every single attack, easily countering even Juhua's powerful demonic arts. In a last-ditch effort, Ma Dongpo unleashes a massive sword aura, managing to take down 2 wolves but completely draining his inner energy in the process. The backlash leaves his demonic power unstable and his body on the verge of collapse. His subordinates look on in horror, realizing their leader is spent. Knowing that just defending is a losing battle, Ma Dongpo makes the call. He orders them to break the formation and scatter, telling everyone to run for their lives back toward the cult's branch. Yuliang scoffs at their predictable retreat. Though his wolves took some damage, he knows he can't let a single cult member escape to report this incident. It was time to stop playing games and show them the true terror of the Southern Savage Beast Palace's successor. He unleashes a terrifying wave of pure bloodthirst, instantly downing one of the guards. As he moves in to finish off the exhausted Ma Dongpo, Juhua leaps in to intercept, but the beast tamer shatters her desperate ice attack with a single, contemptuous punch. It was at this exact moment of certain death that Hajin arrived, flipping the script entirely. But Jung Ilryong simply scoffs. With a single strike, he shatters the demonic art, calling it mere child's play. Juhua can only watch in horror as her most powerful technique is broken so effortlessly. Ilryong lunges forward, mocking the demon cult for growing weak. Juhua twists at the last second, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Her reaction was good, Ilryong admits, but it won't save her. Before the others can react, one of Ilryong's powerful subordinates captures the downed Juhua. He warns the Guardian Court that if they even think of running, they'll watch their leader get eaten alive. This man now commands the Blood Wolf Squad, and he's not happy. He berates the wolves for losing so many of their pack to what he calls insects, furious that all his time and effort raising them has gone to waste. To make a point, he grabs Juhua, enjoying her cries of pain. When a masked guard demands he release her, he dismisses the threat and sends a wolf to kill the guard instead, telling everyone to watch closely as their subordinate is torn apart. But at that critical moment, Hajin explodes with the last of his energy. The sudden blast surprises even Jung Ilryong. He compliments our hero's determination right before smashing him into the ground with overwhelming force. With Hajin defeated, the Guardian Court descends into chaos, knowing they're all about to die. It's over. As the wolf commander grinds his boot into Hajin's head, he declares that it's mealtime. The desperate cries for the others to run and warn the cult are ignored. He simply unleashes the entire ravenous pack, telling them to eat their fill. As Ho Yoseong confronts Hajin, Jung Ilryong makes his move on the remaining cult members. He summons not just the wolves but every beast in the area surrounding the warriors. He scoffs at them, lecturing that the world isn't about honor or friendship, it's about the law of the jungle where you eat or are eaten. He singles out one of the terrified men, telling him his struggle is futile, death is inevitable. The man frantically searches for an escape, refusing to die in this hell. But it's too late, a massive wolf lunges straight for his throat. But before its jaws can connect, a flash of light erupts. A powerful sword technique intercepts the beast, saving the man's life in the nick of time. In their desperation, the cultists cry out for the third young lord, hoping their young master has come to save them all. But it's not Hajin. Instead, the fiery leader of the Berserk Demon Squad, Yui Hongryun, crashes the party. She complains about what a hassle this all is, before igniting her axe and joyfully carving a path through Jung Ilryong's summoned beasts. And she's not alone. A second, even more terrifying warrior lands with enough force to crack the earth. He draws his massive blade, announcing he came to kill one person, but he's more than happy to slaughter this entire mountain of trash first. The true power of the demon cult is finally here. Ignoring the chaos from Goldie's attack, Hajin pushes himself up from the ground. His will is far from broken. He tells himself he only came to kill one man, but now he's surrounded by a mountain of trash he needs to take out first. With eyes glowing a furious red, Hajin lets out a roar, screaming Jung Ilryong's name. He swears to his old nemesis that he will personally carve him into sashimi, unleashing the full, terrifying pressure of the monstrous demon. But just as the final battle is about to begin, the scene shifts to a quiet, ornate room where two figures are having tea. A man with glasses asks his companion her thoughts on a recent matter, prodding her for her famous honesty before revealing his true subject, the third young lord, Seoryang. This is Ho Yoseong, the general strategist of the heavenly demon divine cult. He asks the woman directly about her frequent meetings with Hajin, causing her to wonder if the strategist has placed a spy on her. Ho Yoseong simply laughs, explaining that his position is a lonely one. To survive, he has to keep his ears open to all the amusing things happening around the cult. It's just part of the job. He then begins to tease her, calling her by her old titles like the cold dictator and noting that she's gone soft. She warns him to watch his mouth, but he only jokes louder, even complaining about the demon lord's pay scale, forcing her to frantically shush him. She panics internally, recognizing his game. He may act impulsive, but she knows Ho Yoseong is the most calculating and dangerous person in the entire divine cult. Strategist finally drops the act and asks his real question. Is the Internal Enlightenment Facility breaking its neutrality to support Seoryang? The woman, who we now understand to be the secret demon queen, firmly denies it. Ho Yoseong cleverly presses, asking if she will interfere as an individual, and her silence tells him everything as she realizes he's provoking her into a confession. He feigns understanding, claiming he trusts her loyalty to the cult. But he immediately twists the knife, asking why someone so loyal would send the third young lord on a mission outside the cult's walls without a single word to him, the general strategist. The secret demon queen is stunned. Ho Yoseong reassures her it's not a threat and he won't be sending her to the penal law hall. He's simply curious. Seeing her chance, she flips the script, demanding to know why he is so intensely curious about the third young lord. Elsewhere, the general strategist, Ho Yoseong, assures the secret demon queen that his interest in the third young lord is nothing more than innocent curiosity. He explains that with everyone in the cult focused on Seoryang's meteoric rise since his chi blockage was fixed, he simply feels compelled to pay attention as well. The queen gives a cryptic smile, telling him she can't quite describe what Seoryang is like. She insists that he should meet him himself, acknowledging that a man of his stature could arrange such a meeting whenever he pleases. Ho Yoseong agrees, admitting he fully intends to meet Hajin. He muses that something interesting always seems to happen when he's feeling bored, and decides he will treat the third young lord to tea as soon as he returns from his mission. Back on the battlefield, the desperate 2-on-1 fight is suddenly thrown into chaos. A mysterious new warrior appears, tearing through the Blood Wolf squad with brutal efficiency. Young Ilryong's forces are stunned, but they quickly realize the newcomer's bloodlust isn't aimed at Hajin, it's pointed directly at them. The Beastmaster Yule Liang is enraged, demanding to know who dares to kill his squad. The newcomer simply scoffs, mocking Yule Liang for serving an old geezer like Young Ilryong and declaring there's no point in listening to a dead man. As Young Ilryong threatens to kill the warrior if he's from the demon cult, Hajin observes that the man smells just like the wolves. Seeing his chance, Yule Liang ignores the newcomer and commands his remaining beasts to finish Hajin once and for all. A massive red wolf lunges at Hajin from behind, but in that split second our hero figures it out. He realizes Yule Liang isn't just giving commands, he's controlling the wolves directly through a connection to their energy cores. And that was the only opening Goldie needed. The tiny fox unleashes an unbelievably powerful psychic wave, severing the link between the Beastmaster and his pack. The wolves go completely berserk, turning on their own master as Yule Liang screams in agony, utterly baffled by the mythical power radiating from a tiny fox. The terrifying roar is followed by a tiny, almost comical ang. Still, the Beastmaster Yule Liang is reeling, his mind blown. He realizes Goldie is no mere animal, but a mythical creature straight out of legends, a being so divine and demonic that even the famed Tiger King of his southern savage beast palace would look like a pathetic kitten in comparison. He can't believe such a creature truly exists. Watching from the sidelines, the general strategist Ho Yoseong smiles, intrigued. He notes that Hajin seems completely immune to Goldie's fear-inducing cry. Yule Liang, recovering his senses, turns on Hajin, demanding to know who he is to be traveling with such a monster. But Hajin just smirks, asking why he should bother telling a dead man. That's all it takes to enrage the Beastmaster. Vowing to rip Hajin's mouth open, Yule Liang unleashes his signature move, the Divine Southern Wolf Fist. But when the attack connects, it's Yule Liang who screams in agony. His ultimate technique is being completely overpowered. He can feel his muscles twisting and his bones shattering under the sheer, raw force of Hajin's counter. The dust settles and Yule Liang's left arm is completely destroyed. He understands now this isn't a difference in skill. Hajin is simply on another level of strength, stronger than anyone he's ever faced. Before the Beastmaster can even process his defeat, Hajin vanishes. He reappears in an instant, driving a fist straight into his chest. Yule Liang can't comprehend how he's being so utterly dominated by a simple demon cult member. As Yule Liang stumbles back, Hajin recalls exactly who he is, the successor to the Southern Savage Beast Palace, one of the great powers of the Outer Wall, and now that he knows, there's no reason to hold back. Hajin tells him goodbye and with one final, brutal strike ends him. A stunned silence falls over the battlefield. Everyone, including the Righteous Alliance elder Young Ilryong, just watched in disbelief as the young monstrous demon executed the heir to a major power without breaking a sweat. The game has just changed. As the dust settles, Hajin's voice cuts through the chaos, filled with a chilling hatred. He tells Young Ilryong that he's been waiting for this moment. He could have ignored his past and lived a new life, but the phantom pain from the leg Ilryong severed never went away. With eyes burning crimson, our hero screams, demanding the man who crippled him give him his leg back. He lunges forward and their blades meet in a cataclysmic explosion of energy. Young Ilryong is stunned by the raw power coming from this young cultist, wondering where a monster like this could have possibly come from, but the duel has just begun. Trying to regain control, Young Ilryong attempts to de-escalate. He claims Hajin is misunderstanding the situation. The Blood Wolves were the true enemy, and now that they're dealt with, this fight is pointless. He argues that the conflict between their factions is political, and there's no need for them to fight to the death here. He asks Hajin to put away his sword. Hajin just laughs, a cold, mocking sound. He tells Ilryong that his wicked, manipulative tongue hasn't changed a bit. He taunts the elder, asking if he's scared to fight for the first time in ages. This only confuses Young Ilryong, who is certain they have never met before. Hajin's grin widens as his demonic aura flares. He scoffs at the idea that they simply knew each other, implying a history far deeper and darker than the old man could ever imagine. In the blink of an eye, Hajin vanishes. Ilryong is shocked. The speed is too fast for simple displacement. Before he can react, a warning cry alerts him, and Hajin is already striking from above. Ilryong barely blocks the blow, staggering from the immense weight and power behind the attack. Hajin taunts him, saying he'd be disappointed if his old enemy died from a single swing. Cursing the demon cult for creating another monster, Ilryong admits Hajin is stronger than he expected, but his pride as an elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance won't let him lose. Digging deep, Young Ilryong gathers his own energy and unleashes a devastating counterattack, determined to put this upstart in his place. The elder's attack sends a shockwave through Hajin's body. He realizes that due to his current body's limitations, he's taking significant internal damage from the clash. Yung Ilryong isn't letting up, unleashing his hidden move, the white funeral swordsmanship. It's a technique that appears beautiful, but its killing intent is as deadly as a viper's fangs. But Hajin has a score to settle. He calls out the elder's name and unleashes his own ultimate art, the third form of the ninefold resilient calamity blade technique, 8 Cold Hell's Bloody Lotus. The two apocalyptic techniques collide in a blinding explosion of red and blue energy. As the dust settles, Ilryong freezes. He recognizes that blade technique. A memory flashes in his mind of a bloody battlefield from years past. He knows he's seen this exact style before. Completely stunned, Yung Ilryong demands to know who Seoryong truly is. He yells, asking how this boy could possibly know the blade technique of that bastard, Chun Hajin. With eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated hatred, Hajin simply asks the old man if he remembers him now. The game is up. Elsewhere, Ma Dongpul and his unit secure their cargo. Though badly injured himself, he gives a precious life-sustaining pill to one of his wounded subordinates, telling her to recover while he stands guard. He clenches his fist in frustration, feeling he failed his duty by being unable to protect his people and needing to be baited out by the young lord once again. He worries he'll be stripped of his title as a guardian when he returns to the cult. Ma Dongpul recalls the sheer fury on Hajin's face and anger that looked like a deep, personal grudge. His subordinate urges him to go help, but he knows Hajin is operating on a different level. She insists that despite his unofficial presence, all of them should be rushing to their young lord's aid. Meanwhile, Ma Dongpul is being told that since he isn't officially supposed to be here, he's the only one who can freely move to help the young lord. Before he can act, Goldie suddenly appears, barking wildly before bolting away at full speed. Ma Dongpul yells for the little creature to come back, but it's already racing towards the heart of the battle. Back in the fight, Yung Ilryong is consumed by disbelief. He distinctly remembers killing Chun Hajin himself, cutting off his legs and beheading him in the cruelest way imaginable. He wonders if this is some secret successor, but then remembers his opponent is a member of the demon cult. He demands to know who he is one last time. Hajin simply tells him to find out with his sword. Pushed to the brink, Ilryong unleashes his White Lotus Chi and activates his ultimate technique, the White Funeral Swordsmanship, one of the 10 greatest swordsmanship styles of the Orthodox sects. Armed with his legendary White Crane sword, he's convinced no mere demi-demon can possibly defeat him. But Hajin just laughs, mocking the elder's pathetic level of enlightenment. He declares that it's time to end this, calling upon every last drop of demonic energy in his veins to release the second stage of his dark shadow demonic art, the demonic vision higher heaven and earth gateway. In a flash, Hajin's overwhelming power shatters the grand white funeral swordsmanship with a single heavy slash. Ilryong is floored, unable to comprehend how this young man's enlightenment could possibly be superior to his own. He lunges again, screaming in denial, but something is terribly wrong. His movements feel impossibly sluggish, his limbs heavy, as if he's been plunged deep underwater where it's hard to even breathe. His senses are sharp, but his body betrays him. For a moment, he thinks the world itself has slowed down. But then he realizes the terrifying truth. Hajin's energy burst was so immense, so overwhelmingly powerful, that it created the asterisk illusion of warped time from his perspective. The clash between these two transcendent powers finally erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. Yung Ilryong roars that this is absurd, screaming his title as the first elder of the righteous heavenly alliance. But Hajin couldn't care less, coldly asking, "So what?" As their blades clash in a storm of demonic energy, Ilryong watches in horror as a crack appears on his legendary White Crane sword. The tides have turned completely. Panting for breath, Hajin reveals his hand. He tells the elder he specifically brought this brutishly large sword for one reason. He knew that Ilryong's refined swordsmanship was pathetically weak against heavy blades. With his superior enlightenment, the fight was already over before it began. Suddenly, Hajin's form scatters in all directions, a phantom on the battlefield. Yung Ilryong's eyes widen in terror. He recognizes the technique instantly. It's the 9 heavens contraction, the signature footwork of the one man he thought was long dead, the assassin king, Chun Hajin. Our hero mocks him, saying that since switching from martial arts to politics, the old man has gotten rusty. The pieces finally click into place for the horrified elder. With trembling lips, he stammers out the name that has haunted him for years, Chun Hajin. Hajin just smirks, claiming he doesn't know who Ilryong is talking about. But then his eyes glow with crimson fury as he tells the old man that if he wants answers, he'll have to give up a leg first. In the next instant, he unleashes the final, bone-shattering blow. A massive explosion of dark energy erupts, and Yung Ilryong's scream of pure agony is swallowed by the blast as his body is torn asunder. The dust settles, revealing Ilryong kneeling in a pool of his own blood. he realizes his fatal mistake. This is the worst injury he's ever sustained. His only thought now is survival. He has to run if he wants to live. But the fight has taken its toll. Hajin realizes his demonic energy is completely spent and the gateway he forced open is trying to close. Any further movement risks a fatal chi blockage. With no other option, he makes a desperate choice to burn his own life force, his primordial energy, for one final strike. Young Il-ryong sees the shift immediately. He senses Hajin's sudden weakness and realizes the young demon's martial arts are still incomplete. Convinced that his own superior realm will grant him victory against an exhausted opponent, the elder gathers all his remaining strength for one ultimate attack, screaming that Hajin's good days are over. The two warriors lunge, meeting in a final, cataclysmic clash. But for Hajin, there is only a cold, burning clarity. He thinks to himself that his old foe should have just left him alone. In this moment, the freedom he once craved, the enmity that pushed him through hell in his past life, none of it matters. All that's left is a singular, all-consuming desire to kill Young Il-ryong. Even as his nemesis lies dead at his feet, the rage won't subside. He wants to kill him again and again, but the hatred remains, a poison with no release. The immense physical and emotional strain is too much to bear. Hajin finally collapses amidst the desolate battlefield, overwhelmed by his own fury. From the sidelines, his small companion Goldie cries out for his young master and sprints towards his fallen form. Meanwhile, back at a demonic cult facility, a report details the casualties from the recent attack, 27 dead in total. A subordinate apologizes to the facility master, but she kindly consoles her, stating that the blame lies with their enemies and her people deserve comfort, not punishment. However, her mind is preoccupied with another report concerning the third young lord. She learns that Seoryong not only restored an agent's martial arts in 10 days, but also single-handedly wiped out the monsters that had killed 80 cult members. Acknowledging what a truly terrifying man he is, she resolves to meet him again soon. Meanwhile, Ma Dongpul faces his superior after the disastrous mission. He tries to take full blame for the loss of his men, but his leader reminds him that protecting someone means being willing to die for them. It's the essence of their duty in the Guardian Court. Still, responsibility must be taken. His superior declares that as punishment, Ma Dongpul is officially relieved of his duties and placed on indefinite suspension. But this is just for show. In secret, he issues Dongpul a new, direct order from the court master himself. Dongpul is stunned. He was ready to be expelled, but the order is something else entirely. Effective immediately, his new mission is to act as the third young Lord Seoryong's personal guard. His superior dismisses him with a final piece of advice: learn as much as he can from Seoryong before he returns. This isn't a punishment, it's a training assignment. Back at his residence, Hajin finally wakes up, only to find Goldie kneading his chest. He's mortified, realizing he passed out after the fight and was carried back like a sack of potatoes. All his grand plans of inspecting shelters and gathering information feel like a total joke now. He can't believe he lost his composure like that. The moment he heard Young Il-ryong's name, all reason fled and a deep, burning resentment took over. It forces him to question his own motives. Is what he truly wants freedom, or is it just more revenge? Just then, his loyal servant ANNIHILATES arrives. Hajin, trying to brush off his dark thoughts, suggests they get something to eat, but ANNIHILATES looks nervous, saying there's something important he needs to tell his young master. Before he can explain, a figure drops to his knees before Hajin. It's Ma Dongpul, who loudly swears to dedicate his life to protecting the third young lord as his personal guard. To Hajin's absolute horror, Dongpul announces he'll be residing here from now on. With a new, hyperloyal babysitter, our hero's dream of escaping the cult feels further away than ever. Back at his residence, Hajin finally gets a moment to breathe, enjoying a meal prepared by the ever-loyal ANNIHILATES. But even with Ma Dongpul celebrating beside him, his mind is on the battlefield. He admits to himself that the fight against Young Il-ryong was far too close for comfort. The technique he used to win, the demonic vision higher heaven and earth gateway, nearly destroyed his own body in the process. He realizes he can't rely on such a self-destructive power. He needs a new weapon or a new art, and he needs it now. He turns to Ma Dongpul and asks where the last blade came from. Dongpul confirms it was from the demonic king weapons storage. This triggers Hajin's memory of the cult's hierarchy of armories. There's the basic mind demon storage for grunts, the demonic king storage for higher anchors, and then the ultimate prize, the heavenly demon weapons storage. This legendary vault is so exclusive that only the demon lord and his chosen successor are allowed inside. Hajin asks how he might gain access, but Dongpul delivers some crushing news. Each disciple of the demon lord is granted exactly one entry into the heavenly demon storage in their lifetime. The realization hits Hajin like a ton of bricks. The original Seoryong, the greedy, impulsive fool whose body he inhabits, would have undoubtedly squandered that golden ticket already. A flash of memory confirms his worst fears, showing the former monstrous demon gleefully grabbing every weapon in sight. Just like that, his best option is off the table forever. His pity party is cut short by a boisterous voice. Yui Hongryun, the eye-patching leader of the Berserk Demon Squad, has arrived unannounced, ready to celebrate. She declares she even skipped work to hang out, but Hajin is in no mood for company. He coldly dismisses her, saying he has to go somewhere. When she demands to know where, he snaps back that he's heading to the second-rate demonic king weapons storage. He has to settle for scraps. But his outburst attracts a different kind of attention. A calm, calculating voice cuts in, asking why he's settling for second best when the heavenly demon weapons storage exists. Hajin turns to see Ho Yoseong, the cult's general strategist, smiling knowingly. The strategist smoothly steps in, suggesting they have a cup of tea before Hajin goes anywhere. It's an invitation that sounds more like a command, and it's clear this man has a hidden agenda. As Hajin heads out, a man in glasses casually offers him tea. Ma Dongpul, ever the protector, rudely tells him this isn't a tea house, only to be informed that he just insulted Ho Yoseong, the general strategist and the second most powerful man in the entire cult. Hajin immediately clocks the man's identity, realizing this is a major player. Ho Yoseong begins questioning Hajin, asking why he's going to the lesser demonic king weapons storage. He correctly deduces that Hajin already used his one-time entry into the far superior heavenly demon storage and that his old sword is no longer good enough. Hajin's guard goes up instantly. This isn't a friendly chat, this man is here for something specific. Then the strategist drops a bombshell offer. He can get Hajin back into the heavenly demon weapons storage, a feat that should be impossible. Hajin is stunned but knows nothing is free. He asks for the price and Ho Yoseong simply smiles, agreeing that life is a series of exchanges. The price seems deceptively simple. Ho Yoseong just wants to have Hajin for one day to talk and have a drink in the evening. But our hero isn't fooled by the casual tone. He can feel it in his gut. This man is hiding a much deeper, more dangerous scheme. Hajin plays along, agreeing to the deal and excusing himself to get changed. The second he's out of earshot, he gives Ma Dongpul an urgent, secret order. Find the internal enlightenment facility master immediately and learn everything about her meeting with the strategist, especially if she mentioned Hajin's name. As he prepares, Hajin analyzes the situation. Ho Yoseong is different. His lighthearted words are loaded with hidden meanings. He's now certain the strategist knows about his secret trip outside the cult. Worse, his assassin's instincts, his heavenly net technique, are screaming at him to avoid this man at all costs. It's a chilling warning, especially since his technique is reacting so intensely to someone who isn't even known for their martial arts. Pushing his unease aside, Hajin returns, ready to see what game the cult's second-in-command is truly playing. As they walk, Ho Yoseong tells an unbelievable story about fighting off bandits. Hajin quickly realizes the man is a master of deception, skillfully weaving lies and truth together. The strategist then calls Hajin brave, and when asked why, he begins to reveal that he knows exactly how Hajin earned his time away from the cult, proving he knows far more than he's letting on. On the way to the armory, the general strategist, Ho Yoseong, smirks, revealing he knew all about Hajin sneaking out of the cult previously. Hajin doesn't even bother denying it. There's no point lying to a man who already has all the answers. Our hero cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know Ho Yoseong's real reason for approaching him. The strategist simply claims it's pure curiosity, a habit he just can't shake. But as they walk, Hajin abruptly stops. Something feels wrong. He points out that Ho Yoseong has no guards with him, confirming he's moving in secret. The atmosphere grows heavy with suspicion. In a flash, the friendly stroll turns deadly. Hajin draws his sword, his killing intent palpable as he asks Ho Yoseong if he's prepared to have his head go flying. Ho Yoseong seems almost amused, remarking that a predictable plot is no fun. Hajin isn't playing games. When the strategist asks if this is a threat, Hajin clarifies that he's well past threats and is fully prepared to end him. The strategist warns him of the consequences. Killing a high-ranking official is a death sentence, even for a young lord, but Hajin couldn't care less. He gives him a final ultimatum: explain himself now or die. Finally, Ho Yoseong breaks, but he has a question of his own. How did Hajin know? Hajin explains it wasn't logic but pure intuition. He has a powerful sixth sense, and he's learned to trust his gut over his head to avoid any regrets. Hearing the word sixth sense sends a jolt through Ho Yoseong, throwing him into a memory. Years ago, when he was promoted to general strategist, he'd questioned the decision. The demon lord who appointed him gave him a chillingly similar reason. It was asterisk his sixth sense. He had warned Ho Yoseong that smart men often forget the world doesn't run on logic alone. The demon lord continues his lesson, telling Hajin that the world doesn't run on logic. He advises him to work on his intuition, explaining that while logic provides answers to the present, intuition provides answers to the future, and that is where true wisdom is found. This lesson is one that the general strategist Ho Yoseong recalls vividly. The demon lord's words had such a profound impact that he had bowed instinctively, something he never did even for the imperial prince. The demon lord's teaching was simple: when you don't know the answer, you should ask someone who might. Back in the present, Hajin is with Ho Yoseong, who reveals his offer to access the weapons storage was a twisted test. His plan was to grant Hajin entry, then claim he had no authority to do so, framing our hero for the heavy crime of trespassing a restricted area, a charge even the demon lord's disciples couldn't escape. Hajin bluntly calls him a wicked person. Ho Yoseong just smiles, casually admitting he gets called that often and even a psycho, as if it's something to be proud of. Disgusted by the scheme, Hajin decides to walk away, telling the strategist to forget about their deal for drinks and access to the armory. He couldn't care less that Ho Yoseong pulled all-nighters just to set up this manipulative game. But Ho Yoseong stops him with a bombshell. He reveals that he knows Hajin sent an escort to the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master to warn her to keep her mouth shut. The revelation stuns Hajin. This man is far more dangerous than he first appeared. Ho Yoseong then plays the victim, complaining that Hajin's meddling has ruined his only friendship within the cult, leaving him all alone. He tries to guilt-trip Hajin, suggesting he should be a little nicer to him now. The tactic works and Hajin reluctantly agrees to get drinks, but then he completely flips the script, declaring they'll stop by the weapons storage first. Ho Yoseong is left utterly shocked, his own bluff now turned against him. Inside the armory, Hajin begins taking multiple weapons. When a guard protests, Hajin masterfully points out the loophole in their deal. Ho Yoseong said he could enter once but never specified he could only take one thing. The strategist is left speechless, completely outplayed. Watching this unfold, Ho Yoseong reflects on how much the third young lord has changed from the immature kid he once was. He recalls the words of the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master, realizing it's as if some old, battle-hardened martial artist has possessed Seoryang's body. As Hajin and Goldie impatiently wait for him, Ho Yoseong's mind races. He doesn't believe Hajin will harm the cult, especially since the demon lord allows him to act freely. Still, the sheer unpredictability of this new Seoryang is unsettling, and he resolves to report everything to the demon lord the next day. Hajin returns from his trip to the heavenly demon weapons storage, and his personal guard, Ma Dongpul, is absolutely floored. He hasn't just brought back 1 or 2 swords, he's brought back an entire collection. Dongpul's eyes go wide as he recognizes the legendary blades. One is the Seven Knights Blade, a deceptively plain sword that carries a bloodthirsty energy, once wielded by the 7th heavenly demon. The other is the Meteor Twin Blades, a set so powerful they're considered divine weapons coveted even by the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Dongpul is amazed by the haul, but Hajin brushes it off, saying he just picked what he liked and will get rid of them if they don't perform well in a real fight. Dongpul is impressed. Our guy cares more about how a weapon feels in his hand than its legendary status. Hajin then points to a particular sword Dongpul doesn't recognize, which he found tucked away in a corner. He offers it to Dongpul, who struggles to even hold it up, exclaiming that it must weigh 30 or 40 kilograms. Since it's unnamed, Hajin has been calling it the Dragon Scale Blade because of the handle's design. Dongpul can't help but inwardly cringe at the name, thinking Hajin has a terrible naming sense, just like when he named Goldie. But his amusement quickly turns to awe as he remembers watching Hajin in the grove, handling every single weapon with effortless mastery. But Hajin isn't done. He suddenly tosses another sword to Dongpul, telling him to unsheath it. He explains that he specifically chose this blade because it perfectly suits Dongpul's powerful and direct fighting style. The moment Dongpul draws the blade, he freezes. This is no ordinary weapon. It's the legendary Silent King sword, one of the 5 great demonic swords of the cult. It's a special sword that hides its true demonic power until it recognizes a worthy master. Dongpul is completely overwhelmed. Hajin hand-picked one of the most legendary swords in existence just for him. He decides that mere thanks are meaningless and makes a silent, unbreakable vow. He will protect the young master for the rest of his life. Hajin meanwhile just gets nervous, wondering if Dongpul secretly hates the gift. Their moment is interrupted by a loud announcement from the demon god's palace. The demon lord himself has summoned Hajin. While his allies are concerned, Hajin looks almost pleased, muttering that he's been waiting for this. Hajin arrives before the demon lord, Lee Chinsang, and offers a respectful greeting. The supreme leader of the cult doesn't waste words. He simply gestures for Hajin to sit and join him for a drink. But before Hajin could even consider Gogu's request, he found himself summoned before the one man he couldn't refuse, the demon lord himself. Over drinks, the demon lord cuts right to the chase, bluntly asking why Hajin was so harsh with the 4th young lord, Hong Yuimun. The demon lord then analyzes the 4th's power, the Serpent King demonic art. He admits it was a formidable technique that Hong Yuimun invented himself, but that's where the praise ends. The art was incomplete because Hong Yuimun wasted his talent on scheming instead of martial arts. The demon lord coldly states that he abhors such ignorant fools. Then, the demon lord's piercing gaze falls on Hajin. He reveals that while he knew of the 4th's ambitions, he never expected him to be knocked out of the succession race so quickly. and while he despises the ignorant, he tells Hajin there is one type of person he admires and respects, those who defy his expectations. In a stunning declaration, the supreme leader of the heavenly demon divine cult looks Hajin in the eye and tells him, "Therefore, I admire and respect you." For our hero, hearing those words from the world's most powerful demon is a shock that shakes him to his very core. A wave of pride washes over Hajin, but it's immediately followed by crushing self-loathing. He remembers his past life, a secret weapon, a loyal dog for the righteous heavenly alliance, enduring countless horrors. To find himself enjoying recognition from his former enemy's leader, he hates himself for it. He questions if he can ever be free if a single compliment can make him so proud, but just as quickly, he recenters himself. He reasons that any martial artist would be proud of such recognition, and decides to accept these unwanted emotions as a natural part of who he is now. But the demon lord has been watching this entire internal struggle play out. He remarks that Hajin has once again defied his expectations, witnessing his excitement, self-hatred, and then immediate acceptance. This constant growth, he claims, is why Hajin is great, and for the first time it actually makes the demon lord smile. Hajin can only reply that he never expected to hear such praise, to which the demon lord simply states that it's because he is unique. But before any swordsmen arrive, Hajin finds himself face to face with the demon lord himself. Li Qinsang reveals that the general strategist, Ho Yosiang, already told him about Hajin's little trip to the heavenly demon weapons storage. Our hero can only curse the strategist for ratting him out over a simple prank. The demon lord asks if Hajin has tried the swords he liked yet, praising his choices, the Savage 7 Knights and the Sharp Meteor. He says he would have been disappointed if Hajin had chosen a simple relic without considering its suitability. Then, in a terrifying display of power, 2 swords materialize out of thin air. Hajin is stunned. The demon lord just used void capture at its peak, summoning the weapons from the storage entrance with sheer will alone. He can't even begin to fathom that level of strength. Li Qinsang offers the swords to Hajin as a reward, telling him to pick one. He adds that he will teach him something just this once, but his gaze seems to offer one thing while demanding another. In that instant, Hajin's instincts scream. He understands the demon lord's true intent, and a primal urge to attack surges through him. This is it. The moment Li Qinsang finishes talking is his one and only chance to defeat the most powerful man alive. Without hesitation, Hajin unleashes his ultimate attack, a cataclysmic sword strike that shatters the very ground beneath them in a massive explosion. But as the smoke clears, the demon lord stands there completely unharmed. He didn't block and he didn't dodge. Hajin is in disbelief. His perfect attack did absolutely nothing. The demon lord simply calls it impressive. He acknowledges that Hajin pinpointed the exact moment of his vulnerability, realizing it wasn't mere intuition, but a raw, beast-like instinct driving him towards death. Then he poses a question. He noticed Hajin was about to launch a follow-up hand art attack, so why did he stop? Hajin is floored that he saw through his intentions in that split second. All he can say is that there was no reason, he just instinctively knew he had to. Story flashes back to Hajin's intense private lesson with the demon lord. The lord notes Hajin's incredible instincts, realizing our hero stopped an attack not out of knowledge but pure reflex. He tells Hajin that he has yet to truly teach him anything, because Hajin doesn't even understand the power he now possesses. To remedy this, the demon lord issues a chilling command: come at him with the full intent to kill. Hajin doesn't hesitate. He decides to show the demon lord a true surprise, unleashing the gates of hell of the dark shadow demonic art and activating his 9 heavens contraction divine steps. He lunges forward, a blur of red energy, ready to meet the challenge head-on. The 2 figures clash in a blinding explosion of power. The demon lord, with his glowing red eyes, meets Hajin's ferocious assault. The air crackles with demonic energy as Hajin pours everything he has into the strike, creating a massive shockwave. This wasn't just training, this was a battle between monsters. Back in the present, chaos erupts at Hajin's residence. The fiery Yui Hongryun arrives, screaming for the young lord. She corners the servant, Anghwa, who nervously explains that Hajin has gone to the demon god's palace. Hongryun can't believe it, complaining about how a jobless lord is somehow busier than the leader of the Berserk demon squad. But Anghwa, ever loyal, finds her courage and scolds Hongryun for her disrespect. Hongryun is shocked that a simple maid would dare talk back, but she's more amused than angry, admitting Anghwa is too small to hit. Thus then Ma Dompel intervenes, telling Hongryun to leave. She starts yelling at him until she notices his sword. When Ma Dompel reveals it was a personal gift from Hajin, Hongryun explodes in a jealous fit. She screams at him, demanding to know where her gift is, leaving the terrified bodyguard desperately praying for Hajin to return and save him from this maniacal woman. After his bold display at the Mara festival, Hajin is summoned for a private audience that is less of a conversation and more of a brutal lesson. He lies broken on the ground, completely overwhelmed by his master, the demon lord Li Qinsang. Hajin can barely breathe, realizing the pressure is far greater than the inescapable net formation the righteous Heavenly Alliance once used on him. Despite using all his power, he couldn't even scratch the demon lord, who walks away perfectly fine, leaving Hajin to grapple with the sheer, monstrous gap in their strength. But this beatdown was a form of education. Hajin understands that fighting someone on that level is a priceless lesson. The demon lord, who has always been a source of anxiety, has finally done something truly helpful. Summoned back to Gazebo, the demon lord asks how the session was. Hajin can only reply that the half-day of one-sided combat felt like an entire year. And the demon lord does something completely unexpected. He hands Hajin a scroll, telling him it contains the missing parts of his martial arts. He explains that while Hajin's self-created dark shadow demonic art is on par with the 10 great demonic arts, it has gaps because it's a new creation. In just half a day, the demon lord had completely analyzed Hajin's techniques, identified every weakness, and written down the solution. Hajin is floored. He's never received such a direct and profound gesture of tutelage before, and never imagined the cold, ruthless demon lord had this side to him. Gathering himself, Hajin swears that he will not disappoint his master's expectations. The demon lord simply replies that he'll look forward to it, cementing a new, deeper bond between them. But as Hajin leaves, the demon lord is lost in his own thoughts. He finds his disciple interesting, but worries that this very interest means he is still shackled by his own inner demon. His mind drifts to another time, another powerful swordsman who once dared to aim a blade at him, someone who mastered the ultimate blade and had grown immensely strong. His thoughts turn cryptic, recalling a legend of a mythical fox that brings a great war. The one who ignites this war, he muses, must be one who dances with death, and in his mind there is no one who understands death better than Chun Hajin, the former assassin king. As Hajin walks away from the tense confrontation, his mind processes the new, terrifying truth he's just uncovered. Meanwhile, news of Hajin's public display is already spreading. The first guardian of the Guardian Court, Mudam, sits down with the quirky general strategist, Ho Yoseong, wanting to know his assessment of the third young lord. Ho Yoseong plays coy, saying it's hard to judge someone from one meeting, but admits Hajin is as weird as the rumors say. He then turns the tables, asking Mudam why the head of the Guardian Court is so interested in him. Mudam drops a bombshell. 2 days ago, the demon lord himself summoned Hajin and personally trained him for half a day, an honor no other successor has ever received. The news leaves even the composed general strategist completely stunned. But that's not all. Mudam brings up how Ho Yoseong opened the heavenly demon weapons storage for Hajin, expressing his concern that the strategist is disrupting the cult's balance by taking sides in the succession war. Mudam clarifies he's not there to reprimand him, but to ask a simple question on behalf of the Guardian Court. Is Hajin truly worthy of such special treatment? Ho Yoseong's answer floors him. He says opening the storage wasn't necessary at all. Why? Because a divine weapon is pointless for someone who's already so far ahead of everyone else. The strategist then explains his own role, assuring Mudam he isn't playing politics. His only job is to observe and report, helping the demon lord make the right decisions, and he tells the first guardian not to worry. As Mudam leaves, he realizes he had completely misjudged the general strategist. Beneath the eccentric exterior is a man of unshakable loyalty to the cult. Alone now, Ho Yoseong muses that this unprecedented meeting is all thanks to Hajin's influence. He smiles, thinking to himself that life in the cult has suddenly become very interesting. Elsewhere, the clash of steel rings out as two figures move at blinding speed. It's Hajin training with his new vassal, Ma Dongpul, but the session isn't going well. Hajin points out that Dongpul is holding back, his killer instinct dulled by his overriding duty to protect his new master. As their training session continues, Hajin gives his new vassal, Ma Dongpul, some harsh advice. He tells the loyal guard that his overwhelming sense of responsibility is actually a weakness, an inflexibility that's holding back his true potential. Hajin warns him that as he is now, he's not strong enough to truly protect him, and he doesn't want to see Dongpul die for nothing. The words hit home, and as they wrap up for the day, Dongpul is left to ponder his own limits. But just as they finish, Hajin's senses flare up. He detects a powerful and unfamiliar energy right outside the gates. A smirk plays on his lips. It seems an interesting guest has arrived. The visitor is none other than the formidable penal law hall master, Go-gu. The two sit for tea, and Hajin cuts straight through the pleasantries, asking what brings him here, noting they aren't exactly on friendly terms. Go-gu appreciates the directness and gets right to the point, making a shocking request. He needs the third young lord's help. Hajin is immediately suspicious, asking why he should ever help someone who so clearly dislikes him. Go-gu doesn't deny it, admitting he still believes Hajin is a dangerous person, but he explains they now share a common enemy. He then reveals his explosive plan. During the upcoming Mara festival, he intends to arrest and imprison one of the other succession candidates. Mara festival, an ancient ritual that once involved human sacrifices, has since become a massive celebration for the heavenly demon divine cult. But this year, Go-gu plans to turn it into a political battlefield. He clarifies his intention to Hajin, stating that one of the heirs will be thrown in the criminal court jail before the festival is over. Hajin presses for more information, and Gogu explains that his target isn't one of the 6 known heirs. There's another, lesser-known candidate who was nominated and is scheduled to arrive just in time for the festival. He reveals the man's identity. It's the eldest son of the Demon Sword family. This is news to Hajin. The Demon Sword family are the undisputed masters of swordsmanship within the entire cult. He asks what crime this heir could have possibly committed to warrant such a response. Gogu lays out the charges. The eldest son robbed and murdered 7 cult believers, then framed an innocent demidemon for the crime. Hajin can already sense the massive political headache this will cause. The game is getting far more complicated. Meanwhile, the penal law hall master Gogu meets with the secret demon queen, laying out the temple's grave error. He explains that an innocent demidemon was executed for a crime he didn't commit, while the real murderer who robbed and killed 7 cult members is still at large. He admits he doesn't know how to catch the culprit and has come to her for help. Acting on this request, Hajin pays a visit to the secret demon queen at the Internal Enlightenment facility. He gets straight to the point, telling her he needs all information regarding a maid who was murdered there 2 years prior. The queen immediately catches on, realizing Hajin knows the true killer was never caught and correctly guessing the penal law hall sent him. When she demands to know who the culprit is, Hajin calmly refuses to tell her. In the demon cult, information is power, and he's not about to give up his leverage. Our hero can feel the crushing demonic energy radiating from her, a burning fury that hasn't diminished in the slightest over the years. Despite his refusal, she agrees to cooperate, handing over 5 scrolls containing all the information on the victim. With the intel secured, Hajin takes his leave. But the queen is no fool. The moment Hajin is gone, she begins her own deduction. The fact that the penal law hall had to turn to an heir means the killer is someone they can't touch, a high-ranking official. Suspecting the culprit is from one of the 7 great families, she orders her subordinate to bring her a list of all high-ranking members participating in the Mara festival. 2 masterminds are now hunting the same prey. Back in his quarters, Hajin is nursing a massive headache. He's just forced himself to read an entire, ridiculously thick law book to get a handle on the case. He collapses onto his bed, questioning if getting involved in the cult's bloody politics is worth it when his main goal is to find a way to escape. Ultimately, he can't just let it go. He knows it's ironic for a former assassin to talk about doing the right thing, but this injustice is different. He believes that even if you can't help, a true human should at least share the outrage of the wronged. This is one of those times. Later, with Goldie on his shoulder, Hajin meets with Aang Hwa. He asks how she's feeling, and she's amazed by the new power she can sense within herself. Hajin explains that she had been severely suppressing her own potential. He lightheartedly tells her to loosen up, warning her that her rigid mindset could become a serious weakness down the line. With this plan in motion, Hajin decides it's time to see the culprit's face. He, Dompel, and Goldie head out into the city, finding themselves in the middle of the lively Mara festival. For the first time, our hero actually seems to be enjoying himself, trying the street food and taking in the sights. He's glad he gave Aang Hwa the day off. His guard Ma Dompel can only watch in shock, stunned to see the usually tense young lord so happy and relaxed. They wander over to a traveling theater where a classic cliched hero's journey is being performed. But it's not the play that catches Hajin's eye, it's a familiar face in the crowd. He spots Yui Hongryun, the eye-patch-wearing leader of the Berserk Demon Squad. He calls out to her, only to realize she's completely absorbed in the play with tears streaming down her face. Hajin can't resist the opportunity and immediately starts teasing her for being so emotional. The tough-as-nails squad leader is instantly flustered, denying she was crying and trying to hide her embarrassment. But this light-hearted moment is about to be shattered. Suddenly, a grand procession cuts through the festival crowds. The Demon Sword family has arrived, making their ceremonial entrance. At its head, riding a warhorse with an imposing presence, is the family lord himself, Jai Wunwei. The man Hajin came to see is finally here. The crowd buzzes with excitement. The family is renowned for their martial prowess and hasn't attended the festival in 3 years. Rumor has it their eldest son will soon become a direct disciple of the Demon Lord. Hajin observes Jai Wunwei, acknowledging the man's stern aura, the commanding presence of a master at the absolute pinnacle of power. While Dompel is distracted, Hajin walks away and plants himself directly in the path of the procession, blocking the family lord. He looks Jai Wunwei dead in the eye and brazenly asks who he is. He puts on an act, claiming a recent injury caused him to lose his memories, and he has no idea who this important figure is. Jai Wunwei is not amused, warning the young man about his blatant disrespect. But Hajin doubles down, playing dumb and asking what he did wrong before calling the powerful lord an uptight old man. The insult lands, and Jai Wunwei's stoic expression finally cracks with rage. The elite swordsmen behind him radiate an immense killing intent, but their master remains composed, merely telling Hajin to get out of his way. Hajin, however, cuts him off. He drops the act and gets to the real reason for this confrontation. He asks a single, loaded question in front of everyone. As a father, if Jai Wunwei saw his own child commit a despicable crime, what would he do? Before the battle with the sun could truly begin, Hajin first confronts the father. He finds Jaiwunwi, the head of the demon sword family, and poses a chilling hypothetical. As a father, what would you do if you witnessed your child commit a despicable crime? Annoyed by the audacity, Jaiwunwi dismisses him, saying he'll overlook the disrespect just this once because of the festival. To add weight to his warning, the Lord unleashes his family's signature sword surge hand technique. It's not a physical blow, but a wave of pure, amplified chi meant to intimidate and overwhelm, a show of force that has the onlookers recoiling in awe. But the attack does absolutely nothing. Hajin stands there completely unfazed, simply rubbing his neck and complaining that it feels a little sore. Jaiwunwi is stunned into silence. His powerful technique was brushed off like a gentle breeze. Now, it's Hajin's turn. With a single, casual stomp, he unleashes his own power. The ground shatters and erupts with an incredible force that slams into Jaiwunwi, leaving the powerful family head reeling in shock, wondering who this monstrous young man could possibly be. Furious, Jaiwunwi accuses Hajin of daring to use his martial arts on him, but our hero calmly points out that the Lord attacked first and he was simply returning the favor. He even adds that he held back since the initial attack wasn't even strong enough to touch him. That's when everyone realizes the true terror of Hajin's display. The crack in the ground didn't just stop randomly, it halted with perfect precision just millimeters from the hooves of Jaiwunwi's horse. This wasn't just raw power, it was the absolute control of a peak expert. Visibly shaken, Jaiwunwi demands to know his identity. Hajin simply asks for an answer to his original question. The Lord refuses, stating he has no obligation to answer a nobody. With a smirk, Hajin's entire demeanor changes as he informs the old man that he is certainly not someone you can speak to in that tone. In that moment, he unleashes his true aura. The unmistakable energy of the heavenly demon divine cult washes over the crowd. Immediately, every member of the demon sword family drops to their knees, bowing their heads as they pay their respects to the divine cult's third young lord. Just as the tension peaks, a figure kneels. It's Ma Dongpo, the third leader of the Guardian Court. He loudly announces that he has come to escort the dignified third young lord of the cult, shocking Jaiwunwi and everyone present. Hajin simply smirks, his identity is now officially on the table. The news travels fast. Back at the penal law hall, Gogu receives a report about the standoff. Sensing an emergency, he immediately orders his subordinates to move out in secret. The major powers of the cult are beginning to converge on the situation. Jaiwunwi stares in disbelief, realizing the boy he dismissed is a double-edged sword, dangerous from every angle. The onlookers begin to murmur, recognizing Xiaoyang but noting the immense difference in his presence. This is not the weak, unassuming boy they once knew. Hajin playfully asks if there's something on his face. Snapping out of it, Jaiwunwi and his entire family offer a formal greeting to the third young lord. But it's a calculated move, a greeting just proper enough to be acceptable, but subtle enough to show a clear lack of genuine respect. The patriarch tries to de-escalate the situation. He admits his mistake in not recognizing Hajin, but immediately counters that Hajin's actions were also out of line for a successor candidate. He then proposes they just call it even and act as if nothing happened. But Hajin isn't letting him off the hook that easily. He agrees that he's not here for a fight, but reminds the old man that his question still hasn't been answered. He then repeats it with chilling calm. As a father, how would he react to witnessing the shameless crimes of his own child? Jaiwunwi is trapped. With everyone watching, he knows prolonging this conversation is a losing battle. He declares that, of course, he would follow the law. Hajin presses him, does he mean his family's law? Wunwi confirms that his family's laws are the strictest and he would hold his child accountable without hesitation. Hajin twists the knife, asking if he can assume that because it's his own child, the punishment would be even more severe. Cornered, Jaiwunwi agrees, then launches into a grand speech, declaring his absolute faith that his children and all members of the cult would never act so shamefully. Hajin recognizes the pride and sincerity in the patriarch's words. He's gotten what he came for. With a slight smile, he apologizes for holding him up and congratulates him on entering the cult. The trap has been laid and the conversation is over, for now. Hajin had seen this coming. He recalls his initial assessment of the demon sword family's sons. While the eldest Jai Kanghian radiated a thick, murderous aura, the kind you get from killing the defenseless over and over, it was the third son, Jai Younghian, who was the real monster. Hajin sensed a ridiculous hidden strength within the boy, an internal power that, thanks to the demon lord's arts, he could feel was equal to, if not greater than, his own. Later, a completely wasted Yui Hongren corners Ma Dongpo, furious that he received one of the 5 great demonic swords from Xiaoyang and she didn't. She calls him a yellow toad, unworthy of the silent king sword's power, and tries to snatch it from him. Dongpo warns her off, telling her she'll lose a hand, but she's too drunk to listen. After a brief struggle, she passes out cold and Dongpo makes a run for it, leaving his comrades to deal with their unconscious squad leader. The aftermath of the festival brings a visitor, the general strategist Ho Yosiang. He gets straight to the point, demanding to know why Hajin acted so recklessly in front of the demon sword family. He argues that our hero's ambiguous and hasty accusations will only make the real culprit more careful, but Hajin confidently replies that a bastard like that will never stop killing. Hajin then reveals his masterstroke. His real target wasn't the son but the father. By forcing Jai Wunwee to publicly promise to hold his children to a stricter standard, he's backed the patriarch into a corner. Now the family head can't possibly cover for his guilty son without losing face in front of the entire cult. In the demon cult, respect is the key to determining the rise and fall of a power. Ho Yoseong understands the logic but warns that without hard evidence, the demon sword family's anger will simply be aimed at them instead. Unfazed, Hajin just says it'll work out somehow and takes his leave, leaving the strategist to ponder the massive risk he's just taken. Inside the main temple, the demon lord Lee Chinsang cuts straight to the point, asking Hajin what it is he truly desires. He observes that ever since they first met, Hajin has shown zero ambition or interest in the divine cult, which is bizarre for someone chosen as the Lord's own disciple. Hajin tries to play it off, claiming he's being overestimated, but the demon lord presses him, stating that the thirst for power is the very essence of a demon, and Hajin's attitude is more suited to their enemies in the righteous faction. Our hero just shrugs, joking that ambition makes life too complicated. All he wants is to eat well, poop well, and sleep well. But the demon lord sees right through the act. He points out that for someone so unambitious, Hajin certainly didn't reject the mission to expose the demon sword family. He finally admits why he finds Hajin so unsettling and dangerous. He's a man who simply does not belong in the heavenly demon divine cult. The statement hangs in the air, sending a jolt of shock through Hajin. Later, in a darkened forest, Hajin is confronted by Gogu, the formidable penal law hall master. Gogu informs him that the next day all high-ranking demonic factions will gather for a ceremony and competition. More importantly, they will also report on all recent incidents, including the death of Jung Ilryong, the great elder of the righteous heavenly alliance. Hajin, knowing he's been caught red-handed, asks why Gogu didn't simply arrest him for leaving the cult without permission, a crime worthy of severe punishment. Gogu reveals that the demon lord himself looks upon Hajin favorably and didn't want him captured. But he clarifies that this was his own decision too. He knowingly let Hajin go, fully aware of the great crime he had committed. And now, Gogu wants a favor in return. He asks Hajin to overlook one of his crimes just as he overlooked Hajin's. Before Hajin can even process the request, Gogu declares that he's about to commit that crime right now. Without warning, Gogu lunges, his sword flashing in the dark. The two masters clash in a blur of motion. Hajin is shocked by his opponent's power. Gogu is significantly faster and stronger than the last time they fought, forcing our hero onto the back foot as the forest floor explodes from the force of their blows. In the heat of battle, Gogu taunts him, noting that Hajin is still hiding his true martial arts. Fed up with the penal law master acting like he knows all his secrets, Hajin's eyes glow with rage. He screams that it's displeasing and surges forward, unleashing his own killing intent. But before Hajin can answer the demon lord's question, the scene explodes. He's suddenly locked in a fierce duel, his opponent unleashing a devastating technique, the 6 consecutive hellish winds that fills the air with raw, destructive power. The other swordsman, Jai Wunwee, is stunned. Even after boosting his own core energy, his sword feels weak against the incredible pressure radiating from Hajin. Realizing the immense gap in their skill, he calls a stop to the knight's sword dance. Now Jai Wunwee says he finally understands why the demon lord himself is so interested in the third young lord. He pulls Hajin aside and gives him a chilling, cryptic warning. Be wary of the demon lord, a being of such profound darkness and blinding light that he is impossible for human eyes to truly comprehend. He describes their leader as a paradox, a man filled with cold, overwhelming resentment yet poised like a volcano ready to erupt. He is a man who walked into hell only to end up on a cloud looking down upon it, a being who finds amusement in everything, yet fears it all. Hajin admits he can't make sense of the poetic warning. Jai Wunwee simply tells him to remember the words for when the time is right. Then he drops another bombshell. Hajin is now in charge of handling this entire matter, and he must lead them well, leaving our hero with a massive headache and an unwanted promotion. Elsewhere in a dark forest, Hajin's loyal guard Ma Dongpul tracks down his target. He confirms that Hajin was right all along. The murderer is indeed the demon sword family's third son, Jai Younghyun. Ma Dongpul unleashes his full power, but Jai Younghyun is completely unscathed. This is not the composed young man from that morning. This is a raving demonic beast, completely out of his mind and screaming for a sword. As Jai Younghyun lunges, Ma Dongpul realizes the terrifying truth. The boy's martial arts are nothing special, but his internal energy is off the charts, both in quality and quantity. It's as if he absorbed a raw, unstable amount of pure demonic energy, far more than any human body could ever hope to handle. Meanwhile, a desperate battle rages elsewhere. Yui Hongryun struggles against a mysterious hooded foe, unleashing her ultimate technique, the Berserk Demon Divine Fist, only for the resulting clash to send her flying back. She lands hard, telling her subordinate that while she hates ganging up on people, she'll make an exception for this monster. After just one exchange, she can tell his body is as hard as 10,000-year-old iron, possessing an absurd amount of internal energy. The hooded figure ignores them, his glowing red eyes fixed on one thing. He screams for them to give him the sword and lunges forward, causing Yui Hongryun to yell a warning as he closes the distance in an instant. In a horrifying realization, Hajin's guard sees that the attacker isn't just trying to steal the Silent King's sword, he's actively absorbing its demonic energy. The assailant cackles with glee, declaring the taste of demonic energy to be the absolute best. Outraged, the guard demands to know how he dares defile a sword gifted by the third young lord. He charges forward, engaging the demonic figure in a violent clash. Yui Hongryun joins the assault, swinging her own massive blade, but their opponent simply roars for them to get lost. Even the battle-hardened squad leader is shocked, wondering what kind of monster they're truly facing. The assailant's power is beyond anything they've ever seen. He bellows for them to get out of his way and strikes Yui Hongryun down. Her subordinate rushes to her side, questioning if the enemy's internal energy is simply unlimited. Gasping, Yui Hongryun tells him to just hold on until the young lord arrives. As the demonic figure repeats his demand for the sword, a new presence blurs onto the battlefield in a flash of light. It's Hajin. He casually lands and teases his guard for needing to be protected by the one he's supposed to protect. He then apologizes for being late, explaining that he was held up by an annoying guy. Hajin immediately engages the foe, his mind already analyzing. He realizes the man's martial arts skills are laughably basic, like a child swinging a wooden sword, yet his raw power is immense. The creature simply roars for more demonic energy. He pieces it together. The overflowing internal energy is maximizing the man's physical defenses and reaction speed, allowing him to fight with pure power and sword chi. Understanding his opponent, Hajin prepares to show him the difference between raw strength and true skill. Demon Lord's question hangs in the air. What does he truly desire? The answer lies in the path Hajin carved to get to this very room, a path that began with a calculated, brutal assault. We go back to that night where Hajin, overflowing with demonic energy, unleashes a relentless attack on Jai Younghyun. His goal is simple: beat the man until his demonic power is completely exhausted. He hammers him with a chain waterfall punch, a flurry of devastating blows that shake the very ground. As the beatdown continues, something awakens within Seoryang's body. Hajin feels an exhilarating sense of liberation, a satisfaction he's never known, and he begins to laugh maniacally. His loyal followers can only watch in horror, begging him to stop as he pummels Jai Younghyun into unconsciousness, the entire area splattered in blood. After the deed is done, Hajin looks around, genuinely confused by everyone's shocked expressions. He wonders aloud if he was too harsh, or if maybe it was the laughing while beating a man to a pulp that upset them. His allies can only awkwardly admit that while the victim's face is a wreck, he's at least still recognizable. This violence, however, was just one part of a master plan. Hajin had deduced that the true murderer, Jai Younghyun's older brother, was too careful, leaving no evidence. He hypothesized an accomplice. By observing them, he spotted the murderous aura on the elder and the strange, concealed demonic energy on the younger brother. He had his targets. Proving it was another matter. The main culprit would deny everything. So Hajin's plan was to break the weaker link. He acquired a rare hallucination powder to weaken Jai Younghyun's will and force a confession, one that would implicate his brother and reveal the source of his dark power, the souls of those he'd murdered. The brutal beatdown was the necessary first step to subdue him for this interrogation. However, Hajin knew that even with confessions from both sons, the entire plan would be for nothing if one key person didn't cooperate. The true final boss of this scheme wasn't the murderers themselves. And so, he set out to visit the last person whose decision could make or break everything. That person is Jai Woonwee, the head of the Demon Sword family. On the eve of his son's greatest triumph, the patriarch sits alone, trying to calm his anxious heart with tea. Suddenly, his solitude is broken. The third young lord, Seoryang, has appeared uninvited in his private garden. Hajin walks in calmly, remarking on the man's healthy choice of beverage. He tells Jai Woonwee that he knows the family head dislikes drawn-out affairs and promises to get straight to the point. The patriarch, sensing the gravity of the moment, braces himself and tells Hajin to speak. The final piece of the trap was about to be sprung. But as the demon lord waits for an answer, we see exactly how Hajin pulled off this masterstroke. The night before the festival, he visited the Demon Sword family head, Jai Woonwee, and got straight to the point. He informs the patriarch that his third son, Jai Younghyun, has been arrested, and that he's considering doing the same to his firstborn. Hajin presents a scroll containing Jai Younghyun's full confession, along with a list of all the cult members his sons had murdered. Jai Woonwee is stunned, unable to believe his eldest, Kanghyun, could be involved. Hajin assures him it's all true, offering to bring in the penal law hall to verify the evidence. Jaiwunwi immediately suspects a political play, accusing Hajin of trying to eliminate competition. But Hajin shuts that down with chilling efficiency. He reveals that the fourth young lord, Hong Yumun, has already been dealt with, left clinging to life. He makes it clear that the war for succession has already begun, and he could easily remove Jaiwunwi's family from the board entirely. He tells the patriarch to stop dwelling on useless theories. Instead, he poses a devastating question. What would happen if his son becomes the demon lord's disciple, only to be exposed as a mass murderer later? He asks if Jaiwunwi is willing to disgrace his entire family name for a moment of glory. Pushed into a corner and insulted by a junior, Jaiwunwi's fury erupts. The sheer audacity of this young lord is too much, and the patriarch unleashes his immense demonic energy, enraged by the ultimatum. The narrative then flashes forward to the Mara festival itself, the grand ceremony we just witnessed, with the entire cult gathered to pay their respects to the sacred god, setting the stage for the public drama to unfold. Back in the tense meeting, Hajin remains perfectly calm in the face of the patriarch's rage. He tells Jaiwunwi he isn't there to fight. Instead, he appeals to his honor, stating that he knows Jaiwunwi isn't the kind of man who would simply use his power to cover up such heinous crimes. This is where Hajin plays his trump card. He makes a proposal. Instead of hiding the truth, Jaiwunwi should report his son's sins directly to the demon lord during the festival. He argues that this act of public confession is the only way to preserve the family's honor, forcing the patriarch to choose between his dignity and his conscience. As trumpets blare and the magnificent procession for the demon lord begins, Jaiwunwi is trapped, grappling with the impossible choice. Is his conscience more important than his pride, more important than centuries of family honor? In that moment we see his true desire. He yearned to see his son revered as a god, reaching heights he never could. This ambition is what makes his eventual choice to confess so incredibly difficult and so profoundly honorable. The story flashes back to the moments before the confession. Jaiwunwi is trapped in his own personal hell, his dreams of his son's glory shattered by the truth of his monstrous crimes. As he wavers, Hajin's voice rings in his mind, a cold reminder that this is his one and only chance to do the right thing. At that very moment, the demon lord, Li Qinsang, makes his grand entrance. But his attention isn't on the ceremony, it's on the small creature perched on Hajin's shoulder. He addresses Goldie by a different name, Jackal, remarking that it's been a long time and that the creature is still just a child. The demon lord smirks, continuing a silent conversation with Goldie, amused that its immense power is still hidden within such a small body. For a moment, Goldie's eyes flare with an otherworldly light, hinting at a history these two share that no one else understands. Cutting the cryptic reunion short, the demon lord declares he'll get things over with and begins the ceremony. He then drops a bombshell, announcing he will take the murderer Jai Kanghyun as his disciple. The declaration pushes Jaiwunwi to the absolute brink, forcing him to choose between his family's honor and his conscience. He finally breaks. Jaiwunwi screams for the demon lord to wait, interrupting the sacred festival in front of the entire cult. He declares that he must, at the risk of his own life, confess his son's grave crimes. But the demon lord simply cuts him off with a single word: enough. He then issues a formal summons for the third young lord to come to the demon lord palace, and Hajin makes his way there immediately. The crowd is left reeling, completely baffled by the leader's actions. Even Hajin is thrown for a loop, wondering what on earth Li Qinsang is truly planning. The demon lord's motives are a complete mystery. Hajin enters the grand palace and greets the demon lord. The powerful leader is seated on his throne, and with an unnervingly casual air, he tells our hero to have a seat. He then offers Hajin a glass of alcohol, but Hajin politely declines. This simple act of refusal sends shockwaves through a nearby elder, who can't fathom anyone daring to refuse the demon lord. Just who is this third young lord, and what gives him such confidence? The demon lord now turns his attention to the kneeling patriarch, Jaiwunwi. He praises the man's bravery, acknowledging that exposing his own sons in front of the entire cult couldn't have been easy. But this isn't about forgiveness. The demon lord puts him on the spot with an impossible question: how does he want to handle this? Jaiwunwi tries to pass the responsibility, claiming that since his son is now the demon lord's disciple, the decision is out of his hands. This was the wrong answer. The demon lord's patience wears thin, his voice dripping with ice as he asks if he needs to repeat the question. The immense pressure crushes the patriarch, who stammers an apology. He desperately tries to read the demon lord's intentions, but quickly realizes it's a futile effort. He's trapped in a test with no right answer. Torn between his love as a father and his duty as a leader, Jaiwunwi recalls the demon lord's own words: a parent can forgive, but a leader cannot. With tears streaming down his face, he makes his choice. As the head of the demon sword family, he declares that they must handle it strictly and impose a punishment that befits the heinous crime. The demon lord confirms this is what he truly wants. With the answer given, he accepts. He tells Jaiwunwi that while the child is now his disciple and beyond the family's reach, he will honor his words and handle the punishment for his new 8th disciple discreetly. As a strange form of consolation, he presents a gift to the grieving father. Jaiwunwi accepts it with immense gratitude and finally takes his leave, bowing deeply as his part in this tragedy comes to a close. But the real meeting is just beginning. With Jaiwunwi gone, the demon lord summons Hajin forward. The pretense is over and he cuts straight to the heart of the matter, demanding to know our hero's true reason for getting involved and orchestrating this entire affair.